Hello, I'm Kev Harris and welcome to round 4 of the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship here at Three Sisters, where we find ourselves firmly at the business end of the season with just 2 rounds to go after this one here in Wigan. And it's been a roller coaster ride for some over the opening 3 rounds, and yet for others it seems to have been business as usual, consistently finding the hallowed UKC podium steps. And what of that last round at Warden Law, the circuit that was voted Track of the Year in 2023? Well, for these 5 drivers, it was a great weekend. Well, congratulations to all of our winners from round 3 there. Will they be able to take the spoils again this time out? And in the case of senior road tax driver Kai Hunter, will he be able to make it a hat-trick of wins in 2024? Time will tell. Well, if they're going to do that, of course, this is the circuit they're going to have to do it on. Three Sisters kart track here in Wigan. It's the centrepiece of a country park that takes its name from the coal mining colliery spoil heaps that were left here after the site ceased production in 1958. And this weekend, the UKC drivers will be doing battle around what is called the Valley Circuit. It's almost 1,200 metres of fast flowing tarmac with some corners that are iconic in the world of karting. So to take a look at it, we thought we'd jump on board with a practice lap from Dan Holland racing driver Lizzie Mentier, who podiumed here in 2023. So we picked Lizzie up at the end of the Conrod Straight, passing the timing hut on the left and the start-finish line there then. Now it's a heavy braking zone at the end of that high-speed straight section and a right-hander that and leads you up into the S's of a left and then another right. Up and over the valley section from which this layout takes its name. And then you're through the Joey Dunlop at the end of what is the pit straight, the old pits there on your left, and that is the dummy grid just behind there. Then we're onto the right-hander that brings you back into the infield before another left-hander. Get your timing right here because you want to carry plenty of speed onto what is the Rogerson straight, which we can see now. And again, foot flat to the floor because you can carry all this speed through the left and then the big sweeping right-hander that is Luna. Once you've gone through Luna then, oh boy, look, we're back around already. And that is a lap of Three Sisters as you cross that start-finish line once again. Well, big thanks to Lizzie from Dan Holland Racing there for sharing one of her practice laps with us from earlier in the weekend. I'm sure she's going to be pushing hard to get back on the podium. Don't forget, last time out, she was on the 2nd step of the podium. Can she go one better this weekend? We'll find out. So that's the circuit and the ideal line to take. But now let's remind ourselves of the format of the weekend and the journey that all the drivers will have to go on if they want to make that podium come Sunday night. Let's take a look then at the road to the podium over race weekend in 2024. It all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying. All drivers take part here and this will determine your starting position for the heat races. Then all drivers take part in a minimum of 2 heat races where you'll gain championship points and determine your starting position for the superheat. The superheat follows for the top 68 drivers, and not only will you gain championship points here, but you'll also decide your start position for the super final based on the heats and the superheat. Then it's the top 34 drivers who will compete in the super final and gain those all-important championship points based on their finishing position. And if you're in the top 3, well, you'll be standing on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the trophy and the prizes. So there it is then, through time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, the super final, and then hopefully the podium. So that's what a driver is going to have to do if they want to make the podium come Sunday night. And with that in mind then, it's high time we go and join the action, kicking off with the first of 2 Junior Road Tax Superheats this morning then, with your commentators Kai Bacchini and me, if I can leg it up to the commentary box fast enough.
Well, welcome back to the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Three Sisters. It's going to be a great weekend. It already has been so far. So much action has already taken place on Saturday. We've had qualifying. We've already had heats out the way, but you join us in the thick of the action. Super heats and finals are still here to play. I'm going to be your main commentator today, Kai Bacchini, and joining me alongside, if he manages to get here, is going to be Kev Harris, and maybe he should be running for the UK in the Olympics, how fast he's ran up here. Kev, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Kai. I have indeed made it to the commentary box. Great to just get those opening links done out there on the far reaches of the circuit here at Three Sisters. And what a glorious day we've got for it. Absolutely scorching. Today we won't be needing the wet tyres. Yesterday we thought we might in the middle of the afternoon, but no, we didn't. Today very much slicks all the way then for some fast flowing racing around this classic track that I think in the 5 years that we've been running the UKC, we've been here probably 4 of those 5 years, I would imagine. A circuit that the drivers love. All of them just comment on how nice it is to drive. You've got high top speed. You need to carry a tow, especially round through Luna and onto the Conrod Straight then to get those maximum top speeds. Drivers reporting sort of 3, 4, 5 tenths a lap quicker when they get a nice tow on the fastest sections of the circuit. So we can expect some fast racing and some fun racing once again as we now approach what is the business end of the season as well, Kai.
Well, I mean, yeah, just 2 more rounds to follow up. We've got GYG and Rara both in the north of England. We've got the northwest and the northeast to come. So some local rounds for me. Makes it a little bit easier for me. I'm not complaining. It's my neck of the woods. It's what I'm used to. And 2 very good circuits, including Three Sisters here to round off the back end of the season.
Yeah, Three Sisters here is a great one that we're looking forward to. But like you say, we're off up to the northwest after, well, north of, what we got? We've got GYG, North Wales.
Yep.
And then we've got Rowra up in Cumbria. So
yep.
Nice and sort of local for you. Just a little scoot cross country.
Yeah, not too bad for me.
Super stuff. But yeah, a lot to look forward to then this morning. And we're kicking off, aren't we, with Junior Rotax. So Junior Rotax first, and we've got, what do we got? 2 of those. And then we have Senior Rotax, TKM, Honda, Micros and Minis. But the Junior Rotax, as always, Kai, counting down. I think we've got over 60 drivers entered this weekend. They're fighting out for just 34 super final spots.
Well, yeah, there's never a small grid here for the Junior Rotax. We've actually got 2 of them this morning. Let's kick it off here with Junior Rotax Group A. Well, drivers aplenty are going to be here on the Junior Rotax grid, and it's going to be a very competitive one indeed, with multiple drivers taking heat wins over the course of the day so far. But it means that Jack West starts on pole position, with Leon Hasty joining him alongside. Harry Bartle, our last round's winner, on the second row of the grid, with Joshua Smith alongside him. Then Ellie Badan and Jensen Pritchard round out the third row of the grid. Cameron Nelson and Kai Clark then follow up from Daniel Kilpatrick, Benjamin Baker, Addison Smith and Vlad Tomanchuk in 12th position. 13th is Jack Thompson from James Philip King, Toby and Alvarez, then Mikey Walker, and row 9 is Oakley Garthright and Daniel Whitfield. Then it's going to be Elliot Powell and Owen Wallace in the top 20, then Jake Woods, Aryan Bansal, then it's going to be Callum Foster, Jake Gruffity rounding out row 12 from Stanley Clark, Daniel Hartley, Joseph Murray and James Kell on the 14th row of the grid, rounding out the 28 drivers here for Junior Rotax Superheat A. I mean, Junior Rotax, it's been so competitive all season, and we actually joined them where we're going to go racing straight away, I'm pretty sure. Nope, never mind. We're going to have a Battenberg. They're going to give us a little bit of a breather here. We've just came straight out of the grid. We'll be able to catch our breath because it's a false start first time round.
Yeah, first time round then, just a little bit of pre-match nerves. Some of these drivers, don't forget, of course, a rolling start in all of these races with the exception of Honda Cadet. So they'll go round back once again, then have to get themselves back in that grid order. With Jack West leading the way on pole for this one, currently sitting 5th in the championship overall. Has done well this weekend, had a first in his heat race, the first of his heat races, and then a second in the second of his heat races. So we'll see what he can do off pole in this one. But yeah, just getting some heat in the tyres here then, Kai. And on a hot day like this, those tyres are going to be really sticky. We can expect some fast lap times for sure. We can just see Harry Bartle there, just tweaking his radiator and sawing the wheel left and right as we are getting set to go.
Yep, getting ready to go. We don't need much heat with the soaring temperatures that we have here today. As we go onto the back straight here, are we going to go green second time round? Yes, we will. It's a great start from the inside line there. Jack West is going to take us down into the first bend, and he's going to very easily get there. Watch out for Bartle as he tries to filter through. He's going to have to slot into third position there. There's lots of squabbling in the mid-pack. Yellow flag's already out. One driver going flying off in the background, managing to try and recover that one though, as all the drivers now filing through. Not many overtaking zones, but they're going to take every opportunity that they can get. That was Jensen Pritchard trying to get himself on the inside line there, and you can see in the background that looks like that was Kilpatrick and Clark both going at it.
Going at it from the off then, Kai, is what we've got here in the first of 2 Junior Rotax Super Heats this morning then. A couple of the DHR drivers in the mix in the there, can't quite pick them out, but big grids, and we are going to be fighting for this as Jack West crossed the line. Leon Hasty and Harry Bartle are your top 3 then. That's who we've got eyes on now. This is the front of the race. Looking at that one then, Jack West, KR Sport driver, just with the craft driver behind him, and Harry Bartle behind him. This is going to be a great one, Kai, as they get themselves in that tow, going bumper to bumper. That's what it's all about, carrying the highest speeds. As we see him move up the inside, almost from Leon Hasty there, but just tucks back in behind Jack West.
Yeah, you have to be patient around this circuit. It's not one of those where you can just throw a dive bomb on the inside and get yourself that overtake. It's not so simple around the Three Sisters circuit here. It's very technical in terms of having to make the overtakes because of how fast and flowing the circuit is. You have to plan it out and you have to work together with other drivers to make sure you don't lose too much momentum. But on the outside, that's going to be a brave one. He's going to go for it. Hasty, but he's actually going to lose out on a position. Bartle says, if you're going to go for this move, I'll switch to the inside line. Thank you very much. Bartle snatches up second position. Hasty's now going to get put on the back foot as he drops down into third. You can already see how much momentum he's lost as Joshua Smith is all over the back of him already.
Yeah, brilliant stuff in the opening moments of this one, Kai, and that was Leon Hasty there, who was obviously just really keen to get something done early, but he's come off worse out of that one as Harry Bartle now sits in second. He finds himself settling into third. I feel he was like kind of perhaps a little bit, excited at the start of the race. We saw him try and make the move just a few corners before. Then he went for it, and it didn't quite pay off. As we see again, look, he's going 3 wide. They are all going 3 wide. Harry has to cover that one off, and he does. Leon Hasty is a man on a mission. He wants to get himself out in front, and he wants to get there early.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jack West is not feeling comfortable in this lead position right now. He is putting that car to the inside white line, not giving anyone a sniff of that inside line. He doesn't want to even give them a chance or a look at it. But they go 3 wide there, and it's not going to be the outcome he was looking for from Jack West, as Leon Hasty from third to first snatches it up, and now it's a banzai of cars all battling for position as drifting wide, bumping and racing as these drivers try and squabble for positions. Now that was Kilpatrick losing out on a couple there as he drops down into 11th position. 5 places lost in just a blink of the eye, but Leon Hasty from third to first capitalizes on the mistake there made by Jack West, and Harry Bartle manages to get himself in second as well.
This is amazing stuff. I was just saying about Leon Hasty looking to get himself out in the lead and get there early, and he's done it. There was a whole melee of action in this opening Junior Rotax heat there in the first couple of laps. I mean, crikey, I don't know how many laps we've had, only about 3 or 4, and already look what's going on. But now Leon Hasty then sitting comfortable. He's got himself where he wanted to be. Can he push on and take advantage of the position that he's in? Harry Bartle isn't going to let him go, though. But behind that, there's any one of about 3 or 4 drivers who really also will be pushing to get up to front as they actually start to stretch out a little bit there. And we can see the man who started on pole, Jack West, kart 92, now finding a little bit clearer. Another move goes up the inside. So one of the drivers going backwards there. Is that KMS driver or Ultimate? Oh, I forget. Someone going backwards there.
Yeah, that was a move there from Mikey Walker on Jensen Pritchard. That was for 8th position. Great move there from Walker, just seeing that gap on the inside line, snatched it up, put his cart in the right place, and managed to get that move done. No problems at all, and he's straight back on the attack. Mikey Walker, he's not wasting no time at all, but back up at the front end. Harry Bartle looking to throw a spanner in the works. He's not going to make it easy for Leon Hasty at all. Hasty managed to get himself in the lead. He may be wearing the Lewis Gilbert suit, but it's not going to help him out that much, as on the inside, Bartle's going to get the move done. No problems at all. Oh, and a little tag of the rear wheel there for good measure. Leon Hasty nearly putting his competitor around as Jack West slips through on the inside line to get himself into second. Leon Hasty very, very close to causing an incident now.
Yeah, that was he drifted wide, didn't he? We saw Harry Bartle go up the inside, and then in the end, actually, he dropped down to third, didn't he? Our man Leon Hasty there finds himself now in third, as we've got Harry Bartle from Jack West and then Leon Hasty, and behind him then we've got a DHR driver. Couldn't quite pick the number out, but I think it's Cameron Nelson. Is it kart number 41? Yep, looks like that. Opening scenes there here in this Junior Rotax. Kai, super exciting. Look, he's all over the back of Jack West once again, but Harry Bartle's the winner because now he's got clear air out in front.
Yeah, Hasty just not wanting to waste any time at all in any other position than that P1. Harry Bartle currently has it to his name, and with a 6/10 gap back to Jack West, it's going to be difficult to pull that gap down, especially with how fast Harry Bartle is around the circuit. He had a heat win earlier on in the weekend. That was on yesterday. So he knows he has the caliber to win around this circuit, and he's just looking to use that knowledge to his advantage in this superheat here. And with 4 minutes remaining on the clock, there's still plenty of time for Bartle to extend that gap, which is exactly what he's doing for the time being. The only hope these other drivers have right now is if Jack West and Leon Hasty work together to try and catch onto the back of Harry Bartle. As you mentioned earlier, we were talking to the drivers, and a tow around here is worth about 4 or 5 tenths a lap. It's huge advantage around this circuit, so West and Hasty really need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they really do. Like you say, Jack West and Leon Hasty should be working together to try and close that gap up to Harry Bartle. But look, they are locked in a battle themselves. We can see Leon Hasty all over the back of Jack West here, the 38 over the back of 92. Oh, Leon Hasty has a look up the inside as number 92 drifts slightly wide on that corner there then. Look, they're bumper to bumper. We've got Jack West looking over his shoulder. Hasty goes wide. Can he go the long way round? No, he can't, as the door gets closed for him. And just behind him then, kart number 41, Dan Holland Racing's Cameron Nelson then, still fully in the mix. Look at this, battling for second then, these 3 karts. The winner though out of all of this, Harry Bartle, stretching his legs out in front. As we can see now, 1, 2, 3, 4 cross the line. And then behind them it's Joshua Smith, kart number 11 then. And it was a Project 1 racing kart that we're looking at there.
Leon Hasty, you can see, getting a little bit frustrated, and one driver who's also going to be frustrated there, that looked like that was the 211 of James Philip King and the 148 of Joseph Murray. So those two may be involved in an incident, but Philip King off the track manages to get himself back on, but Joseph Murray unfortunately retiring from this race. But back to the point of what I was saying, but down the inside, never mind, I'm not going to get a word in edgeways, as Toby and Alvarez manages to get a move on Joshua Smith there. That was for 5th position. But Leon Hasty, you can see, getting a little bit frustrated there. He was tapping his helmet before, trying to communicate to Jack West, saying, come on, we need to work together. We don't need to be battling. We need to push forwards and work together to catch on to the back of Harry Bartle. Or this gap's just going to extend and extend, which is exactly what it's doing right now. Up to 8 tenths of a second is the gap to Harry Bartle in the lead.
Yeah, Harry Bartle is winning here, isn't he? 8 tenths of a second is the gap out in front. He's got some comfortable air between him and the others. Yeah, look at that. We can see that man Leon Hasty wagging his finger as Jack West looks over his shoulder to say, get down the road. Don't worry about me. Push on, push on, push on. That's what they've got to do there. Harry Bartle then clear out in front from West, Hasty, Nelson, Alvarez and Smith. Then we got Walker, Baden, Smith and Kilpatrick. Dan Kilpatrick doing brilliantly in Junior Rotax, learning his craft this year, but finds himself in 10th, dropping some places from a few laps previous, but well done to him as always.
Jack West, currently the fastest man on the circuit. He needs to try and take advantage of that pace that he has underneath that KR Sport car and try and catch on to the back of Harry Bartle. But with the time dwindling down, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, you can see so frustrated right now is Leon Hasty. Jack West keeps looking over his shoulder, keeps trying to defend. One driver not defending, but making an overtake. That's Mikey Walker getting that move done on what looks like that was Eli Badan. That was Joshua Smith. That's the number 11 there. So Walker making the move on his teammate up to 6th position right now was Mikey Walker, just carving his way through the field with no problems at all. Great work there from 332 to get himself up another position. But Hasty signalling before there to Jack West, just saying they need to work together, try and catch on to the back of Harry Bartle. But it looks like it's going to be a little too late there. 40 seconds remaining on the clock, nearly a second time gap. I can't see that falling down, can you, Kev?
No, I don't think so. As we got eyes on number 40 there, that's Dan Kilpatrick, Dan Holland Racing, all over the back of 155. Eli Baden, close battle there. Then we've got the Jax Racing driver, which is 332. Mikey Walker, all over the back of Tobias Alvarez there. There's little battles going on all the way through the field in this one as they're fighting out for every place, because every place, every overtake counts. Don't forget, just 34 spots in a super final, and there are 2 super heats this morning, so these drivers know they have to be quick and they have to be up the front if they want to make the super final that's coming up after this. As we get eyes on our leader then, Harry Bartle, the O plate of Harry Bartle on his Tony kart, looking good in the sunshine there.
Yeah, Harry Bartle, it's a race which you can't fault him for. He took advantage of the opportunistic moves that he was awarded, and Leon Hasty getting really, really frustrated out there on the circuit, but there's not much he can do and in these closing stages of the race. Final lap is now upon us, so Leon Hasty, the best he can try and do is second position. Jack West, though, we've seen that he has the defensive game to back it, so I would doubt that Leon Hasty is going to be able to make a move there, but we'll keep an eye on him right here. Rocking the Lewis Gilbert suit, maybe that will give him an extra couple of attempts. Gilbert, we know, is a very fast driver. Leon Hasty is also a very fast driver, so the combination of two, we'll have to see how that works over the course of this final day of racing. But around the final corner and down the home straight, we'll keep an eye on Harry Bartle. It's a checkered flag which will be flown for the O plate, and no worries at all there from Bartle. Got himself into the lead of the race and was not messing around at all. Departed from the rest of the pack. Jack West did a great defensive drive there to keep himself in second position. Hasty, not too happy with that defensive drive though. He's going to have to settle for third position, but it still sets him up very well for the super final later on today.
Yeah, it really does. A great opening race for us then in Junior Road Tax. We've got another one of those to come. Full credit as well, Kai, there. I was watching the screen. If you're on the live stream, full shout out to our flagman today. Yep. Brilliant checkered flag action from him. If you're on the far side of the circuit, the picture's showing us that now. Great checkered flag, flying, waving. What would you say?
Always love to see a good checkered flag fly. That was a very solid,
strong.
At least a 9 out of 10.
Strong.
Very strong flag fly there. And I mean, he's got to keep up that enthusiasm all the way across the day. I mean, if that's just the way for the super heats, I can't wait to see the super finals.
I want double flags. I want double checkers.
We're going to see dancing on the side of the track.
We should.
But yeah, I mean, it was a great race and a great flag fly, as me and Kev have just noticed. But that's going to be the end of Junior Rotax Super Heat A. But don't worry, more Junior Rotax is going to follow with Super Heat B. And as quick as one is over, the other one is about to get underway. Junior Rotax Super Heat B is going to be the next race on your screen, and it's one that we can't wait to get underway. If it's anything to go by the last race, it's going to be an action-packed one with Jacob Ashcroft and Joshua Turnbull, a fast and feisty front row of the grid, with Lewis Goff and Cole Denham in behind, from Finley Buck and Joshua Whitcomb rounding out row 3 of the grid. Row 4 is going to consist of Jake Flewitt and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then it's going to be Zane Quaker and Kai Veitch from Lizzie Mentia, it's going to be a podium sitter from last year, with Zach Turner alongside her in 12th. Row 7 on the grid is going to consist of Shane Shandaria, then it's going to be Eric Smith, Sebastian Lush from Charlie Wolfit, Lucas Blanford and Ben Horner in 18th position on row 9 of the grid. Row 10 is going to consist of Lloyd Palmer with Maxim Kirkwan alongside him, then Charlie Benson, Caden Higgins from Luke Sawyers and Henry Cameron in 24th position. Row 13 of the grid is going to consist of Zach McKay from Alfie McBain. Then it's going to be Oliver White and Rachel Turnbull rounding out the 28 drivers here, kicking it for the second of the Junior Rotax Super Heats, which are going to consist of today. I mean, Kev, it was a brilliant first Super Heat. There was battles all the way throughout the grid. Have you got any predictions for this one?
Well, I'm looking at that one, and Jacob Ashcroft has put himself on pole. You can't bet against him. And as we look at the championship table overall at the moment, Harry Bartle won the last heat that we just saw, and he's second in the championship from starting near the front of the grid. Jacob Ashcroft leading the championship at the moment, so you've got to have eyes on him. When you look at the championship table online, it's just a flood of gold all the way across by Jacob Ashcroft's name. He's been winning just about everything this season already, but then Harry looks the same, so yeah, you can't bet against Jacob Ashcroft in this one, I would say, but we will see, because to finish first you have to finish, as they say, so we'll see what happens.
Yep, and I mean, Jacob Ashcroft, you just mentioned there, he's been on outstanding form this season. I mean, he's only been out of a podium position once this season, and that was the final of last round. I mean, how amazing is that? He still finished in a points finishing position. He finished in 11th last round, but every single race apart from that, it's been a win. And 1/3, which was earlier on in Heat 1 of this round. I mean, a win every other race is outstanding. Ashcroft has been dominant.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to see who's going to be the one to dethrone him this time. He didn't win last time round, but will he be able to win this time?
Well, we'll find out. We will find out. And of course, that super final is coming up a little bit later on. We know that Harry Barter will be in the mix. Jack West will be in the mix. Who else will be in the mix? Lizzie Mentier might be. She got herself her first UKC podium here 12 months ago, and of course she was podiumed last time out at Warden Law in second. So Lizzie's going to try to go one better this weekend. So we'll see what happens as we see them getting the tyres warmed up then there. All of the drivers with it all to play for. A lot to look forward to in this one. Coming around the final corner then as they start to get ready to get the hammer down and stay in race order, and hope we have a good clean start off and away first.
Let's see if we get it first time round this time. We round the final bend as foot goes flat to the floor as we go down the home straight. Will we go racing first time round? Yes, we will. Great start on the inside line there from Ashcroft as he manages to jump his teammate alongside Joshua Turnbull. He's going to have to settle for third position, actually, as a couple of drivers going off the circuit, taking the scenic route on the grass there around the second and third bend. But everyone else keeping it on the track, but everybody keeping it in a straight line. Going down the straight there, you can see Turnbull having to go defensive. He doesn't want to give up any more positions than he has to. He's already dropped down into third. He started second, but it's a great start there from Lewis Goff as he manages to jump himself up into second position. He started in third in behind Jacob Ashcroft, and he's going to keep himself in that position right now. Tucked under the rear bumper of Jacob Ashcroft. You couldn't ask for a better position, but Lewis Goff, he's going to fight for that lead already, and he's managed to get it done on the home straight. How often do you see that? He must have got a brilliant run off the final corner, used the slingshot, used the slipstream around the outside. He manages to pull in before the corner. Textbook overtake and light work there for Lewis Goff.
Yeah, well played to Lewis Goff from Sam Pollitt Racing there, just getting a hammer down early in this one, doing what Leon Hasty was doing in the last one, just trying to get himself up and away and off down the road as early as possible. This is really, really exciting as we now see the mid-pack here, Dan Holland Racing drivers split there by an Ultimate R driver. Who have we got? We've got the 09, the 2062 is eyes on there then, so we're looking at 62. That's Cole Denham, our man Cole Denham, all over the back of Finley Buck, I think, 09. Has a look up the inside, yes, gets it done. Well done to Cole Denham there, making the play. Now looking down the road then at Joshua Turnbull, the number 20. Exciting stuff in the opening stages of this one. Lewis Goff out in front, and he's put in the fastest lap as well.
Yeah, but this race is all to play for. It's all about the long game in this race. This is the 800 metres, not the 100 metre sprint. But a couple of drivers getting the work done early, getting those moves in as soon as they can. One of them being Cole Denham, as he managed to make that move on Finley Buck very shortly ago, as he gets himself into fourth position. Will he be able to stay there for long, or will he be able to get himself further forwards? As you can see, his teammate, the number 20 of Joshua Turnbull, very shortly up the road in front. As going defensive, his teammate of Denham tells him to push forwards. We need to work together to push forwards. We've seen this before, even in the earlier on race, which has just happened in the first of the Junior Road Tax Superheats. Sorry about that. These two teammates are going to have to work together to push forwards, Joshua Turnbull and Cole Denham. But will Turnbull go defensive and sacrifice his teammate's race for his own?
Well, who knows, but those Dan Holland Racing drivers are locked bumper to bumper at the moment, as we can see. Flashes of blue, yellow and white everywhere. He's got eyes on kart number 62, Cole Denham there. Don't forget Finley Buck is the 09 that's behind him from Ultima R. There he is, Bucky, you can see it on the back of his race overalls. Look at him wagging his finger, Cole Denham, his teammate. That's Joshua Turnbull, kart number 20 just in front of him. Then it's the 222 of Jacob Ashcroft in front of him. And then Lewis Goff, number 74, is out in front. We haven't seen much of Lewis Goff yet because he's got clear air to what's going on behind him at the moment. Yeah, look at the gap there. Back to him. What are we on? A 0.77 gap at the moment. Just over 3/4 of a second. Phenomenal stuff. Well played to Lewis Goff from Sam Pollitt Racing.
Well, Goff really taking advantage of the pace that he has early on in this race, and you can't blame him for it at all, as he's managed to nearly pull himself a second gap already to Jacob Ashcroft in second position. I was not expecting to see that so early on in this race. Down the home straight we go. keeping an eye on Finley Buck. You can just see up in front, that's Cole Denham. And once again, telling his teammate to push forwards. It looks like a game of charades, but no, it's going to be an overtake on the inside line as he manages to get that done. Maybe getting a little bit too impatient there as down the inside. That was Joshua Turnbull managing to make that move as we keep an eye on the drivers as they come down the home straight once again. Great move there from Turnbull to get that one in on Ashcroft. Ashcroft falling back behind two of his teammates as Cole Denham managed to sneak through as well.
It was a moment of kind of, I think, a fraction of a second of kind of loss of concentration from Jacob Ashcroft at the end of the Conrod Straight. He flicked a little bit wide and he opened the door for two of his teammates to scoot up the inside there. Joshua Turnbull and Jacob Ashcroft, of course. Finley Buck, they're now all over the back as we see Dan Holland Racing drivers go side by side again. Look at this, the three of them are locked in a battle for second place, and then just behind them, Bucky, Finley Buck, 0-9 there. He's just got eyes on, waiting to scoop up the spoils. Can he nick a place or two from these Dan Holland Racing drivers? But out in front again, our camera isn't showing it. Finley Buck's out in front as our second place man, Cole Denham, has a look up the inside of Joshua Turnbull.
Well, I'll tell you what, team orders have went flying out the window here in the second superheat of the day. I mean, Cole Denham just really impatient at the moment, wants to get himself into second position, wants to try and push forwards to catch onto the back of Lewis Goff. But the more that these two teammates battle, the more that these three teammates battle, the more that Lewis Goff is just able to pull away. As on the outside, that was Cole Denham trying to get the move done. We'll wait till our camera pans back round. Did he manage to get it done? Yes, I think he has. Cole Denham's managed to get himself up into second position now. So all that frustration, maybe a little bit of a cool down moment there as Denham manages to hit himself into second position, the front of this pack. And look at a pack that it is. That's a train of about 5 or 6 carts. That goes all the way down to 8th position. So 6-cart train here, all battling for second position. And Cole Denham is now the head of it.
Look at that battle for second there. Then Turnbull, Denham, Ashcroft, Buck, Flewitt, Whiteley and Mentier, who just puts in the fastest lap. Shout out to Lizzie Mentier there with a 42.69 on her last lap there. But out in front, Lewis Goff is the benefactor at the moment. The gap back to him, or the gap out to front rather, 2.23 seconds. In all that chaos, Lewis Goff has said, thank you very much, I'll just take this one, and he's gone. As now Josh Whitcomb flashes up, a 42.68 on the fastest lap.
Yeah, Lewis Goff, no pun intended, but on a Sunday drive right here with absolutely no worries in the world. 2.2 seconds, he can just take it easy. There's no need for him to worry. But one driver that really needs to be worrying right now is Cole Denham, as he's got so much pressure in behind, trying to get that move done. Jacob Ashcroft trying to sneak to that inside line. Now he's going to have to go defensive. Carts all over the place, all over the track. As around the outside, Mentier's going to get a move done. I wasn't expecting that one, but neither was she. She gets it done there on Jake Flewitt. A brilliant overtake for 7th position. As all these drivers still squabbling, trying to battle it out for this second position. Denham gets himself a little bit of breathing room now back to Joshua Turnbull. Turnbull's the one with so much pressure in behind. Ashcroft is furious. He wants to be on at least a podium position, and you can see that by him throwing his cart left and right, looking for any gap that he can find to try and get himself past his teammate.
Yeah, he's doing everything he can, but we've got 7 drivers here, all battling out for second. As we see Finley Buck just coming off the line there, all over the back of Jacob Ashcroft. Behind him, of course, we've got Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then it's Lizzie Mentier, who we saw just make up a place or two. Then we've got Jake Flewitt, Lucas Blanford in the mix then. Cart number 59 sitting in 9th. And what about Josh Whitcomb back in 10th? All of these drivers then, 2, 4, 6, 7 of them locked in a battle for second place, because out in front, 2.99 seconds off and away down the road. Nearly 3-second gap out to first, out to Lewis Goff from Sam Pollitt Racing. Great action though here from Cole Denham and Joshua Turnbull. The cart number 62 and the cart 20 though are bumper to bumper. It's a slight gap then back to, now we see, I think Ashcroft has dropped back one as the 222. No. Where are we now?
Ashcroft's still just there, behind his two teammates. But I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to stay there for long, as Finley Buck is all over the rear bumper of that 222 there. He wants to get that move done as soon as possible as they all congest, going down onto what used to be the home straight to the inside line, going defensive. Cole Denham, he's not going to go throw anything up in the works. He's going to cover it off. as soon as possible. As the DHR drivers out in front, they all look over their shoulder, all look on that rear wheel as they can all see each other following in suit. This is a great freight train and there's no stopping them at all. Finley Buck, he's still under pressure. Fox Whiteley's on his rear bumper. The number 42, he looks over his shoulder. Can he get to the inside line? No, he can't. He's not even going to opt for the racing line either. As Lizzie Mentia's joining in behind. Everything's kicking off here in the closing stages of the Junior Rotax Superheat B. But Lewis Goff out in front, 4 seconds of a lead. It's been a dominant display here from the number 74 out in front, and you can't fault him at all. But one driver, which still has a lot of work to do in such a short period of time, Cole Denham, Joshua Turnbull, Jacob Ashcroft, Finley Buck, Fox Whiteley and Lizzie Mentia, all going to work here and all to play for second position.
All to play for, and it's a sea of blue, white and yellow Dan Holland Racing colours flashing through this one then. But full credit to Cole Denham because he has been under the cosh for quite a few laps now. Look, and he's just fighting off his teammate there, Josh Turnbull. He's flicking his head left and right, looking over his shoulder, thinking what's going on behind me. Well, I'll tell you, Cole, there's a lot going on behind you. So well done to you, young man, for holding it off this long. But the benefactor then is that man out in front who's now got nearly a 5-second gap out to the front. 4.74 seconds then off and away down the road is Mr. Lewis Goff from Sam Pollitt Racing, who's, I would think, going to take this one very, very easily indeed. But who's going to come home in second, Guy? Can you call it with 5 seconds left?
Well, I mean, it's going to be a difficult one, but Cole Denham is making that car as wide as a bus, trying to sneak on the inside line, but it's actually going to throw not in his favour, as on the inside, 3 cars try to get past him. Ashcroft under so much pressure right now is down the inside. Buck's going to make it. Fox Whiteley can't quite get there. Ashcroft manages to slam the door shut in his face as the number 42 can't do anything to get past, but Finley Buck managed to react to that overtake, which tried to be made there by the 222 of Jacob Ashcroft. Buck managed to respond and get himself on that inside line. Fox Whiteley unlucky there to not be able to capitalise on the move as well, but it was a great job there from the number 9 to get himself up in the 3rd position. Ashcroft, he's got a couple quarters to go and I don't think it's going to work for him. Lewis Goff, he's already crossed the line. He's not worried about any of this. Cole Denham, hats off to you. What a defensive drive there from the number 62. I mean, in making that car 3 times as wide as it actually was, parking the bus on the inside apex. Cole Denham pulled out every defensive trick in the book to hold on to that 2nd position there.
Yeah, full credit to Cole Denham. Well done to you, young man. You had it all going on behind you, and it could have been any one of about 5 or 6 drivers who could have taken second, but you're the man that did it, so well done, sir. And then behind you, Josh Turnbull, Finley Buck getting that move done on Jacob Ashcroft in the closing stages, finds himself in 4th, and Jacob Ashcroft then ends up in 5th. But wow, Kai. 2 races in to the action here at Three Sisters this weekend, and we've been treated to some brilliant stuff already. And very firm but very fair racing.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any malicious overtakes at all, any malicious moves, which is amazing to see that all these drivers are able to race so close together and very minimal contact is even being made between them. I mean, Lewis Goff, he didn't have to worry about contact. He was 5 seconds up the road. It was just a Sunday drive for him. Completely disappeared from the rest of the field. Unfortunately, we did have 2 retirements in that race of Zane Quaker and Shane Shandaria. Unfortunately, didn't catch that during the race, so they will finish at the back of the grid in 27th and 28th position. But that's going to round it out there for the 2nd of the Junior Rotax Superheats. This class will return later on today for their super final, and I can't wait to see that one. But next up, the oldest drivers, the most experienced drivers in the fastest karts. What could go wrong? It's Senior Rotax coming up next. So, with the juniors out the way, let's go to their superiors in their class. It's going to be Senior Rotax Superheat making their way onto the circuit. And it's going to be one to keep an eye out for. Macaulay Bishop on top form as usual, with Gabe Fairbrother throwing a spanner in the works. Great to see him up at the front end, with Archie Buttle and Ewan Charman in behind. Alexander Cole coming off the back of an NKCO plate victory. He is with Reese Bailey alongside him. Ryan Ward and Morgan Hudson-Brown on the 4th row. The 5th row will be a Pearson Bullock-Carter and Stephen Duncan. Then John Brown and Alex Duncan rounding out row 6. Rachel Robertson and Aaron McKay from Kai Hunter. A little bit further down the grid than what we'd usually see from the number 1. Ethan Martin is alongside him with Callum Kinder and Ethan Critchley rounding out the 9th row of the grid. 10th row of the grid consists of David Mitchell and Victor Whiten. Then it's going to be James Dunbar, Alfie Bushell, Harry Gilbert and Caitlin Seabrook rounding out the 12th row of the grid. 13th row is Stephanie Hobecker, then Harry Lamond. Then it's going to be Jay Pearson, Gemma Hjorns, Sam Kelbrick and Mac McGilvray rounding out the 30th driver on the grid. The 31st and final driver to round out the grid here for Senior Rotax Superheat is going to be Louis Murica, who starts on the 16th row of the grid, the number 72 novice plate. We'll kick it off from there, but I mean, it's going to be a great race indeed. It's going to be so close up at the front end. I mean, drivers have been squabbling all the way throughout. Kai Hunter managed to get a heat win earlier on this weekend. He won his first heat, but in second heat finished all the way down in 31st position. So maybe a retirement there for Kai Hunter, but second heat not going his way. He's got a lot to play for. There's still 2 more races to go in the weekend for him, so he has plenty of time to get his work done once again, and I'll be expecting to see him fight his way back through the field.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Kai. I wasn't quite sure what happened to Kai in his Heat 2 yesterday, finishing in 31st place, but he's going to be starting way back in this one, so it'll be an interesting race to watch to see how many places he can make up. But out in front then, as we would expect, big names, Macaulay Bishop and Gabe Fairbrother, Archie Buttle, Ewan Charman, as you mentioned, just getting a win recently, back with us here at UKC this weekend. Big guns out in front, going to be a good race this one. Reese Bailey, Alexander Cull in the mix as well. Hudson Brown, Ward, Duncan and Bullock Carter rounding out your top 10 as they're slow crawling around then here. All eyes on Macaulay Bishop as we start to get underway in Senior Rotax Superheat.
Yep, kicking it off from the front of the grid. You'll be used to the colours by now. It's the DHR of Macaulay Bishop. A great start on the inside line once again. Manages to dive down and keep himself in first, going down into first corner. Stephen Duncan keeping himself in the battle in the mid-pack as he's squabbling 4 positions, trying to fend off the drivers in behind him. But as the rest of the pack now file through onto the old home straight, squeezing to the inside line. That was very close for comfort from Reese Bailey, trying to hold off Morgan Hudson-Brown, as Hudson-Brown is fighting his way through the field, trying to gain a couple of positions from the start there. But as the drivers come around the final couple of corners up at the front end there, that's Archie Buttle who's managed to get himself into second position. Gabe Fairbrother started on the front row of the grid. He drops down into third.
Drops down into third then, as we see Macaulay Bishop out in front, Archie Buttle, Gabe Fairbrother, Ewan Charman, Alexander Cull in your top 5 then. Clean racing in the opening stages, nobody doing anything silly, as we would expect from Senior Rotax. They know how to start a race, they know how to fall into line, and then they start to work, and then they start to move. So everyone on the black stuff, which is good. Just flowing out line by line as we've got a little bit of movement in the mid-pack there. Can't quite see who that was. One of the Craft Motorsport drivers, I think, looking at the colours there of the overalls, but a little bit of an overtake in the mid-pack. But out in front, it is as we started.
Yeah, as we have a look at Stephen Duncan there in a jack sandwich right now as he manages to make his way around the circuit on the home straight though, down the inside, using a little bit of curb to his advantage. John Brown manages to make his way past his teammate of David Mitchell. But there, we're keeping an eye on Stephen Duncan, the A plate right now, in between Ryan Ward and Pearson Bullock Carter. As those 2 drivers, Pearson Bullock Carter trying to get in behind his teammate of Ward. Ward has a little look over his shoulder there, down the straight. As they make their way into the bend there, nearly going sideways. Bullock Carter tried to squeeze on the inside line of Stephen Duncan. Didn't work out for him. Where is Kai Hunter came from? He's now into this battle as he's in 12th position right now. On the back of Bullock Carter, on the back of Ryan Ward is Stephen Duncan right now. The A plate is all over the back of the Tony Kart suit in the Jax Motorsport car. Ryan Ward pinning it to the inside line. He's going to have to try the long way round. So is Kai Hunter. And pushed out wide, Bullock Carter. He's going to lose a lot of momentum there, which means that Kai Hunter is able to sneak through. Stephen Duncan just banging wheels there with Pearson Bullock Carter round the first couple of corners. Kai Hunter says, thank you very much, I'll take advantage of that one. Gets himself up a couple of positions as he now finds himself in 10th position, in behind Stephen Duncan. Duncan just trying to get that move done on Ryan Ward. He wasn't able to get it done that time round. We have a look up back at the front end of the field, down the inside, trying to get it done. He did it on a previous lap. Wasn't able to do it again though. John Brown trying to get on the inside of Ethan Martin. As down the inside, that looks like that was the number 25 making an overtake in the background. That was Morgan Hudson-Brown making a move on Reese Bailey. So Bailey now drops down into what is going to be 7th position as Morgan Hudson-Brown manages to make his way through up into 6th. Drifting a little bit wide there, dancing with danger is the number 25 of Hudson-Brown. Nearly exposes that inside line, but manages to hold on to 6th for now.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from these senior road tax drivers, Kai, and just mentioned another Kai there, number 1, Kai Hunter, now in 10th. Cameras are on him. He picked up the fastest lap a moment or two ago, so he is making his way through the pack. Look, has a look up the inside here then. Can he get past the Jax Motorsport driver? Yes, he can. Well done to him there. Kai Hunter taking another place up the inside there. Now got his eyes on one of the Craft Motorsport drivers just away down the road in front of him. So we've got the likes of Ward, Bailey, Hudson, Brown and Fairbrother all in the mix in this section here. Really exciting racing then. Fast and furious as we would expect with 6 minutes on the clock to go in this one. Out in front though, Macaulay Bishop with a gap of 0.79 back to 2nd place. Archie Buttle picking up the mid-pack action with Kai Hunter once again all over the back there then of who we got. Who's he chasing there? We've got Ryan Ward, the number 39, but then we've got Reese Bailey there, 41. Look, Kai Hunter up the inside again. That's
Great
where
move.
he made a move last time, and he's done it again. He is taking names and taking places every lap, Kai.
Loves that first corner, does Kai Hunter. It's a great overtaking spot. All the drivers have been taking advantage of it over the course of the weekend, and Kai Hunter exploiting that move at this point in the race as he used this so many times to get himself up the order. Now up into 7th, Kai Hunter. This is a brilliant recovery drive from him as he's just carving his way through the order, making it easier for himself for the super final later on today. He's already on the back of a new car. Who's that in front? It's Morgan Hudson-Brown. Number 25 has a little look over his shoulder, puts his hand off his steering wheel. So would I. Where has Kai Hunter came from? Well, he's now on the inside and he's now in front of you. Kai Hunter, this pace is unreal, which he's putting down on the circuit right now. Gets himself up in a 6th position, new fastest lap, and also gets himself a fastest first sector whilst making an overtake. How often do you see that? Kai Hunter, if one driver's able to do it, it's going to be him. The number 1 seed from last year, he's looking to do the double. No driver has managed to do that in history in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Kai Hunter looking to be the first. In the 7th position, in the 6th position right now. He's going to start chasing down the top 5. What a race this has been from him.
Yeah, phenomenal. He's making his way through the pack. As we look at the pictures on screen then, we had Stephen Duncan there, the A plate. He was chasing down Ryan Ward, number 39. That battle then probably for about 8th or 9th, I think, as we look at it right now. 8th, 9th, 10th. Stephen Duncan on the graphics on screen currently showing as 10th. Really, really exciting stuff then in the sunshine here at Three Sisters. There we go, picking it up once again. There's Stephen Duncan there in the black race overalls with the A plate. He's chasing down then Ryan Ward, 39. Of course, the driver there from Strawberry Racing in the Tony kart. There it is, or Jax Motorsport rather, I do apologise. There we go, there's number 39. And just behind him, Stephen Duncan there. Close racing, and then ahead of them, number 41, that's Reese Bailey that we're just seeing the back of as that pairing looking to get all over the back of Mr. Bailey there. Close racing in the mid-pack here then. That's the battle for 8th as it stands right now. Ahead of them is Morgan Hudson-Brown, who seemed to sort of like wag the finger at Kai Hunter to kind of let him past, I think, almost when Kai went by him. But Kai's now in 6th. Next man down the road from Kai then is Gabe Fairbrother, the Ultimate R driver, the 111. As we see a yellow flag being flown there. Must be something going on that part of the circuit. Not quite sure what, but they make their way safely through that. Number 41, the picture on screen there is Reese Bailey. There he goes there from Craft Motorsport as we pick up the action with Stephen Duncan, the A plate. An intriguing battle here between the three of these, Kai, as Kai Hunter then comes up the inside, takes another place. Wow. That's saying cheerio to Gabe Fairbrother. He's off and away and gone. As Kai Hunter now starts to look at the next man down the road, which will be number 14, Ewan Cull. Or rather Alexander Cull, just ahead of him, Ewan Charman is number 42. I'm putting with 2 drivers together there, Kai.
Well, I mean, 2 drivers are faster than one, you know, That's been exactly what we're saying around this circuit. But Kai Hunter, he doesn't need two drivers at all. He's the only driver setting lap times in the 41, and he's already on the back of Alexander Cole. He's faster than every other driver by at least 0.3 of a second a lap, and he's taken advantage of that pace. Is it going to be the first corner? Of course it is. It's Kai Hunter. Where else would he make an overtake around this circuit as he gets himself up in a 4th position now? And I'm sure very shortly he's going to be up into 3rd as he's all over the back of Ewan Charman already, as he's got onto the back of this battle. Number 42 in the Birrell out in front. How long is he going to be able to hold off Kai Hunter for? My bet is until the first corner, as we see them going around the final couple of corners now. We'll see them when they hit the home straight. The number 42 of Ewan Charman there going a little bit wide. Hunter all over the rear bumper of Charman right now as they go down the home straight once again. Will it be into the first corner? Well, of course it will be. It's Kai Hunter. What else would you expect? Down the inside he goes once again. We should just name it the Kai Hunter corner at this point.
He's done it every lap. He has done it every lap, Kai. Kai sat next to me and Kai out on track, both doing a great job this weekend. But Kai Hunter has taken a place every time he's come to the end of that Conrod Straight. Every lap. He's now sitting in 3rd then with Archie Butler and Macaulay Bishop just ahead of him. This is a brilliant drive from the young man, or rather not the young man, the man who won the championship last year. His class is showing. Where did he start on the grid in this one? I think he started about 12th, didn't he, or 13th? And he's now up to 3rd. Brilliant driving from him.
Yeah, started down in 15th did Kai Hunter. I mean, already up into a podium position, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop here either, with only 6 attempts to catch onto the back of Archie Buttle. He does only have a minute remaining on the clock, so it's going to have his work cut out for him, but I'm sure he will be up for the challenge, will Kai Hunter. We're keeping an eye here on what is Ryan Ward as he's trying to fend off Reese Bailey and the pack following in behind. Bailey has a little look to the left. Ward covers that inside line, just sticks his car in the middle of the circuit, covering off the inside line and the outside as well, to not give up a switchback. A tap on the helmet there from Hudson Brown to work together as going defensive on the inside line once again. That was actually a move on the inside there, which we missed. That was Reese Bailey making the move on Stephen Duncan, as it's all kicking off here in the background. All these drivers going left and right. Stephen Duncan trying to get that position back on Reese Bailey. He's not able to do so right now. As you can see, Morgan Hudson Brown, he's made that move on Gabe Fairbrother as well. As it's all kicking off in this pack here, they're all squabbling for what is going to be an 8th position.
Yeah, and in the mix of that as well, I saw the 03 of Pearson Bullock Carter getting an overtake done as he now just drifts wide. And I think he may have just lost a place there as well. It's happening so fast and moving so quickly, it is really hard to track the mid-pack of this action here then. And of course we're talking about what is the battle for about 7th place at the moment, there or thereabouts. So Morgan Hudson Brown just going past Gabe Fairbrother. Now look at this though, Kai Hunter all over the back of Archie Buttle then. He's going to try and get up to 2nd place. Look at this, what a brilliant drive from this man here then. Hunter Motorsport, here we are, look, the number 1 plate then chasing down the 22 of Archie Buttle. Of course, Macaulay Bishop is not in shock because he's 2 seconds off and away down the road, or 1.95 seconds. But this is great. There he is, that man on the final lap. Macaulay Bishop, we've hardly mentioned him because we've hardly seen him, Kai.
Well, I mean, it's just been a great drive there from Bishop. He didn't have the first corner to his advantage this time, which means that Archie Buttle was able to fend off Kai Hunter to the line. Macaulay Bishop, amazing pace all the way throughout the race. Slow and steady wins the race. Well, not slow in the case of Macaulay Bishop, but very much bided his time out in front. Departed from the rest of the pack. Didn't want to get involved in any battles as he manages to take home a great victory to set himself up nicely for the super final later on today. Macaulay Bishop will take that victory under his belt, with Archie Buttle managing to fend off Kai Hunter to the line in 2nd and 3rd position. Hunter takes away 3rd. 12 positions gained and the fastest lap. What more could you ask for from a superheat? Ewan Charman manages to finish in 4th position from Alexander Cole, Morgan Hudson Brown, Gabe Fairbrother and Ryan Ward just about hanging on to 8th position there as he had so much pressure on the last couple of laps. Stephen Duncan managed to get back 9th there from Reese Bailey in 10th, from Alex Duncan, Pearson Bullock Carter, Rachel Robertson, John Brown, and rounding out the top 15 was Ethan Critchley. I mean, what a race there. Kai Hunter a knife through butter, just carving his way through the field. There was no stopping him. He was a man on a mission, wasn't he, Kev?
Yeah, he really was, and that was great to watch. Brilliant driving from him, so full credit to him. Full credit, though, to Macaulay Bishop for keeping his head and bringing it home in first, giving himself the best possible chance going to the Super Final. Archie Buttle will be running at the front of that one. Good to see Ewan Charman back in the UKC as well, in the mix up there in fourth. And excitingly, I'm just looking, there was 31 of them in that, of course, super heat there. It means they'll actually all make it to the Super Final because there's 34 spots available. So the great thing is, we're going to see all that again a little bit later on.
Well, I can't wait to see how it pans out. I mean, Kai Hunter will be starting a little bit further up the order, so he won't have to put all his effort into carving through the field, so it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do from further up the order. And Macaulay Bishop, will he be able to hold off Kai Hunter at the front end of the grid? It's going to be great to see how these two drivers will battle it out over the front end, with Buttle and Charman throwing a spanner in the works as well. But the juniors and seniors are out the way. Just a couple more races left this morning, and the next up is going to be TKM Extreme Superheat. TKM Extreme, the oldest class of karts which are competing here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. New for this season, and one that I really do hope stays, as it provides brilliant action round after round. And what a grid that we have here with us this weekend. Once again, always amazing to see these drivers come out in fours, as it may be one of the smaller grids, but there's always great action from them out on the circuit. Our fourth race, which we're going to have go out onto the circuit. Just to follow in behind is going to be Honda, Micromax and Mini Inters, which will finish us out before the lunch break at approximately 12:25, as we're looking pretty on schedule at the moment. Chris Whitten will start us away from pole position though, and Jehan Kalichern alongside him from Leo Robinson, Jack Stewart, and last round's victor, Kian Bennett, will start on the third row of the grid in fifth position from Spencer Lane in sixth. Fourth row of the grid consists of Adam Sparrow, Jessica Fitch-Hall and Harrison Morrow. Only 9 drivers, but 9 drivers which are all so closely knit that you wouldn't even notice that it's a small grid, as there's so much action which will go down in this race. There has been over the course of the weekend so far. I mean, a couple different victors which we've already had. Chris Whitten taking advantage of his early pace in the weekend with 2 heat wins. The only driver in any class to do that so far. I mean, great racing from him to be able to take away 2 heat victories. Let's see if he's able to keep up that form in the super heats, or will somebody be able to overthrow him?
Well, if that person to overthrow him is going to be anyone, my money's on Jehan Kalichern, who's got himself a second in both of the heats that we've seen this weekend, so eyes will be on him. But what about Leo Robinson? He got himself a third in Heat 2 there, so it could be him. Adam Sparrow, well, he got a third in Heat 1, so another name worth a look there, of course. And Kian Bennett, well, he's not been quite on form like we saw at the last round at round 3. Got himself a 4th in Heat 1 and an 8th in Heat 2. After, of course, in that last round, let's not forget Kian Bennett won everything. First through the heats, the Super Heat and the Super Final. Here we go, though, Kai. Just checking their radiators. One arm on the wheel, one arm, or rather not the radiator, just tweaking engines, because there's no radiator on a TKM, is there?
Well, there's still plenty of time for anyone to switch up the order as we go down the home straight. Green flag has flown, which means that start of action. On the inside, the first driver from the outside line to be able to hold on to second position. Jehan Kalichern keeps himself in second as he fends off Leo Robinson down to the first corner. Chris Whitten out in front though, a great start from him, already pulls himself a little bit of breathing room over the rest of the pack. Down the inside, there's the number 11, that's Spencer Lane picking up a position as they go down the old home straight and round the final couple of bends that they make their way to now. Jehan Kalichern has a little bit of work to do if he wants to catch on to the back of Chris Whitten, but remember, it's still early stages in the race. It's only been the first lap, not the first lap which he would have hoped for from Kian Bennett, as he's dropped all the way down into 8th position, losing 3 places on that first lap.
Yeah, losing 3 places on the first lap, but out in front and not worrying about any of that is number 33, Chris Whitten. And then just behind him, Jehan Kalichern with the E plate. on his kart there then, and then we've got Leo Robinson in third, so they're slotting in nicely, getting themselves comfortable for this one. Just the 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers competing this weekend here in TKM. And I was chatting to one of the drivers earlier, and he said to me that I think TKM don't normally race here at Three Sisters, so unfamiliar to some of them. We normally see a few more TKM drivers, but some of them choosing not to come this weekend, but I'm sure they'll all be back in force for GYG and Rowra. But 9 drivers fighting out this weekend nonetheless. Chris Whitten ducking his head down. Ooh. Ian Calichurn, have a look up the inside. Chris, get your head up, because he's coming up the inside. And he gets the move done. Look at that, Chris Whitten loses 2 places in one corner. The Kai Hunter overtake corner.
But that's why you don't take your eyes off the circuit. Anything can change in the blink of an eye, or the duck of a head in the case of Chris Whitten there, as Calichurn and Robinson managed to make that move on the inside line. Kai Hunter corner, as me and Kevin are now calling it for the rest of the weekend, as we go round the midsection of the circuit, the most technical part of the circuit, hardest to make an overtake round, but very easy to lose a lot of momentum through there. Johan Calichurn, the E-plate out in front right now. Leo Robinson, we know he's not one to hang around, and I'm sure he will be very quickly trying to challenge for that first position. Can it be up at the first bend? The drivers are going to work together going into the first corner. A couple of adjustments there on the motors as they go up into the first bend, as the front 3 seemingly working together down that home straight, all just pushing, trying to pull away from the drivers in behind. Spencer Lane, it's a good job if they try and pull away from him, because he's currently the fastest driver on the circuit.
Yeah, this battle out front then is playing out nicely for us to watch, and just playing out nicely as well for the E-plate of Ian Calichurn, who now can focus on the clear road that's ahead of him and trying to extend a lead, but he's not managing to do that at the moment, with of course Robinson and Whitten just tucked in nicely behind them. And then, in fact, to be fair, it's the top 5 drivers who you could almost throw a blanket over. There's not really much to split between all of them there. As we look at the front 3 then on our screen, they are locked in bumper to bumper, and they might just sit like that for the next 6.5 minutes, Kai, and we'll see it all unfold in the last lap or 2. Just bringing through the back of the order then the likes of Jack Stewart, Cian Bennett, Jessica Fitchall and Harrison Morrow. Interestingly, Cian Bennett has got himself the fastest lap, but currently sitting back in 7th. So he's going quickly, but he can't capitalise on that position. He needs to start making some overtakes to get up near the front.
Yeah, he's going to have to start putting a little bit of work in, is Cian Bennett. He may have the pace underneath that car, but he's currently still sitting in 7th position, so a lot of work to do if he wants to get himself fighting up at the front end. I mean, the winner from last round, we know he has the pace, we know he has the racecraft to be up there, as he finds himself in 6th right now, and another fastest lap under his belt, but down the inside, there's a move from Adam Sparrow as he departs of Chris Whitten. Whitten drops down into 4th position. What was the first position and what was the lead not long ago, he's now down into 4th. Not the race which Chris Whitten would have been able to, was hoping to unfold in front of him. But Johan Calichurn doing a good job at holding off the Fortress out in front right now. Leo Robinson not being able to do much in terms of responding to the pace of Calichurn and being able to overthrow him out in front right now. Chris Whitten in 4th, Adam Sparrow in 3rd.
Ian Calichurn out in front, then the gap back to Leo Robinson now, 0.12. Look at this, a little bit of a look up the inside from Chris Whitten rather, as Leo Robinson drifts wide, losing space there. So it's actually Adam Sparrow up into 2nd, Chris Whitten now in 3rd, and then I think that man, number 19, Adam Sparrow, just drops back. Leo Robinson back in 4th. Look at this, all squabbling here then, it's a change of the order. So here we go then. Oh, up the inside, more moves taking place here. Great move up the inside. Who did we see there?
That was Chris Whitten.
That was Chris Whitten up the inside. Of course it was, but Robinson now in 3rd then. So it's Calichurn from Whitten, from Robinson. That's your 1, 2, 3. Exciting stuff out in front. Any one of the 4 or 5 drivers at the moment in that pack, or 6 drivers who seem locked bumper to bumper, could get themselves up into 2nd in a couple of corners here.
Yep, 4th to 2nd in a very short period of time, just a couple of corners. Chris Whitten is able to turn his fortunes and switch up his luck as he gets himself into 2nd right now and back challenging for what he feels is his righteous first position. Johan Calichurn, he'll have something to say about that though, as he's out in front right now and he doesn't want to change it. He wants to keep it that way. Chris Whitten though all over the rear bumper of the E-plate right now. Leo Robinson just sat in behind waiting for something to unfold, waiting for a mistake to be made and capitalise on any opportunity which arises in front of him. As the drivers are going through the final bend right now and onto the home straight we go. Will he duck his head this time? Chris Whitten, maybe he's a little bit too afraid of an overtake being made. If he does, no, he keeps his head straight this time as he's all over the rear bumper of Karting. You cannot lose your focus for a moment here or everything will start to go wrong. But Chris Whitten, everything's going right now. He's still got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to get himself into the lead.
Yeah, he has 3 minutes and 40 seconds then on the clock, and we can see Chris Whitten all over the back of the bumper there of Ian Calichurn. Leo Robinson sitting in third. There's a little group of them out in front, isn't there? It's 6 drivers. There's Kian Bennett now sitting on that fastest lap, still a 44.64. Currently running in 6th at the moment is Kian Bennett there. Action out front though, look at this, no changes. It is, of course, the E-plate, the 33, then the 36, then the 19, the 11 and the 5 that are your top 6 at the moment. Calichurn, Whitten and Robinson lock bumper to bumper then as they make their way through the corners of this one. Looking like that's how it's going to stay at the moment. Nobody looking like they want to make a move. Just behind them, of course, we've got Stewart, Fitchhall and Morrow. Jack Stewart, Jessica Fitchhall and Harrison Morrow making up the 9 drivers in this TKM race that's proving quite intriguing but very cagey at the same time. Nobody looking to do anything drastic just yet. Still a long way to run. 2.5 minutes there or thereabouts, 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. Look, very close though, Kai. Look, you could throw a blanket over the first 3 easily, but you can't bet against Ian Calichurn unless he makes a mistake in the closing stages, I would say.
No, all the drivers up at the front end currently tied together, but down the inside, he's going to go for it now, and he's going to get it done. Light work there from Chris Whitten, but it's not going to work out for him. As down the inside, Leo Robinson, that's a great move to be able to get 2 in 1. What more could you ask for? He manages to follow through Chris Whitten to make his way past Jehan Calichurn, and then as soon as Whitten moved off that inside line, it was down the inside. Leo Robinson says, bye-bye, I'll take both of your positions, and gets himself into the lead of the race right now. A great move there from the 36 to capitalise on that opportunity that he had. But following in behind, Chris Whitten, all that work, it was for nothing as he's now in 2nd position still, and he will be looking to get that move done once again on Leo Robinson. Let's hope this time he doesn't give it up to Adam Sparrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I must. Oh, look at this as we see a move going around the outside. Somebody trying to go the long way round. That's Adam Sparrow just getting himself past Chris Whitten. Look, the 19 passes the 33. 33 looks up the inside. Chris Whitten having a go, trying to get it back straight away, but can't. So out in front, Leo Robinson from Adam Sparrow, from Chris Whitten. Chris has a look left and right all over the track. Sparrow closing the door, making his car as wide as he can. And behind them, of course, we've got Spencer Lane and then Ian Calichurn, who was leading in this one. And I must apologise to him because I said it looks like he's going to stay there unless something drastic happens, and it did, and he now finds himself down in 5th. Kian Bennett though back in 6th rather, still clocking the fastest lap, so well done to him. But out front then now, Leo Robinson. Look, having a look up the inside though. This is Adam Sparrow from Chris Whitten. Having a look, no, not getting it done. So Leo Robinson stays out in front. From Sparrow, from Whitten, from Lane then. That's your top 4. Calichurn stuck in 5th at the moment with just, well, inside the last 60 seconds of this one, Kai.
Yeah, closing stages of the race right now. Leo Robinson currently has the upper hand as he finds himself in the lead of this race so far. Adam Sparrow, though, looking to try and throw an upset. He's trying to get himself into the lead of this race. Very shortly ago, he was only in 3rd. Now he's in 2nd. Chris Whitten has dropped down into 3rd as the time is now ticking down. The clock will very shortly strike 0, but we will get 2 more laps in this race. Looking over his shoulder, Leo Robinson, all he can see is the front bumper of Adam Sparrow. Chris Whitten currently in 3rd right now with Spencer Lane tucked in behind. He looks the wrong way, does Leo Robinson, as trying to arrive on the inside. Adam Sparrow, he had a look, not able to get that one done this time. Leo Robinson, nervous as anything, and you can't blame him. Sweating hot chilies right now is Leo Robinson out in front as he looks over both of his shoulders down the home straight, and he has another check over his shoulder. He doesn't want to risk anything. He doesn't want to give up that inside line to Adam Sparrow. It may only be the superheat, but it's still very important victory and a very important race to these drivers. Leo Robinson, he's done all this work to get himself into the lead of the race. He doesn't want to give it up now. He's going to have to go defensive, but on the inside line, Whitten's going to try and get there. Sparrow, very good job there to fend him off, but on the switch switchback on the inside line. Witten tries it. He's not able to get it done again, though. But this is music to the ears of Leo Robinson. All this battling going on in behind means he's just able to pull away and extend his gap to the driver in second position of Adam Sparrow right now.
Brilliant stuff in TKM here then, Kai. Look at this. Chris Whitten's not giving up yet. He's all over the back of Adam Sparrow, left and right. He's trying to find a way through, but I don't think he's going to find it as we make our way through the final few corners. It might end up like this as Leo Robinson rounds out the corner. Number 19 then is Sparrow, but up the inside, number 11, Ian Kalicher, and we cross the line. That's how it stays. So Robinson from Sparrow, Whitten, Lane and Kalicher are your top 5. Kian Bennett in 6th then. Still getting himself a fastest lap there. And then Jessica Fitchhall, Jack Stewart and Harrison Morrow. Great racing in TKM, Kai. Any one of them could have taken it.
Yeah, so close to the flag there from the drivers. I mean, Leo Robinson out in front. Great job from him to manage to fend off the drivers in behind. Adam Sparrow in second. Chris Whitten comes home in third. He tried everything he could do to get himself up into second. Wasn't quite enough though. Spencer Lane comes home in fourth, and what was looking to be a victory in the books for Jehan Kalichern was very shortly overthrown as he finishes down in fifth position. Kian Bennett in sixth from Jessica Fitchhall in seventh, and Jack Stewart in eighth. Harrison Morrow comes home in ninth position. So that's going to round it out there for the TKM Extreme Superheat. The drivers will very shortly have a little bit of a break, have a little bit of a breather, some time to make some changes on the cars and get themselves refreshed, as I'm sure it will have been very hot in their cars. It's been hot in the commentary box here. Never mind what it will be like to have a suit and a helmet on blasting around the circuit at 70 mile an hour in this heat. Looking at peaks of around 23 degrees later on today. Air temperature of around 19 degrees right now. Definitely feels a little bit warmer than that though. So TKM Extreme, drivers will have a debrief with their mechanics. But that's going to be it from TKM Extreme there. And we're going to get into the last 3 races of the day. It's going to be kicked off first by Honda Cadets. Well, Honda Cadet, the youngest drivers which are going to be competing this weekend, will very shortly make their way onto the circuit. Riley Blakemore is going to start from pole position with Ryan White alongside him. From Ralphie Branscombe, Marjorie Kovacic, then Ashton Horsepool from Theo Hamilton rounding out the third row of the grid. Archie Cannon and Jackson Heath are on the fourth row from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, then Ricky Jr. McIntosh, Esme Rosie and Morgan Cooney on the 12th position. That's going to finish out the 6th row of the grid. The 7th row is then going to consist of Toby Turner, Shea Hilton, Harry Pennington, Jayan Parakash, and the 9th row of the grid. The final driver on the grid is going to be Adam Batt in 17th. And if you're new to the Honda Cadet class, all these drivers will not be taking a rolling start, which you'll be used to seeing here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's actually a standing start here for the Honda Cadets. How about you tell us a little bit about that, Kev?
Yeah, so it's the only class, of course, that has the standing start there. We'll see them line up. And interestingly as well, 17 races in this one. I think it's the biggest Honda Cadet grid that we've seen this year, this season so far. So 17 races. So thanks to everyone who's come along and joined us for this round here at Three Sisters. It's going to be quite exciting. Getting a good start is absolutely key in Honda Cadet. They've got to keep their eyes on the start timing gantry there. When the lights go green for them, that is when they have to go. And if you get a poor start, if you don't time it right, it's very tricky to get these Honda Cadets up and running quickly, and you can drop back. We've seen it before with the likes of Ralphie Branscombe. I think in the last round didn't have the best of starts. Still went on though to get himself where he wanted to be at the top step of the podium, so well done to him. But yeah, getting a good start, really, really important. For the first time today then, we're going to see them line up from the standing start, Kai. All eyes on the start gantry, waiting for the signal to go.
Well, it's all about reaction times here at the start of the Honda Cadet race. And these drivers, they may be young, but they are very used to this formation. At this point, all eyes will be focused on the starting gantry here from the Honda Cadets as they sit patiently on the grid, waiting for the lights to go on. You'll very shortly hear the revs rise from these Honda Cadets, and they will now go racing. It's a great start from the outside line there, as Ryan White using his experience to try and fend off and fight into the first corner. He's not able to do so though, as Riley Blakemore, no worries at all as he manages to get himself into the first corner first and into the lead of the race. Look at Ralphie Branscombe. He's already managed to get himself up in a third position as the bright pink helmet is now circulating in third.
Yeah, a really good start there from kart number 68, Riley Blakemore, joining us for the first time this season in the UKC. Or rather, I lied. No, he was with us, wasn't he, at round 2. But he's had a great weekend so far. He got himself first place in Heat 1 and a second place in Heat 2. Great to see Ryan White winning Heat 2 yesterday as well. So, of course, last year's champion. He is currently up to, where is he now? Ryan White, I think he's sitting in second at the moment. So lots to play for in this one then. Honda Cadet Super Heat this morning. Looking out in front, here we go then. So I can see, yeah, out in front it's Blakemore from White, from Branscombe then. That's your top three as it stands right now.
Yeah, as the drivers are now circulating once again, we're having a look as they come through this race right now. Riley Branscombe doing a good job out in front to manage to hold on to that first position as they are now touring the circuit. Ryan White in second right now, trying to get himself into the lead of this race. He still has a lot of pressure in behind though from Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe, the O-plate, he has a lot of experience in this class and he's trying to get himself into one of those top 2 positions. Keep an eye on the number 15 of Marjoris Kovacic as he's got a lot of pace underneath that car right now, trying to get involved in this battle. Fastest lap goes away of Ashton Horspool. Mistake out in front as riding the curb does Riley Blakemore, and that's really going to throw a spanner in the works as he looks like he's dropped down into second position. Yes, he has. Ryan White able to take advantage of the mistake that was made in front of him as he now gets himself into the lead of the race, does Ryan White, using the experience to his advantage as Riley Blakemore, a short-lived pace in the lead there, and just one mistake just shows how much of a difference it can make. Really throws a spanner in the works. Such a shame there for the 68.
Yeah, 68, Riley Blakemore is the young man that just made the mistake and opened the door for Ryan White. Of course, last year's champion Ryan White, and we've seen him leading many, many laps in Honda Cadet, and he's leading another one here then this year in 2024. Great to see him back out in front. He's a great young man and a great young driver, but it's all going on behind him, so he's going to have to work hard if he wants to stay there. Margaret Kovacic, shout out to him then. He's currently in third. And then we've got Branscombe in that fluoro pink helmet then sitting in fourth. But look, Riley Blakemore is not letting Ryan White get away. They are staying bumper to bumper out in the 1-2 positions currently. Behind them it's the 3-4 of Kovacic and Branscombe, as Ashton Horspool, the young driver then, who is in 5th place, currently clocking up the fastest lap, getting himself a 50.11 on the timing screens right now. Fastest through sector 1 though at the moment is Ryan White with a 15.81. As we look at the number 300 there, that is Theo Hamilton. So well done to that young man for keeping himself safely in 7th place. Look up the inside here, Ralphie Branscombe getting the move done on Kovacic. Yes, he does. Just that's the end of the Conrod straight there. Brake late into that one and tuck it in up the inside, and you can make that overtake stick.
Well, Ralphie Branscombe taking advantage of the pace which he currently has underneath him in this car. It's a great job from the O-plate right now. The pink helmet, you can't miss him out there on the circuit as he's really pushing the pace right now. Fastest lap was under his belt. 49.62 was the lap which he set on that previous tour of the circuit. Just a couple of thousandths faster there, couple of hundredths faster than Ryan White out in front. So Branscombe has the pace to be fighting up the front end, but let's see if he's able to carry that on and manage to gain up a couple of positions in this race. He manages to get himself into third past Kovacic, as we're having a look at the number 300 of Theo Hamilton right now, who's all over the back of Ricky Jr. McIntosh. McIntosh really trying to fend off the 300 right now for 6th position. Let's see what they're able to do as their battle evolves into the latter stages of this race.
Really exciting stuff then in Honda Cadets, and full credit at the moment to the youngsters that are out in front. We've got, of course, there Ryan White fending off Riley Blakemore. That's your 1 and 2. Then there's that battle between Kovacic and Branscombe for second. And at the moment, it is Branscombe who's in third and Kovacic is in fourth. Full credit to Margaris Kovacic as well. He's a novice racer, only started karting, I think, the back end of last year. It's his first full season in the championship, joining us for UKC in 2024. And he's currently sitting third in the championship overall. So well done to that young man for his progress in karting so far. As we now watch a battle on screen that is between the 94, the 64 and the 42. That's Fulbrook Harmer, Heath and Esme Rosie there, having a great little battle, enjoying themselves lower down the order, fighting out for 9th place. Battles all the way through in this one, Kai, as usual.
Yep, all the drivers fending it out right now as we're having a look down the old home straight. That looks like it's going to be the number, 94 there. That's going to be Jack Fulbrook Harmer trying to fend off Jackson Heath in behind him. They're battling for 9th position right now as the drivers are making their right way around the circuit. Having a look at Ricky Jr. McIntosh here as still Theo Hamilton all over the rear bumper of the blacked out 44. There's nothing that the 300 is looking to be able to do right now. Theo Hamilton just looking to make an overtake stick, but back up at the front end, it's really closing in now. Riley Blakemore, he did have the fastest lap of this race, and he still has the fastest lap of the race under his belt, but it's not by much, only by 100th of a second to Ryan White in behind. And with that slipstream now coming into his advantage, the number 1 versus the number 68. Blakemore made a mistake earlier on in this race, which cost him that front position, which cost him that pole position. Not the pole position, the lead position, sorry, which he found himself in earlier. But Ryan White looking at overthrow him right now. Ralphie Branscombe just following in behind, keeping it in suit.
Yeah, they are, and I'm just watching Branscombe and Kovacic there, looking at the back of Ryan White. If I was Ryan White, I'd be a little bit nervous now as Branscombe has a look up the inside at the end of the Conrod Straight and gets it done. So Branscombe now up to second, then White down to third. Kovacic still in fourth as Blakemore, kart number 68, just extends a little bit of a gap out to the front. 0.24 on the timing screens then is the gap from Blakemore back to what is now Branscombe, not Ryan White. As Ryan White has a look up the inside, does he take his place back? Yes, he does. He said, I'm not standing for that. I want that place back. I was the man in second and I'm going back there. So now Branscombe finds himself in third. This is a great battle, Kai. Young drivers, but really entertaining us and really learning their craft.
Yeah, outstanding racecraft. Haven't seen that overtake many times over the course of the weekend so far as Ryan White diving down the inside of the midsection to make his way past Ralphie Branscombe. Just carried that momentum out of the previous corner and got a great run down the straight. Managed to get that car very nicely positioned on the inside line there. Not able to respond just yet is Ralphie Branscombe as the fluoro pink helmet as they go through the back section of the circuit. Onto the straight now. Ralphie Branscombe seems to have lost a little bit of time to the back of Ryan White so far. But Ryan White just keeping it in contention for the lead right now. As Riley Blakemore, he looks quite comfortable out in front. He doesn't look very worried right now, does the number 68. He has the fastest lap under his belt. And he's looking very strong in terms of pace, keeping it nice and smooth. Haven't seen him look over his shoulder much.
No, he does look comfortable out there, that's for sure. But he has got a bit of action behind him, but he's maintaining that gap. It was 0.24 before, but now Ryan White's actually closed it to 0.2. So Ryan White is just keeping him within his sights. He's definitely got his eyes on first place. We've still got plenty of time to get some overtakes done in this one. As look, Ryan White just letting him know he's there, flicking it a little bit wide. But then, of course, behind him, we've still got Ralphie Branscombe. Look at this. Blakemore runs really wide at the end of the paddock bend there. And then, look, this is where Ryan White got the overtake done just before. So Blakemore, he's got to concentrate. He's really got to concentrate because Ryan White is all over the back of him. We're going to see some action in this one, Kai, before it's done, I'm sure. Look, as well. And, of course, Branscombe can see it all happening just ahead of him. So he's thinking, right, hang on, there's something going on. I'm going to get in the mix here. And Kovacic is just watching it all. We've seen it before when it all changes in Honda Cadet. Fourth place driver can just sweep it up if he wants to.
Yeah, Ryan White now applying pressure on the inside white line. As Riley Blakemore, he sees that happen, covers off on the inside line. Great defensive manoeuvre there from Blakemore to keep himself in the lead of the race so far. Check over the shoulder there. Ryan White, middle of the circuit is Riley Blakemore right now. He doesn't want to give up the inside, doesn't want to give up the outside either. This is great defensive driving, textbook defense here from Riley Blakemore, and it's really working effectively on Ryan White, who's not able to position his car in an attacking maneuver just yet. Clips the rear bumper there of the number 68. Now that brings Ralphie Branscombe into contention as Ryan White. Little bit of a mistake there, and Branscombe is all over the rear bumper of the number 1. The O plate and the 1 both going at it for second position. And as the clock strikes 0, when we cross the line, it's going to be the last lap of the race coming up. Little bit of breathing room there for Blakemore. Watch out in behind. Kovac is trying to get involved on the inside line there. White tags the rear bumper of Blakemore as they go nearly sideways. Does Riley Blakemore just about keeping it in the lead of the race so far, as in second right now, Ryan White trying to look for a move on the inside white line. He's not able to get it done. Going very defensive right now as Riley Blakemore, not giving up anything to the drivers in behind. Keep an eye on Ralphie Branscombe. He's trying to get involved as well. So is Kovacic in 4th position, just sitting, waiting for something to unfold in front of him. As the drivers all still in the same order as before, round the final bend, and what a final lap that was. Great defensive driving there from Riley Blakemore to fend off Ryan White to the line. He manages to take home the victory here in the superheat, and you can't fault him for it either. The number 68, he made a mistake earlier on in the race which gave up that lead. He then fought his way back, he kept his composure. He didn't lose his head just yet, and he comes home with the victory eventually. A great race there from Blakemore.
Yeah, really good race from him. And once again, what we've seen here with those Honda Cadet youngsters, phenomenal stuff, brilliant racing from all of them. And as we've seen in all of these superheats, very clean, very fair racing, firm but fair. Graphics on screen then, Riley Blakemore taking the win, the number 68. In second place, Ryan White is first, so well done to him. Ralphie Branscombe brings it home in third on the O plate. Margaret Kovacic there, look, just 0.55 seconds behind in fourth. Theo Hamilton, the 300, gets himself fifth. Then we've got Ricky Junior McIntosh, Archie Cannon, Ashton Horspool, Jack Fulbrook Harmer, Jackson Heath, Esme Rosie, Shay Hilton, Toby Turner and Jayan Prakash rounding out the end of that one. 14 drivers finished. Well done to all of them.
Yep, all the drivers finishing there on the grid. Great driving from all of them as well. Top 17 all finishing that race. That's what you love to see. To finish first, you have to finish, as Kev mentioned just earlier on, and all the drivers crossing the finish line there, which will move on to the super final later on this evening and later on in this race. We're going to very swiftly take our attention off of the Honda Cadet GX200s and then move on to the next race, which is going to be up next, which is going to be Micromax Superheat. So Micromax Superheat are going to be the next carts out there on the circuit, as they will very shortly be coming out to play. Austin Oman will be starting from pole position with Jos Huschka in second position. Maximilian Eberhardt will start on the second row of the grid with Ansel Murray, Max Jolly and Ian Sinch-Pahal on the third row of the grid. Fourth row is going to consist of Harry Radcliffe from Maria Roberto, then Alfie Garrett, Sebastian Crawford, Logan Stanley Jones and Harris Barber in 12th position. Ralph Martin is going to start on the 7th row and round out the 13 drivers which are competing here for the Micromax Superheat. They've already had 2 heats over the course of yesterday, and how about you have a talk us through the results there, Kev?
Yep, so as we have a look at this one, Ian Singh-Pahal getting himself a first place at the end of Heat 2, but the winner at the end of Heat 1 yesterday was Austin Oman. So great to see those two drivers running at the front. Second place in Heat 2 yesterday was Jos Huschka. Well done to him. And third place was Max Eberhardt. Also as well, shout out to Harry Radcliffe, who came second in Heat 1. And then who we got? Jos Huschka again came third in Heat 1. So those are our podium finishers from Heat 1 and Heat 2. Going to be an exciting race, this one. Names obviously running at the front, looking at the top of the championship. Oman, Eberhardt, Huschka, Jolly and Pahal. Your top 5 as it stands right now in the Micromax overall standings for 2024. And they're all fully in the mix as we line up for the start of this one. And the front rows of the grid, has all of them in it. So we'll see what happens when this one gets underway. But again, young drivers who I'm sure are going to entertain us and have a great day out here at Three Sisters, learning their craft as they go. Just getting themselves out, off and away around the circuit before they get themselves in race order, side by side, row by row. After the Honda Cadets, we go back to the rolling start, of course, with Micromax.
Well, I expect nothing less. Micromax always put on a brilliant show here for us at the Ultimate Karting Championship. Austin Oman, I mean, he's been such a force to reckon with over the course of the season so far. He's been so high up the order in all of the races, leading the championship coming into this round by 30 points back to Maximilian Eberhardt. So a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of a gap, which Austin Oman has to fall back on if he has to. I'm sure he'll be looking to extend that lead if necessary, and in his favour as well, as the number 11 will round the final couple of corners. Great to see the camaraderie there between the drivers around the final corner. Little bit of a salute there to say, come on, let's have a good race there between the two drivers on the front row. It's going to be Oman and Hushka, which take it away from the front row of the grid. We go down the home straight. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. A great start there from the inside line. Not so much from the outside, as Jos Hushka's going to have to go when one driver going round and back up. That car is going to be very much beach there on the gravel. That's Harry Radcliffe. Not the start he would have been hoping for at all. But Austin Oman, a great start from him, that outside line. Jos Hushka, he's going to have to fall back into third. Not what he would have been hoping for.
No, not at all. It's the 61 of Max Eberhardt who now finds himself in second place. Then Jos Hushka was just looking across at his teammate Austin Oman as they went round the start process. So they gave themselves a little look at each other, a little wag of the finger to say, okay, let's go, let's get this done. But then I think Hushka was a little bit sleepy getting the hammer down as the lights went out on this one. And in the end, he finds himself in third. So it's Eberhardt then in second. Max Jolly, relatively new to karting, who we see on screen now, then number 14, putting himself into fourth place. In fact, I lie, he's gone straight into third. That was fourth to third. So Max Jolly with the early overtake, now sitting in third there. Look at he is on that Carlos Sainz chassis there from Hunter Motorsport. Well done to him. Sam Pollitt Racing's number 55. Jos Hushka then just behind him there now finds himself in fourth. Look, tries to take the place back straight away and does. So well done to him. Back up to third then. Max Jolly's going to think, hang on, what happened there? I was there, that was my place. He's now going to have to do it all over again.
Yep, great move there from Hushka to get that position back and get himself into fighting contention back past the number 14 of Max Jolly. So Hushka regains that third position. Keep an eye on Ansel Murray as he's following in behind. 96 on the helmet, 99 on the cars. Interesting one there. Wasn't expecting to see that, but down the inside, wasn't expecting to see this so early either. Maximilian Eberhardt on the inside, first and second in the championship. But Maximilian Eberhardt maybe second in the championship, but he's first on the road right now. Austin Oman will drop down into second momentarily. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these two drivers battling it out throughout the whole of this race and switching positions between the two of them. Austin Oman doing a great job in second right now to fend off Jos Hushka. Hushka really pushing the rear bumper of the 11 right now. As he looks over his shoulder, he sees he has a little bit of breathing room back to Max Jolly in fourth position in behind him. They round the final corner and down the home straight. Will anybody make a move into the first corner there?
As we expected in this one, Kai, then it's all of the front runners from the championship as Oman looks up the inside of Eberhardt and he's taking Hushka with him. Wow, how about that? Two Sam Pollitt racers overtaking the RCE in one move. The Sam Pollitt Racing machine then doing the business as Oman wags his finger now, just sending him down the road. Hushka locks onto the rear bumper of him there. But Eberhardt, of course, he is now just going to be looking at those two and thinking, okay, I'm not going to let you go. I've made a little error, but I'm not letting you go, and I'm hanging on. And then behind him, of course, we've got the number 99 of Ansel Murray and then Max Jolly. And what I was going to say before all of that, Kai, was it's great to see the front runners in the championship are also the front runners in the race, as we would expect.
Yeah, it's been great racing up at the front end. Austin Oman switching positions back again with Jos Hushka. Hushka actually losing out on two positions. It was up at the front end. It was Maximilian Eberhardt losing out on two positions, but he's looking to get one of them back already. Down the inside, will he be able to get it done? No, he can't. Great defense there from Jos Huška, but he slams the door shut in his face as Jos Huška is not giving Maximilian Eberhardt the light of day on the inside line. Tries it again, cheeky there from Eberhardt. He's not wasting any time at all in third position. He wants to get straight back into that second position, which he feels is rightfully his. But great job there from Huška to manage to keep himself in second right now. Austin Oman, I'm sure he'll be sat there in first position saying, you guys get on with it. You guys start battling. I just want to drive away. I don't want any worries or any involvement in your battling, which is going on out in front.
He's got his eyes locked firmly on the road ahead of him. And, of course, don't forget that man, the number 11 kart, Sam Pollitt Racing, Austin Oman, won last time out of the last round. But look at this, up the inside. Wow, what's gone on? From what? From fourth to first for Max Eberhardt, kart 61, getting it done. Wow, wow, wow. There we are, just giving credit to the drivers that are out in front, and suddenly it's all changed. It's number 11. Oman gets it back. Oh, boy, this is good.
Well, I can tell you, Austin Oman doesn't like being in any other position other than P1. Austin Oman straight back on that inside line, gets the move done on Maximilian Eberhardt once again. Eberhardt trying to fight up at the front end, trying to keep in contention. Maybe he's going to have to wait until a little bit later when there's less time on the clock to get himself in the lead of the race. Keep an eye on Dian Sinch-Pahal, though. He finds himself in third right now as he managed to get past Jos Huška. He also has the fastest lap under his belt. So let's keep an eye on Dian Sinch-Pahal to see what he's able to do. One driver which is going to do something. Two drivers which are going to do something. On the inside line, Eberhardt and Singh-Pahal are going to get that move done on Austin Oman out in front. Dian Sinch-Pahal, great job from him. He doesn't have the fastest lap anymore, but he finds himself in second position. Dian Sinch-Pahal, hats off to you, fighting his way through the order and not giving up at all.
No, well done to him. And of course, don't forget, we saw him on the podium at the last round at Warden Law in second place. So he started to find form in the second half of this UKC season. So well done, young man. That's the kart number 23. Of course, the RCE driver. Out in front of him, though, is his teammate. That's Max Eberhardt there, the 61. And behind them, it's the number 11 of Austin Oman, our winner from last time, of course, Sam Pollitt Racing driver. So it is all going on. And then it's the number 99 on kart, 96 on helmet. That is Ansel Murray, who's currently in fourth place then. Jos Huška and Max Jolly just rounding out. Oh, as Huška clips the curb and finds himself backwards on the road. It all went wrong for him in the flash of an eye there, Kai.
Well, it would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Ralph Martin, who very, very nearly ran straight into the beached cart of Jos Huška. Very close for comfort there between those drivers. Luckily, doesn't collect anyone after going round there on the curb. That's so unlucky there from Jos Huška.
Just clipped the curb, didn't he?
Yeah, just beached that rear wheel on the curb and rotates the car. Nothing he could have done about that one. And I'm sure you'll learn from that mistake and definitely won't do that again. But out in front, Maximilian Eberhardt, it's not going to be for long, and it's going to be a new leader in this race. Dian Sinch-Pahal hits the front. Great racing from the man out in the lead right now. He came from further down the order, fought his way through the field, and now finds himself in the lead of the race. Austin Oman's back into second. Maximilian Eberhardt down into third, but a new leader in the number 23, Dian Sinch-Pahal.
Full credit to that young man. Brilliant to see him pushing at the front and brilliant to see out in front. Commentating number 23 then. Dian Sinch-Pahal, there he is, leading the race, getting some clear air to the man that's behind him. That's Austin Oman there, number 11 from Sam Pollitt Racing. Then behind him, of course, Max Eberhardt, number 61. And then there's the 99 of Ansel Murray. So our front four are really entertaining us this morning here at Three Sisters. Is Micromax kart racing your favourite racing in the world right now? I would say it is. This is brilliant stuff. Thanks to all involved for entertaining us in what is just, well, it's just great to watch, isn't it, Kai?
Well, it's been non-stop action at all. We've had so many different changes for the lead, and it's not just been the same couple of drivers which have been switching it up at the front end. There is 4, maybe even 5 drivers that have all been in contention for the lead of this race and for this race victory here in the Superheat, and it's not over just yet. You can see the SPR drivers all stood on the top there. That was Ted Bradbury actually watching along there, keeping an eye on his teammates, which are fighting it out in the field. The front of them SPR drivers right now is Austin Oman. Is he going to be able to hold on to second, though? Is down the inside. Maximilian Eberhardt, he had a little look at that inside line without the slipstream. He's not as strong in the straight line though, as Austin Oman was tucked in behind Dean Singh Pahal, using his slipstream to his advantage to keep himself in second place there. But Maximilian Eberhardt showing his intentions in an abundance there as he's keeping an eye on that lead position. He wants to get himself further up the order to be able to fight Singh Pahal for the lead of this race.
The lead of this race is intriguing, and yeah, we were just looking a moment or two ago at all of the guys from SPR, Sam Pollitt Racing, still on the top of the truck there. The man with his name above the door, Sam Pollitt himself there, leading the way with that one. So yeah, good to see they're supporting all of their drivers. But out in front though, it's number 23, so somewhere around the circuit, the RCE team will be cheering on Dean Singh Pahal, who is leading this one, leading the race in the super heat that will determine the positions for the super final this afternoon. We've got Austin Oman in an RCE sandwich at the moment, and then behind him is the 99 of Ansel Murray. Then it's Max Jolly, number 14, Hunter Motorsport driver. Like I say, relatively new to karting, but making a great name for himself already, doing his best to just stay on the coattails of the four that are out in front with 23 seconds, 20 seconds left before we start to see the last lap board come out when they cross that start-finish line next time by. Brilliant racing. Will Singh Pahal carry it all the way to the checkered flag? Time will tell, and we haven't got long to find out.
Yep, not much time left to tell though, as time is now ticking down on the clock, as it will very soon be worked out who is going to be our victorious driver here from what has been an action-packed superheat. And down the inside, more action indeed, as down the inside, there goes Maximilian Eberhardt as he manages to get the move on Austin Oman once again. Dean Singh Pahal out in front, manages to pull a little bit more of a gap though over those drivers. He's got the fastest lap under his belt now, as the clock has now struck 0. And with the fastest lap, he's able to extend a little bit there. Maximilian Eberhardt now in second. He will have one more lap to overthrow the driver, though, if he's looking to do so.
Exciting stuff then as we pick up the action. Here we go, the 23 kart here then leading the way as we are seeing the closing stages of this one then. Oman then is in second. It's 23 from 11 from 61. Singh Pahal with the fastest lap then. The gap back to second and Eberhardt 0.13. And look at that, Max Eberhardt having a look up the inside then of Singh Pahal. They are going wheel to wheel. Oman finds himself in third on the final lap, Kai.
Yeah, it's very close up at the front end, squeezed over the curb. Very lucky to keep it in a straight line there is Maximilian Eberhardt as he looks left, looks right, darting to the inside line. There goes Oman. He's going to go on the attack now as he's going to look for second position. They go side by side through the midsection. Great racing here between the two of them as they are going wheel to wheel, quite literally on the inside line. Maximilian Eberhardt, he's going to have to go defensive on the long way round. It's going to switch to the inside line. Austin Oman, is he going to get there? Yes, he is. Trying to follow through. Ansel Murray, there's going to go be a photo finish between these two. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Eberhardt by just going to be 0.03 of a second, which separates the two drivers to the line. Dean Singh Pahal, after all that racing which has happened, manages to win by 0.7 of a second. But oh my word, Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt are quite literally two of the closest drivers on the circuit. I don't know how they kept it off the grass and how there was no contact between the two of them, as it was so close between them. There was millimeters, it was marginal racing between Oman and Eberhardt as they were making their way around the circuit. But Austin Oman inevitably just comes out on top after managing to turn the outside line into the inside line on that final bend. Gets himself into that second position. Maximilian Eberhardt, hats off to him though for fighting it all the way to the line. Nearly lost it again to Ansel Murray though as the number 99. Thought he'd give him a run for his money to the line, does Ansel Murray. Max Jolly finishes in 5th from Logan Stanley Jones in 6th. Then it's Ralph Martin, Maria Roberto, Alfie Garrett, Sebastian Crawford, Jos Huschka and Harry Radcliffe, the only retirement from the race.
Wow, Kai, absolutely wow.
Yeah.
Closing stages of that one were fantastic. Brilliant racing. Well done to all of those youngsters there. As we see kart 52 there, that's Maria Roberto just wheeling her way through the Parc Ferme area as they go past scrutineering. Then we can see who we got there. We've got Sam Pollock Racing Kart, number 52, or rather, who have we got there? No, 55. Josh Hushka, there he is, just standing up with the white helmet, of course. He's going to be absolutely gutted. Singh Pahal, it looks like there. Is that who we got? Just kind of just gesticulating? Is that who I'm looking at there? No, that's Garrett. That's Garrett there. Of course, Alfie Garrett just shrugging his shoulders as these youngsters see their dads and their mechanics and try and get their head back in the game, working out what's going on. Look at that. Brilliant to see. Brilliant to see. They've learned a lot. Hopefully they've had fun.
Yeah, lovely to see that the drivers reporting the race from their point of view to the mechanics and the dads as well, as if it wasn't stressful enough from the sideline. Have it from a driver's point of view, why don't you? But we've still got plenty of drivers from their point of view for the final race of the morning. As if it hasn't been action-packed enough, I'm going to have no voice left by the end of the day. Mini Inter Superheat are going to challenge us next. Mini Inter are going to be the next class to go out onto the circuit and put on display their trials and tribulations. Hansing Khan is going to start from pole position with Miles Burton alongside him, from Emerson McAndrew Urin, Alex Goodson, Louis Radcliffe and Joshua Griffin alongside him in sixth. Fourth row of the grid is going to be Zach Starbuck and JJ Lowe, from Ollie Thompson, Daniel Minto, Riley Muro and Thomas Potter in 12th. Seventh row of the grid consists of Blair Smith, from Thomas Jackson, Drew Davidson, Zach Jennings, Loman Wilcox and Charlie Stapleton in 18th. 10th row of the grid is going to be David Hjorns, then Hakeem Bat and Mohammed Hassan Munir, rounding out the 11th row of the grid in 21st. 21 drivers are going to go to battle here on the Three Sisters circuit, just a stone throw away from Manchester. It's very easy to access this location, and that's why it provides such brilliant action.
Yeah, it absolutely does. If you look at the 07 there, is that 07 we're looking at there? Yeah, Hunter Motorsport, Hasnain Khan, there he is. So he's the man at the moment that is doing really rather well. Of course, fastest this weekend. He's got himself there a first and a first in his first two heats, of course, or first two heats of the weekend, the only two heats of the weekend. So all eyes are on him. I was chatting to him yesterday, and that Hunter Motorsport team doing a great job for him. And he was very, very good in his interview that we did yesterday as well. A credit to his team, a credit to himself. So can he do the business now on track in the Super Heat? First in both of the heats yesterday. What can he do this morning on Sunday? Super Sunday here then at Three Sisters.
I love that one. Super Sunday kicked off by the Super Heats, then we've got the Super Finals later. It's all super on this Sunday indeed here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. Trust Kev to come out with something like this. He's always got the wonderful one-liners. That's why we love having Kev here on the commentary.
I'm not going to take credit for it. There is a commentator whose name escapes me at the moment. I haven't seen him own. Rob, who does Scusa out in the USA. Super Sunday is one of his, but I'm not going to steal it. But he won't mind if we borrow it for the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're just loaning it here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. But I'm sure we will rinse that saying until the end of the broadcast, and it's going to be a good one indeed as the Super Heat for Mini Inter is about to get underway. The drivers are now forming up into their grid position. You can see Emerson McAndrew, you're in there, the number 33, tucked in behind the 7 of Hasnain Khan, who's starting on pole position. Hasnain Khan looks half asleep in the kart there. I'm sure he's just resting himself, as he'll have a very stressful 10 minutes ahead of him as he rounds the final corner. He's about to go down the home straight. Who's going to get the better jump? Will it be the inside? Will it be the outside line? It's been the inside every single time so far today. Will it be the inside once again? They go down, diving towards the first corner, and it looks like it will. Hasnain Khan, he's going to cover off that outside line, but he's still challenging Miles Burton. Oh, one driver spat off in the background there. That's the number 22 of Riley Muro. So unfortunately, Riley Muro will drop all the way to the back of the pack. That's heartbreak for him. But a great start from that outside line means that it's still in contention. Is Miles Burton. He initially got the best jump across the line, but he's going to have to settle for second position for the time being, as he's going to have to challenge Hasnain Khan out in front.
Yeah, he is. Really exciting stuff in the opening stages of this one there. Mini Inter is what we're talking about. Got a really clean race suit, as has Lane Khan. By the end of this one, though, I'm sure he's going to have worked hard in it, whether it will stay flashing and white as it is right now. Miles Burton's going to really put the pressure on him, though, as we can see here, number 43. And then behind him, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, of course, their Down Holland racing driver, at this point in time, leading the championship. With 418 points, the Riley Muro's 375. Anyway, Khan, Burton, McAndrew, and then Alex Goodson in fourth and Louis Radcliffe in fifth as we are into the opening stages of what will be an intriguing super heat here then. Final one before we have the lunch break and then the super finals this afternoon. And I'll be leaving you, Kai, at that point to call it on your own, because I'll just nip off to the winners' enclosure at scrutineering. Hopefully grab a word with the youngsters that come home in the 1, 2, 3. As we look at number 5 there, who we got? Josh Griffin all over the back of what looks like Louis Radcliffe, is it? Bit of action going on here in the mid-pack. Soaring the wheel left and right between the 82, the 5 and the 28 here, or the 26.
Yeah, great move there by Radcliffe on the inside as he managed to get the move done on Alex Goodson for 4th position through the midsection of the circuit. You don't see that very often, but a brilliant move nonetheless there from Radcliffe, gaining himself another position, getting himself out the grasps of Joshua Griffin, who currently has the fastest lap under his belt. He's representing Team UK in the past. Let's see if he can put that pace to the pedal as well. But up the front end of the order, Hasnain Khan from Miles Burton, and as you mentioned before, Kev, the championship leader of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's not a stranger to the Ultimate Karting Championship, and definitely not a stranger to the front end of the field as he tries on the inside. Tap the rear bumper there of Miles Burton. They both got a little bit sideways there, both losing quite a bit of momentum there, meaning that Hasnain Khan is able to extend his gap and get a lot more breathing room, a bit of a cushion to fall back on. Back to Miles Burton in second, but down the inside, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, after losing a bit of momentum, he's now going to lose a position as Louis Radcliffe now gets himself up in the 3rd position, looking to pedal on forwards.
Yeah, good move from Louis Radcliffe there. McAndrew just drifted wide and he said thanks very much, and I'll just slip up the inside there as we look at number 26, which is Alex Goodson, who's got the number 5 of Josh Griffin all over his rear bumper. Keep your eyes on Griffin, because he is going to try and make a move on Goodson, I'm sure. Just tucking in at the moment, deciding not to do it yet. When will he do it? We can see the Union Jack there just on his left leg of the race overalls. Team UK there, overalls looking really good in the sunshine here at Three Sisters. We've got a driver who just completely misses the corner. Who was that? That was
Alex Goodson.
That was Alex Goodson. Wow, number 26 just completely missed the corner, shooting off over the grass and then rejoining the action. We'll see what happens where he ends up when they go next time by the timing beam across the start-finish line. But now then, out in front then, it is, or rather we're looking here then at 82 of Louis Radcliffe, and then just behind him we've got the 43 then, which is Miles Burton. So this is the action out in front with 33 there then, Emerson McAndrew trying to get that place back from Burton, just staying on his rear bumper. We're seeing all the overtakes done at the end of the Conrod Straight, and then also just as they come along past the pit lane and at the end of what is sort of paddock bend there seems to be the 2 main spots for overtaking so far this weekend.
Yeah, a rare mistake there from what was the number 26 of Alex Goodson. You don't see that very often from a driver of his caliber, but he does a very good job to recoup himself and get himself back onto the circuit, losing minimal time possible. He'll get himself back in the racing order, but down the inside, there's going to be the move from the number 5 of Joshua Griffin to get himself up into 4th position. Emerson McAndrew-Uren will now drop down into 5th, and he's going to have a little bit more work to do if he wants to find himself back in a podium position. We're having a look at the battle a little bit further down the field. That looks like that's the number 56 of Blair Smith, JJ Lowe and Ollie Thompson all going at it as they make their way through the first corner.
Yeah, exciting stuff with these Mini Inter drivers here. It's Louis Radcliffe with the fastest lap at the moment by the looks of it. Yes, indeed, a 45.97 from him. But yeah, exciting stuff. They're fighting for their positions in the Super Finals that will kick off after the short lunch break, which is coming up. This is the last of the Super Heats this morning then at Three Sisters. And once again, we're being treated to some very fair but very robust racing in the Ultimate Karting Championship. The UKC, of course, running now for 5 years, 5 seasons, and we're seeing just some brilliant racecraft from many of the drivers that are involved, and that's what we've been treated to this morning. Picking up the action here then with the 82, as we can see, which is Louis Radcliffe with Miles Burton all over the back of him there. That's the 43, then Josh Griffin. Look, that little train, That's the battle for third as it stays right now. Out in front, though, the 07, the Carlos Sainz chassis from Hunter Motorsport in the flashing white overalls of Hasnain Khan, looking comfortable. As then we see Louis Radcliffe in second, then the battle for second. There it is. Really, really exciting stuff, Kai. I'm enjoying this one with 4 minutes still to run before we see the last lap board come out.
Yep, still just under half of this race remaining and plenty of action to still unfold on this circuit as we're keeping an eye there on the number 82 of Louis Radcliffe as he's just trying to fend off that second position. He has a lot of pressure behind. One driver that has even more pressure is the number 5 of Joshua Griffin. He's going to have to go defensive. Sorry, is Miles Burton as Griffin's on the inside, not able to get it done that time round. He got himself on that inside line, just wasn't able to carry enough momentum to get himself past the number 43 of Miles Burton there. Louis Radcliffe now able to extend a bit of breathing room into the midsection, dives to the inside. Last of the late breakers there was Joshua Griffin as he now finds himself in a podium position of this superheat and gets himself into third, does Joshua Griffin.
Yeah, well played to Josh Griffin there. He was lining up an overtake from a few corners back, and it's, of course, Miles Burton who's come off worse out of that one as we pick up the action on screen there with a nice shot of number 33 of Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who now finds himself in fifth, staying in fifth. Fastest lap also to Josh Griffin, so he's obviously got the hammer down. His eyes now firmly fixed on Louis Radcliffe. That's the number 82, who is in second place at the moment. And then the gap further ahead and off and away down the road to the man in first. He's over half a second. Hasnain Khan is leading, 07 in the lead then at the moment. As we pick up the action mid-pack, look, 2, 4, 6 drivers scrapping out here, then passing the paddock bend or the paddock straight, going into the paddock bend. Who have we got in this one? Moving so fast I can't quite see him, but at the back of that group it's number 22. I did just see that. That's Riley Muro. So he's at the back of that chase group there with the zip cart leading. It's the number 188 of Zach Starbuck. So great to see him in the mix of this one.
Yeah, the top 10 only separated by 6.3 seconds. But Joshua Griffin, fastest man out there on the circuit right now. He's currently in third position. We've been keeping an eye on him carving his way through the field as he's now arrived onto the back of second place sitter of Louis Radcliffe. They go down the old home straight. A little bit wide there from one driver in the background. He did it a couple laps ago and he'll do it again. A bit of an unorthodox place forward overtake, but he's loving it, is Joshua Griffin, as he gets on the inside line once again to get himself in a second position now. And Hasnain Khan, he may have been feeling safe out in the front as the time was now dwindling down and he had a little bit of breathing room. But with the fastest man on the circuit now into second place, I wouldn't count your chickens just yet.
That was a brilliant move from Josh Griffin because he got the overtake done, then he positioned himself just in front of Louis Radcliffe. So Radcliffe really couldn't, make a counter move into the next corner. So well played to Josh Griffin, getting the overtake done, then positioning the car, and then just kind of holding his line. And he must have been gripping that steering wheel so firmly and thinking, I've made that overtake stick, and you're not coming back at me. So now Radcliffe then is looking at the back of Josh Griffin. He's got that place to make up, the Sam Pollitt Racing driver. As we're picking up the action here with this lead group, then Zach Starbuck, the 188 of Zipcart, leading the likes of JJ Lowe, Blair Smith, Drew Davidson and Ollie Thompson. And they're all fighting it out for what is 9th place at the moment. Look at the battle for 9th, Kai. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, battles all the way through the field right now as we're keeping an eye on the 48. JJ Lowe in the middle of this one. It's all kicking off. That was the 22 trying to go for a move in the background, just in behind them as they go down the home straight once again into the first corner on the inside. Tries to get it done, does the number 56. Blair Smith tried to make that move on JJ Lowe. JJ Lowe was having none of it.
None of it, but well done to Blair Smith of Lenny Messenger Motorsport, LMM, treating their drivers well and teaching them how to do it. There's a young man who's really coming through the ranks and he's loving his day out as we've got another driver behind Blair running wide and losing places. I didn't quite see who that was, Kai, I'm not sure, but he's really, really exciting in this mid-pack action.
Yeah, one driver got a little bit of a tap in behind there from the 22 of Riley Muro. I think it may have been Ollie Thompson, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Looks like the number 18 just drifting wide after a little bit of a tap there on the rear bumper from Riley Muro. Ollie Thompson, drifting down in behind the 22. Drew Davidson now down in 14th. 13th is now the place of Ollie Thompson. As we go down the back straight into the rib cruncher section, down the hill we go. We're keeping an eye on this battle. Never mind what's going on at the front end because it's all kicking off in the mid-pack. who needs the front drivers when we've got all of these lot? As JJ Lowe once again still in the middle of this sandwich. Zach Starbuck out in front of this pack, currently in 9th position, doing a great job at fending off all these drivers in behind him. But the Thule Motorsport car of the number 48, JJ Lowe, just looking for an opportunity which arises. Final lap is now upon us though, and Hansane Khan looking to take home another victory unless Joshua Griffin is able to pull out a masterclass of a final lap.
Well, he's going to have to do well, but Josh Griffin has done a fantastic race, putting himself up to second. I think it's going to stay Hansane Khan from Josh Griffin, but then what's going to happen behind? Because the battle is on between Louis Radcliffe and Emerson McAndrew-Earn. It's going to be the battle for third. Here we are, look, the 82 with the 33 all over the rear bumper. Sam Pollitt Racing fending off Dan Holland Racing. Look at this, what a great race this is for the youngsters. This is the battle for third then. What can Emerson do, if anything at all, in the closing stages? Rounding the corner, no. It ends up there with Radcliffe just holding off Emerson McAndrew-Earn, and that was the battle for third. And out in front, Kai, Hansane Khan and Josh Griffin. Another brilliant race this morning.
Yeah, no races have disappointed so far. It's been action-packed all morning, and this is just a taster of what we have later on. Hansane Khan will come home with the victory, though. He took it from pole position, and he'll take home the victory as well in the superheat. Sets him up nicely for later on this afternoon. Joshua Griffin comes home in second position from Louis Radcliffe, Emerson McAndrew-Earn, Daniel Minto, Miles Burton, Alex Goodson, Thomas Potter, JJ Lowe, Riley Muro, Zach Starbuck in 11th position. Blair Smith in 12th from Ollie Thompson, Drew Davidson from David Yorns, Lamin Willett, then it's going to be Zach Jennings, Charlie Stapleton, Hakeem Batt, Mohammed Hassan Munir and Thomas Jackson, the only retirement from the race in 21st position. So 20 out of the 21 cars finishing out there on the circuit. They will all come in for scrutineering and they will all come into the pit lane as they will now have a nice little breather until later on this afternoon. Obviously these will be the last drivers to have their final later on at around what looks like around 3:30 for these drivers to have their final, but the finals obviously kicking off a little bit earlier than that, but that's going to round out proceedings for the morning. Kev, thank you so much for joining me for the commentary. It's been a pleasure having you alongside.
Kai, it's been an absolute blast this morning. We've been treated some great racing from all of these UKC drivers. Firm but fair racing, and finishing that last one there, full credit to Hansane Khan. That is now a hat-trick of first places for him. Done both of his heats and his super heats in first place. Been an absolute blast, Kai. Thanks ever so much. I will be then in the winners' enclosure next, seeing who wins in the super finals, just across the way from where Keith, our chief scrutineer, is stood right now, as we can see on the big screen. But thanks ever so much for having me on board this morning, Kai.
Of course, it's been a pleasure. Yep, Kev, you can't get away quite that easily. We'll obviously be seeing Kev doing the post-race interviews later on this afternoon. But that's going to round out proceedings for the morning and the superheats. But later on, you have to tune in for this one. It's going to kick off just after the lunch break with the first Junior Rotax final starting at around 1:25.
Well, these young kart racers have a busy season, and one young man who knows that all too well is stood next to me now, Hasnain Khan in Mini Inter, kart number 7. Hasnain, the first time we've seen you in UKC was at the last round, because you've been racing here, there and everywhere this year, haven't you?
We've been racing in Europe and we've been doing some of the British. And now we're going to finish the rest of the UKC Championship.
Fantastic. And so we last saw you then, or we first saw you in 2024 at Warden Law last time out, and it was quite an eventful weekend for you. You went well in the heats, didn't you? A second and a third.
Yeah. So we were finished second and third. We qualified second overall, and in the super heat we finished second, but we got an in-race penalty which dropped us to 6th. And then we started, I think, third in the final, but then we dropped back to like some battling. So yeah, it was a good weekend.
It was a really good weekend, just outside the podium, finished 5th overall come the end of the weekend. So you obviously know you've got the pace. How are you feeling coming to this one here at Three Sisters then?
Really confident, as we've been first in every practice yesterday, so we're really good with our pace here.
And is this a circuit that you know well? Have you raced here much before?
Yeah, it's not really open that often, but I live like an hour away, so it's one of my local tracks, so yeah.
So you could call this your home circuit. You might have home advantage?
Yeah.
And just talk to me a little about the team as well. We're under the Hunter Motorsport awning, and you've been with these guys for a little while now?
Yeah, it's been over a year now, and it's really good, as I got Kai and Reese, as they help me with the driving, as they used to drive, but Kai still drives. He's racing today as well, so yeah.
So you've got Kai and Reese looking after you. What are some of the bits of advice maybe that they would give you? What sort of things did they say to you as a young driver?
Just keep calm and just be smooth.
Keep calm and be smooth, I like it. And if you do that this weekend, what are you hoping to achieve come Sunday night? What are you aiming for?
Win and get a podium.
Hasnain, very best of luck and thanks for talking to us.
Okay.
Well, Sam Pollitt Racing always produces some great young drivers, and one of them is stood next to me now in Micromax, currently sitting 4th in the championship overall, and you made the podium last time at Warden Law. Josh Hushka, 3rd last time out. You had a good round when we last saw you, didn't you?
I mean, yeah, should have been second. Didn't really know it was last lap, so a few mistakes there. But coming back this weekend, first time here, hopefully I can produce some good effort and work.
Brilliant stuff, a good way of looking at it, very positive, building on the last round, coming into this one. And as you've just said, this is your first time here at Three Sisters. Tell us a little bit about how you've been getting on with this circuit so far, and what do you make of it?
I think the circuit's very fast-flowing, probably my favourite track. It's got a few bumps here and there, but the corners are just so flowing that it's just so good.
Really flowing. It's already one of your favourite tracks. Did you say I think it's your favourite track?
Yeah, I think it's my favourite track. It's just, I really love fast-flowing tracks. They're just amazing to drive on, and it's just wonderful.
Brilliant. A ringing endorsement for the track up here in Wingard then. And having a think about the championship, you're sitting 4th overall in the championship. You're in a good place, aren't you, with 3 rounds to go? We've got Three Sisters, then GYG, and then we go to Rowrah. You must have your eyes on the end of season podium overall.
I mean, yeah, Rowrah's my local track, so I should do really well at Rowrah. And the championship is like so close. Like, I think it's 2 points between me and Harry. So yeah, just gonna try win the championship.
Just got to try and win the championship, not just get on the podium. I love that. And as we talk about this weekend and thinking about Sunday night, what are you aiming for this weekend? What would be a good result for you?
I'd say inside the top 3 would be a really good result, but always going for first.
Listen, very best of luck for the weekend, and thanks for talking to us, young man. Josh Hushka in Micromax. Well, one of the most hotly contested classes is junior road tax. Often the grids in this one are in excess of 70 drivers. But one man that did really well last time out, qualifying on pole, Zane Quecker. Zane, you had a great round, didn't you, last time when we were at Warden Law?
Yeah, managed to get the best of it on that track. We were struggling for the past few years, but on that one we just went out on our own and just managed to put it on pole overall.
Yeah, really well done, and I understand that some of that success is to do with the awning that you're now under. You've been part of the Ultimate R team for the last 4 months, and it's going well, is it?
Yeah, it's going good. They've helped me out with the setup and everything, so that's made me gone quicker overall.
So there's quite a difference when you come from being like a younger driver on your own to then joining a team. You notice the difference almost straight away, do you?
Yeah, a lot, because they just go quicker as you like go further into the team a lot more. So.
Why do you think that is? What's happening under the team awning that perhaps doesn't happen when you're, a one-man band?
So we go into the awning and then you get given data, helping you out helping out in the lines that you need to improve on, and yeah, it just needs to get better and better, and yeah.
And I guess I imagine under a team awning, like you say, the data, there's lots of drivers all trying lots of different setups, so you haven't got to spend lots of time on your own trying different setups.
Yeah, everyone tries different things, and the best one out of all of them just goes with that. So.
Looking ahead to this weekend then, we're here at Three Sisters, and you know this track well.
Yeah, it's my local track, like 20 minutes away from here, but we know the lines a lot. I'm probably mainly I might be quick around here. Hopefully I can put it on the top step.
Yeah, well, best of luck for that. You get a lot of support as well, don't you, with your karting? It wouldn't be possible without sponsors. I think you know all too well just how important sponsors are.
Yeah, so O'Grady Electrical helps us out, gave us a sticker kit for free, helped us out, motivated me a lot, and they're going to be here this weekend, so I'm hoping to get good results for them.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully you will get some good results. Come Sunday night, what are you aiming for? What is going to be a good result for you this weekend?
I'm hoping on Sunday a top 10. Top 10.
Top 10. Listen, Zane, very best of luck. Thanks for talking to us and go well.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, if ever you needed proof that the Drive to Survive effect is real and that motorsport is a completely gender-neutral sport, I have the living, breathing embodiment of both of those things right here. Caitlin Seabrook, running in Senior Road Tax. Caitlin, thanks for taking time to chat to us today. Just tell us about your story and how you got into motorsport. Why are you in karting?
So I started watching Drive to Survive on Netflix, and it was watching that really got me into motorsport. And I said to my dad, who's no one in my family has raced, so it's totally new to us. I said to him, I was like, that's what I want to do. So we went up to Knockhill and we done some of the rental karting, and that's where we started. So we done a year's rental karting in 2021, and then we met Lenny Messenger, who we're running with now, and we done junior road tax last year. This is my first year in seniors and doing UKC.
Well, listen, really well done, because the senior road tax field this year in UKC and across the UK is really strong. Tough competition out there in senior road tax.
Definitely, it's been tough. Definitely one of the toughest championships that I've done. I think doing Scotland last year, a lot of the Scottish rounds are a lot smaller than what UKC is, so it's been a big learning curve, but it's definitely made me come on as a driver a lot.
Yeah, and coming on as a driver a lot is what you've been doing this season, so really well done. But you've got quite a sporty background, so you're not coming at this from completely being someone who was sitting on the sofa doing nothing. You've got a little bit of competitive spirit in you already.
Yeah, so done gymnastics for 8 years, done some running, football, some surfing. No, but I've always been very sporty, and I think definitely from gymnastics it's given you that kind of agility and kind of just niche strength that you need for the sport. My sponsor is Synergy Group Fitness. They've been with me along the way. They trained me when I was a gymnast, and now they're training me as a racing driver, so a massive thank you to them, because I think strength is such a big part in motorsport, and it's definitely something you need.
Yeah, it really is. People don't realise that when you're out in those heats and those super finals, they're 14 minutes long, some of those races. You come in absolutely broken, don't you? There's a lot going on when you're in the car. But also as well, you've been learning, your dad's been learning as well, hasn't he? Because he's had to get on the spanners and understand how to make one of these things tick.
Yeah, so he's never been a mechanic, so when we started, we were both totally new to it. We had quite a lot of mishaps, lots of broken threads and stuff, but he's not messed up recently, so it's going the right way.
You're under a good awning though. Lenny Messenger's looking after you, isn't he?
Yeah, it's been really good with Lenny Mestre, and he lives 15 minutes away from us, so it's really handy just to take the car over to him and get everything checked, and he's been a big help in our journey.
Listen, really well done. What is going to be a good result for you come the end of the weekend? What are you aiming for this weekend?
I'd really like a top 10. So I was 11th in the practice before, so that's given me hope for a top 10. I've not finished a final here just because it's just been unlucky and unfortunate, but I think finishing would be a good start, but top 10 would really top it off.
Caitlin, best luck for the weekend and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, in Honda Cadet, one young man who's making a name for himself, who was a novice not that long ago, is stood next to me now, Margaris Kovacic. Third in the championship overall in UKC, fourth in the British Championship overall, and you are relatively new to all this karting, aren't you?
Yeah, it's only been, my first season and it's getting along pretty good, so.
I'd say you're getting on really well, young man. Talk to me about the last round with us at the UKC. We were at Warden Law and the heats were going well. You finished, I think, second, and a second in the super heat, but what happened in the final?
Didn't really go our way, bit of a bump and then just messed with the car a bit and then obviously dropped down a few positions and then, flipped it.
Just flipped it, he says casually. Actually, because people who don't understand karting wouldn't think these things go over, but sometimes they do go fully over.
Yeah.
And what happened? What's it like when that happens, when you're a racer and you know that's going to happen?
When you're upside down, you're just wondering what's going on. Is my kart okay? Is my kit okay?
More importantly, were you okay?
Yeah, I was fine.
Good stuff. Now listen, here we are then at Three Sisters. It's round 4 of our championship. You're in a good position, third in the championship overall. How is it going so far this weekend?
I'd say this weekend is going pretty well. I've improved my PB sometimes. We're just testing new things out, new setups and all that.
And you got your dad on the spanners as usual. How's he getting on?
I'd say he's getting on pretty well.
Brilliant. What's the key to doing well around Three Sisters, do you think? What have you learned already from the couple of practice sessions that you've had?
I think the main thing about Three Sisters is trying to keep your speed up, just trying to be as quick as you can because it's a really top speed track here. All the corners are really fast paced, so you just got to go as quick as you can really.
Yeah. Brilliant. And you need to get a toe. A lot of the other drivers are saying on that long back straight, you need to tuck in behind somebody.
Yeah, when you tuck in behind somebody, we've been talking and you can gain like 3 to 5 tenths. It's absolutely crazy around here.
Listen, Margaret, it's been great talking to you. Very best of luck for the weekend. Just quickly tell me, come Sunday night when we're doing the podiums and I announce the winners, what do you hope will be? What's going to be a good result for you this weekend?
Hopefully a win, but top 3 would be very nice for the championship.
Very best of luck. Go well this weekend and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, one driver who's been doing really consistently well in her karting and in UKC is Lizzie Mentier, and last time out for round 3 she got her best ever podium position, 2nd place. You must have been really thrilled with that last round with us, Lizzie.
Yeah, it was amazing. I just can't wait to get first next.
Yeah, exactly, and that first could come this weekend because you've podiumed here as well. 3 podiums now, you've had a third and a 2nd, and your first ever podium was here last year.
Yeah, it was tough. We managed to slip on the podium though, so hoping I can do the same this year.
And junior road tax is a really tough class. Doesn't matter who you are or where you've come from, you have to fight for every win, every position, don't you?
Yeah, it's one of the toughest grids I've raced, so.
And alongside your UKC results, things are going well for you within motorsport generally. Tell us about the logo that's on your T-shirt right now.
It's the Alpine Race Her programme. It's basically the Alpine have a programme for girls on the other side of the Formula One. And they've been looking for girls for the past year and a bit now that they can see potential in to get as far as possible. And they support me and back me all the way in when I'm trying to get to F1. And they're just pushing me, and the amount of support they're putting is unreal. It's great to be in, and I love every bit of it. And it's also getting my name out there for obviously people knowing me more.
Yeah, and it is a full sort of like circle of support that you're getting. Everything from diet, psychological help, fitness, on-track support, financial support. It ticks every box, doesn't it?
Yeah, it ticks everything, and I'm just hoping I can have the potential to get to the top.
In terms of your progress through motorsport, what's the plan going forwards? In junior road tax now, stick with it through senior road tax?
Senior next year with a bit of testing, I think, in other things, and then the year after, I think it's going to cars.
Fantastic. So you're fully excited about all of this, and this is the target for you now going forward.
Yeah, I just can't wait to get through.
Well, listen, Lizzie, thanks for talking to us, and very best of luck for this weekend. What are you aiming for this weekend? I mean, I said there you could go top step of the podium. You've had a 3rd, you've had a 2nd. Could it be this weekend, top step?
I'm hoping so. I mean, I'm trying my best to get there.
Well, listen, very best of luck for the weekend, and thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
So let's take a look at the classes that will be running in 2024, and we start with Honda Cadet. Now these drivers are just 8 to 13 years of age, and they're running that Honda GX200 engine on a 900 or 950mm chassis. Vega supply the rubber that will keep them on the tarmac, and they have a choice of the Cadetti Slick or the WM1 for when it's wet. Next up, it's Micromax, also younger drivers here, aged 8 to 12 years, but now running that 125cc Micromax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. Vega supplying the rubber once again, and it's the Cadetti Slicks or the WM1 wets. Then we move up to Mini Inter, and now the drivers are 10 to 13 years of age, running a 125cc Minimax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. But Mojo now supply the rubber, C2 in the dry and CW in the wet. Junior road tax are next, and now things start to get a little bit serious. 12 to 16-year-olds here running that 125cc Junior Max Evo engine. Mojo supplying the rubber D2 and W5, and we're expecting a huge number of entries in this class, and it's going to be really competitive. Following on from Junior Road Tax, and we have Senior Road Tax, open to drivers over the age of 15, running that full 125cc Senior Max Evo engine with Mojo supplying the rubber. Win a championship in Senior Road Tax and you're well on your way, climbing the ladder of professional motorsport. And new to UKC for 2024 are TKM Extreme, open to drivers over the age of 15, and they'll be running that tag TKM BT82 Extreme engine. 115ccs at their disposal, and they'll be laying down the power onto the tarmac through Maxxis rubber. Let's take a look then at the road to the podium over race weekend in 2024. It all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying. All drivers take part here, and this will determine your starting position for the heat races. Then all drivers take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you'll gain championship points and determine your starting position for the superheat. The superheat follows for the top 68 drivers, and not only will you gain championship points here, but you'll also decide your start position for the super final based on the heats and the superheat. Then it's the top 34 drivers who will compete in the super final and gain those all-important championship points based on their finishing position. And if you're in the top 3, well, you'll be standing on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the trophy and the prizes. So there it is then, through time qualifying, the heat races, the super heat, the super final, and then hopefully the podium.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Hello and welcome to Three Sisters Race Circuit for the live action this afternoon that will be bringing us the super finals for round 4 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. I'm Kev Harris and I'm really pleased to say that we are bathed in sunshine here just on the outskirts of Wigan this weekend for what has already been a phenomenal weekend's racing. This morning's super heats were just first class. Myself and Kai Hunter calling the action in commentary on those, and Kai will be kicking things off with the live commentary this afternoon. In a moment or two then with Junior Road Tax, we then have Senior Road Tax, we have TKM, we've got Hondas, we've got Micros and we've got Mini Inter, and we are set for some fantastic racing. It has been firm, but it has been very fair, and there's battles right throughout the fields, right throughout all of the classes. Kicking off in a moment then with Junior Road Tax, and it's going to be intriguing, isn't it? At the top of the championship table at the moment, the adversaries that are Jacob Ashcroft and Harry Barter will be fighting it out, but then don't forget others like Lizzie Mentier, Lewis Goff, Cameron Nelson and many, many more who are going to all be fighting out, trying to get themselves on the top step of the podium. There's lots to drive for, lots to play for, and it's going to be great. So let's get underway.
As if the morning's action wasn't enough, welcome to the finals here at Three Sisters for round 4 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And what a way to kick off the afternoon. Junior Road Tax Super Final is going to hit us off first. Jack West is going to be starting on pole position from Leon Hasty in second. Then it's going to be Harry Bartle, Lewis Goff, Jacob Ashcroft, Joshua Turnbull rounding out the third row of the grid. Fourth row is then going to consist of Cole Denham and Joshua Smith, from Finley Buck and Cameron Nelson, then Eli Baran and Jared Fox-Whiteley in 12th position. 13th is going to be Jake Flewitt, then it's going to be Joshua Wickham in 14th. Row 8 is going to consist of Jensen Pritchard and Lizzie Mentier, then Addison Smith and Tobian Alvarez in 18th. 19th is going to be Mikey Walker. Joining him alongside will be Daniel Kilpatrick, then Kai Clark, Jack Thompson, Zach Turner, Kai Page. Rounding out the 12th row of the grid, 13th row is going to be Lucas Blamford, then Charlie Wolfer, Oakley Garthright, then Vlad Tomanchik, Sebastian Lurch and Charlie Benson rounding out the 15th row of the grid in 30th. The last 2 rows of drivers is going to be Maxim Kirwan, Jake Woods, Zane Quaker and Arya Bansal, rounding out the 34 drivers which have qualified for the super final this afternoon here in the Junior Road Tax class. Just a big hats off there to all of the drivers that have competed this weekend, and especially all of the 34 drivers that have made it here to the super finals. No matter where you finish here, it's already a big achievement to make your way onto the grid of the super finals here, and I can't quite put my finger on just one name which is going to come out on top of that. There's Harry Bartle, the O plate. You can't take that name out of your mouth because you know he's going to be doing something very special every so often. Jacob Ashcroft was there, the 222. He had his trials and tribulations. He definitely had his work cut out for him in his super heat earlier on, but he fought against the conditions and fought against the other drivers to get himself in a high-end position. As we go down the order, Finley Buck there. As we keep looking down, Cameron Nelson in the DHR car. Plenty of different colours, plenty of different liveries. You love to see the diversity of colours of the different cars, all of the different teams that are competing this weekend. It's great to see all the drivers lining up, representing their teams and representing themselves with their custom painted lids. Love that one there from JB. Beautiful, beautiful helmet there. But as we go down the order, just seen before there, Lizzie Mentier, she managed to get herself a podium last year here at this circuit, so she's very acquainted to being up at the front end of this three-sister circuit. Managed to finish second on the podium. Also got driver of the weekend that weekend after putting on a brilliant performance all the way throughout the weekend. Obviously coming away with a great result as well. Good down the order, the Hunter Motorsport car there, the 275. We walk down the order. Very, very big grid here, just meaning there's more action for us and more for the drivers to do out there on the circuit. It's not going to be easy for drivers like Charlie Wolfett, which are starting a little bit further down the order. They're going to have a lot of work to do if they want to carve their way through the field and get themselves some positions. Tomašek there, sitting on the grid. All the drivers here looking very focused and prepared, ready for the start of action to get underway. If you're watching along at home, make sure to put in the YouTube chat which drivers you are supporting and who you're cheering on this weekend, who you want to see do well in these races. A little bit of rubber on the bodywork, never hurt anyone there out there on the grid. It's great to see all the drivers out in Force Junior Rotax, probably one of the most competitive classes that we have here this weekend, alongside the Senior Rotax as well. They always put on a show. It's always brilliant action from this class, Junior Rotax. Probably the highlight of the weekend for some of the people watching along. And wow, do we have a big crowd there sat on the South Bank. You can even see in the background Louis Westover, a quite awarded driver himself, working for the DHR team this weekend. He'll be watching along on the bank and they're cheering on his teammates. But as all the mechanics now clear off the grid, that can mean only one thing, that we are getting ever so closer for the racing and action to get underway. The drivers will start their engines and will start their formation laps, as already started to weave down the straight, trying to get as much heat in these tyres as possible. As sitting on the grid there, although it may be high air temperature of around 19 degrees, the drivers, all their tyres will have been sat cooling down on the surface. So a lot of work for them to do here on the formation lap to warm up their tyres and get their tyres up to temperature. As they make their way around the circuit now towards the home straight once again. They'll cross the line for the first time and they will have one more lap to warm up their tyres. One driver going straight on as if he's going into the pit lane. Not quite sure who that was in the background. As we tour the circuit for the final time. Hopefully we go green first time round. We have a formation lap. If we have a Battenberg, sorry. If we have a false start, obviously we would have one more formation lap, which gives the drivers a little bit more time to get themselves prepared for the race start. But we are looking very, very prepared up at the front end here, as Jack West has very quickly got the drivers into formation. He's formed up very early, which from my perspective makes it seem like we are going to go racing this first time round. No intentions of a false start, but is it intentions of a victory? Jack West is going to lead us away from pole position down towards the first bend. Let's see what happens here on the inside. Bartle's going to get there. What a start there from third position as Bartle goes flying up the inside. Jack West went to the middle of the circuit to cover off Leon Hasty and sliding through on the inside line. You don't see that very often. Harry Bartle into the lead from third position, as on the inside, going defensive now is Jack West. Watch out for Hasty. Hasty's trying to get himself up into second position already, as we're keeping an eye on Jacob Ashcroft as well in behind. He's got Joshua Turnbull and Cole Denham in behind him. Cole Denham, the two teammates, going a little bit wide there, does West. Trying to slide through on the inside line. He's not going to quite get there, does Leon Hasty. As a very, very action-packed first lap there. Harry Bartle, what a start from him. From third to first on the opening corner, down the inside. There goes the 62 of Denham as he makes his way down the inside, gets past Hasty. Hasty all the way down into fourth now. One driver going spitting up dust as he goes flying across the grass. Signals from the mechanics as they go down the back straight into the midsection of the circuit now. It's all going to calm down a little bit before it all kicks off again once we get to the first corner. There goes Cole Denham. We're keeping an eye on him. Leon Hasty tucked in behind that DHR cart. All the drivers just keeping their order for the time being, Keep an eye on the number 11 there, Joshua Smith. He was getting himself involved in the battle, but Harry Bartle, an outstanding start. I can't express that enough. 1.5 seconds of the gap he's already accumulated for himself. But the fact he was able to jump into first position is beyond me. Bartle with half of the job already done. Half the job he still has to do. All he has to do is keep that car in that lead position. It's a lot easier said than done though. One small mistake there from Bartle and West will be all over the rear bumper of that Birillard kart. Bartle crosses the line, momentarily gets the fast lap, but that's snatched away there by Leon Hasty. Well, it was Leon Hasty. Now it's dropped down to Lizzie Mentia, who's down in 17th position. One driver going off in the background. Couldn't quite catch who that was from our picture. A little bit further down in the order, one driver going flying off in the grass, what looks like to have been turn 2. Back up in front though, Harry Bartle. You couldn't ask any more from the man out in the lead right now. The O-plate with a 1.67 second gap has already extended away from the rest of the order. Jack West in second though, he's not going to give it up just yet, we know that. As battling in behind, you can see Cole Denham and Leon Hasty still fighting between the two of them, squabbling for that third position. Hasty hasn't managed to overturn the 62 just yet, but still plenty of time remaining on the clock. Reminder, these are 14-minute races instead. So definitely an endurance for these drivers. They need to keep their tyres in good condition. Overtaking the background, that was Ashcroft making a move on Eli Badan. Ashcroft gets that move done quite nicely. Joshua Smith trying to follow through as well. Just opening the flap on the radiator there was Eli Badan as they went down the home straight. Just letting a little bit more air into that radiator, cool down the engine. Air temperature has now hit 20 degrees. So the drivers battling with the temperatures and conditions, not just with the other drivers on the circuit. Down the inside, that was a late move, but he'll very nicely get that one done. I wasn't expecting that one at all in the background. As back up, we're keeping an eye on Joshua Turnbull here as he's tucked in behind Leon Hasty. Hasty still snatching at the rear bumper of Cole Denham. Denham checks over his shoulder, he checks left, he checks right. They now go diving right into the first corner, down the inside. There's the number 11 of Joshua Smith making a move on Eli Badan. Joshua Smith now gets himself up into 9th position as Badan's dropped down into 10th. Looking out in the background though, that was Lucas Blamford looking forward overtake on Mikey Walker. Blamford looked to have got that move done there on Walker in the background. As we look to have been around 5 minutes into this race, the field now stringing out a little bit between these drivers. We're keeping an eye on Finley Buck in the number 9 kart there. He's tucked in behind the DHR of the number 20 down the inside. There's the move from the 92 of Jack West. Denham momentarily got himself into 2nd position, but it's snatched straight back there from the 92 of Jack West. He's not messing around at all, and he doesn't want to find himself in any position lower than 2nd. One driver which we haven't mentioned much since the first couple of laps, Harry Bartle, just got the fastest lap of the race there and now extending his lead out to 2.98 seconds. 3 seconds nearly is the gap which he's already pulled over the rest of the field. That is outstanding work there from Harry Bartle. Unmatched pace out in front right now. Harry Bartle is the fastest driver out there on the circuit by 0.4 of a second on that previous tour of the circuit. The only driver to be setting lap times in the 42 so far. As we go through the midsection, keep an eye on Leon Hasty as he's still trying to attack the rear bumper of Cole Denham. A long look over the shoulder there from Cole Denham. as he's just making sure that Hasty isn't within attacking distance as they made their way into the final corner. Onto the home straight, pointing out in front. Alvarez just letting Alvarez just letting Fluid know that they need to work together to catch on to the back of Eli Baran to be in competition for a top 10 position. Down the hill and onto the back straight once again. Very wide there from the 54, and what looks like to be a loose rear bumper. I'm sure that will be very quickly picked up and maybe even translated into a mechanical flag, unfortunately for Jack Fluid. Jake Fluid there with a loose rear bumper hanging off the car, just about keeping it under control. Denham going very defensive now as Hasty is sniffing that rear bumper of Cole Denham right now. Nose and tail are these two drivers. Down the hill we go. What a battle this is going on here. Looks like 7 cars all squabbling for what is a podium position in third. There it is. It was only a matter of time before that came out. A mechanical flag there for Jake Fluid. That's for the rear bumper hanging off, which we just mentioned out before. That's so unfortunate there for Jake Fluid. He's having a great race. He was in P10 for a moment of time, has now dropped down into 22nd as he's pulled into the pit lane. As the drivers now make their way down the hill once again. Having a look there at the 41 of Cameron Nelson, followed in behind by Jacob Ashcroft, the two teammates. Trying to hold on to it, actually. I thought that was an attempt of a move around the outside. No, it wasn't. That was Leon Hasty getting himself into second position. Cole Denham was trying to hold it around the outside, giving it everything he's got to hold on to that second position, but down the inside, had a little look at the inside line there, did Finley Buck, trying to make his way past Joshua Turnbull. He's still having a look at that inside line, not able to do anything about that one. There's a warning here for Cole Denham as he's picked up a warning flag, not quite sure what that's for. But Cole Denham just lost out on a position to Leon Hasty. And to rub salt into the wound, he's also awarded a warning flag from the steward. Clearly something that they feel has happened. Didn't quite catch it on the cameras here, though. 4 minutes and 30 seconds is now what's remaining on the clock here. Harry Bartle out in front has departed. He is in a league of his own right now. His race is completely different timeline to everybody else here. Jack West, the closest driver, 5 seconds nearly in behind Harry Bartle. And a second warning flag going out of Cole Denham. Now Cole Denham is in serious trouble. He's under big pressure, not from the cars around him, but also the stewards sitting up there on the gantry. But Cole Denham really has to be careful if he doesn't want to get himself in penalty trouble. We're having a look at Lizzie Mentia here as she was applying a lot of pressure on the rear bumper of Lucas Blanford. Going defensive is Hasty on the inside, trying to get that move done. Jacob Ashcroft just fending off Joshua Smith right now as they both attack the rear bumper of Finley Buck. Down the hill, there's the number 44 making his way through the picture. That's Zane Quaker. Through the midsection we go. You can see the DHR colours of Lizzie Mentia there. Mentia all over the rear bumper of the car in front. That is Lucas Blanford and Eli Barron. Eli Barron posted up in front of Mentia right now, pinned to that inside white line. He's not giving up anything as Leon Hasty. He's not risking anything at all. He's worked so hard to get his car in this position in the first place, and he doesn't want any of that work to be undone, especially in such closing stages of this race as well. Harry Bartle out in front, still the fastest lap to his name. Doesn't need to be pushing that car any further than it has to go. with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Bartle, he's done 99% of the work. All he has to do now is just bring it home, and it will be another victory to put under his belt in the Ultimate Karting Championship for Harry Bartle. But one driver that doesn't have it so easy. Clip on the front bumper there, very close to being an incident between those two drivers, as Leon Hasty and Cole Denham still going at it between them. Keep an eye on Joshua Turnbull, he's there to pick up any scraps which happens between this battle. Actually, a little bit of breathing room is formed between Leon Hasty and Cole Denham. Denham, after that little scare there at the first corner, has dropped back off the rear bumper of the number 38. Check over the shoulder from both of them. Hasty sees Denham, Denham sees Turnbull. As they come down the home straight once again, head to the steering wheel. Hasty giving it everything he's got now. Just 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And it is the dying stages in this race. Check over the shoulder once again. Nerves, he can't let them get the better of him. He's got so much pressure on his shoulders. As he checks once again, Cole Denham trying to force a mistake out of Leon Hasty in front as he's pushing that car to the limit. That DHR and the number 38 in front of him. As they come round the final bend onto the home straight once again, I'm sure he will be counting down the seconds right now as Leon Hasty checks his shoulder again, checks left, checks right, goes to the outside, does Cole Denham, isn't able to get the dummy which he wanted to sell on the inside. This isn't a corner shop, this is the Three Sisters race circuit. Down the hill they go, onto the back straight once again. Leon Hasty checks his shoulder, so does Denham. He sees he's got a bit of breathing room back to Turnbull, and that'll be a sign of recognition in his head that he's able to attack the car in front without any worries of what's going on in behind. Every single little bit of straight that he gets, Leon Hasty is checking over his shoulders. He's leaving no stones unturned and not leaving anything up to chance at all. Over his shoulder goes Joshua Turnbull to the inside line. Defensive goes Hasty. Normal racing line is the optimism for Cole Denham. Checks his shoulder once again. Down the hill we go. This will be the penultimate time we see this happen. He checks once again. Cole Denham will be sitting in his car, licking his lips, knowing that Leon Hasty is on the edge. He knows that he is nervous. He's just waiting for the opportunity to pounce at that kart and try and make that second position. Nose and tail, these karts are glued together right now, and this battle is going to be outstanding going on to the final lap. It's been so close, all leading up to this point, but who's going to come out for second position? Mechanical flag goes out for Charlie Benson, but all eyes are on this battle. Leon Hasty, Cole Denham, Joshua Turnbull all locked together as they go down onto the back straight. Tiny bit of breathing room is given in the favour of Leon Hasty. Doesn't opt to check over his shoulder this time, but the man on a mission. He did it from the first corner. A lights to flag finish. Harry Bartle, take a bow. He's done it once again in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Across the line goes Harry Bartle to take another victory to put under his belt. But to the line, who's going to get it? We've missed the overtake. Cole Denham, he's got past Leon Hasty. Hasty couldn't withstand the pressure. And while all our attention was focused on Harry Bartle crossing the line, Jack West comes home in second, but Cole Denham got the move done on Leon Hasty. I am so sad that we missed that overtake. All of that battling and all that pressure has led up to that moment, and we missed it. Cole Denham gets the move on Leon Hasty eventually for third position, but Joshua Turnbull comes home in fifth. Finley Buckle come home in sixth from Jacob Ashcroft in seventh. Toby and Alvarez, then it's going to be Cameron Nelson and Lizzie Mentia rounding out the top 10. Oh my word, what a final to kick it off. Harry Bartle with one of the greatest moves I've ever seen at the start of a race, manages to get himself up into the lead, and it was easy runnings from there. Harry Bartle departed from the rest of the field and checked out of his hotel, and he checked out of this race as well to get himself a great race win. Jack West comes home second. Cole Denham will finish in third. Kev's going to be down there in the Parc Fermé to give us the best of the gossip. He will talk to the top three.
So here we are then looking at the weighing scales of Harry Bartle then just receiving the high five from number 92, Jack West. That is your 1 and 2. Harry Bartle in first then. A great weekend for him and a great race from him. Lights the flag victory, as Kai was saying a moment or two ago on comms. And just behind him, the number 92 of KR Sportsman, Jack West in second. Those two youngsters seem to have it all their own way. But then as we look at the scrutineering bay here, number 38 is the man who's pulled in third, and that's Leon Hasty. But I'm wondering if number 62, Cole Denham, was actually the winner from where I was stood. And then behind him here in scrutineering, there's the 222 of Jacob Ashcroft. We'll try and get a word with them just as soon as we can in a moment or two. We obviously got Gary and Keith down here, the scrutineers, who will be doing the business, just getting the weighing scales sorted. Keith's just having a little chat now. I can see Cole Denham walking into the scrutineering bay, as we've got other drivers high-fiving. And see Cole Denham walking across. Looks like he's going to go and have a word with Harry. And we'll get Harry and Jack. And I'm pretty sure on the timing screens, Cole Denham took third at the line. I'll have to double check that one, but that's what I was seeing. So yeah, that's the scene down here. Jack West just wheeling his car out there. And then we're looking at number 38, but we'll get a word with them. We're going to need the 1, 2, 3. We're going to need the 1, 2, 3 back to do the winners' interviews in a moment or two. It looks like it's Harry Bartle from Jack West from Cole Denham. I'm going to welcome up as soon as... in fact, I'll welcome up Cole Denham straight away. Let's get a word with Cole onto the spot. We'll get a chat with him down here. So, Cole, just looking at that one, quite a battle that you were having in the closing stages of that, but it looked like you took third place when it was all said and done, come the checkered flag.
Yeah, I'm very delighted with that, as it's my first podium in junior, so I'm quite happy to say that now I can finish on the podium, so yeah, I'm delighted.
Quite a battle you were having with Leon Hasty in the closing stages. You had your eyes on him for lap after lap after lap, and then you got it done. You were obviously feeling like you could make that overtake.
Yeah, Leon's a really good driver. It's tough to compete against him, as he's a lot older, so yeah, it's just amazing to end up on the podium.
Yeah, it really is, and it was good to watch. Well done to you. Who's made it all possible this weekend? Who's been looking after you?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland, Curtis Gregory, my mum and dad, Mason Bishop on the tools, and everyone supporting me over the weekend.
Listen, Cole, well done. Are we going to see you at the next round at GYG, hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully.
Brilliant. Go and high-five your team. Go and finish up your scrutiny, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
There goes Cole Denham, the man that finished in second. I'll try and get a word with Jack West next. Let's get Jack straight on the spot. Jack is just here. Here he is. So, Jack, quite a battle going on behind you, but yourself and Harry out in front seem to be pretty much plain sailing for a lot of that race.
Yeah, I mean, at the start I made an error and I kind of let him through. And then, like, for the first, 5 laps, I had Cole and Hasty on me. But I managed to back them up into each other. So then, from there, the gap got bigger and bigger as they battled behind.
We often see that in karting, don't we? Once you sort of get yourself out in front, what's going on behind you can have a huge difference and you find some clear air. But no chance of you getting up to Harry in that one, don't you think?
Nah, because by the time I actually got my own air, he was probably about 5 seconds down the road. Around here, it's not one of those tracks where you can just catch up to someone. It's very even times.
Who's made it all possible this weekend? Who's been looking after you?
Obviously, my dad, he's done everything for me. My mechanic, Aidan Lee, he's done a lot this weekend to get the car. Obviously, KR Sport Engine, Louis and Connor, they've done a lot for the engine. Ash, KR, they've done a lot for me. And Martin Smithers on the TM.
Brilliant, well done. And hopefully we're going to see you at the next couple of rounds. We've got GYG and Rowra coming up. Are you going to join us for those?
Definitely, because I think I've moved up to third after this round, so definitely just want to go for it now.
Brilliant, really exciting stuff. And thanks for talking to us. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we'll get a quick word with Harry, the man who came home in first. So let's welcome up Harry and get some congratulations from him. Strawberry Racing man. Put it on... took the checkered flag, rather, sorry. Took the checkered flag in the super heat, and now you've done it in the super final. Must be really thrilled, Harry.
Yeah, obviously, the pace has been outrageous all weekend. We had a bit of a off-in the second heat, which I couldn't do anything about. But I still put it back in 7th, so it set me up for the super heat, which I won. And then third in the final was a good starting position. I got into the lead and controlled it from there.
Yeah, really good. And once you got yourself out into these, you were controlling it for there. And as Jack was just saying just before you, once you get out into it, it's difficult for people to catch you unless they're on a bit of a toe and got a bit of a chain behind you.
Yeah, obviously I can get into a rhythm and just keep putting laps in, and that's what I did, and obviously it worked.
Brilliant, well done. And it's done your championship chances, no harm at all taking that win.
No, obviously main championship rivals down a bit, so some points clawed back, so good.
Brilliant. Harry, well done. Who would you like to thank who's been looking after you this weekend?
Shaw Racing, Cream Racing Engines, Jack from Jack's for letting us stay in the awning and giving us some help, and then all my sponsors, all my family that are watching, and everyone that supported me.
Brilliant. Huge congratulations. Go and finish scrutiny and high five your team. Well done. There goes Harry Bartle. Exciting stuff in the first one here then at Three Sisters. We can now take a look back at some of the replays with your commentator, Kai Bacchini.
Thanks for that, Kev. Great to hear from the top three once again as the drivers we will see take that battle once again. And what a move that was there from Harry Bartle to get himself into the lead of the race, as he mentioned there. As soon as he got into his rhythm, it was pretty much smooth sailings from there. He departed from the rest of the field, got himself a nice little victory under his belt. Just helps him in the championship order. A lot of battling going on all the way throughout the field. A couple of drivers having a couple of moments there, but that pretty much rounds it out there for the Junior Rotax final. And with no break at all, we will move on to the Senior Rotax final. The drivers already making their way around the circuit. Macaulay Bishop will start from pole position. Archie Buttle alongside him from Gabe Fairbrother, Ewan Sharman, Alexander Cole, and Reese Bailey. Morgan Hudson-Brown is then joined alongside by Ryan Ward from Stephen Duncan and Pearson Bullicata rounding out the top 10, and Kai Hunter and Alex Duncan on the 6th row of the grid. 7th row is John Brown from Rachel Robinson, then it's going to be Aaron McKay, Ethan Martin, Ethan Critchley and Callum Kinder. 19th and 20th is David Mitchell and Victor Wohan, then it's going to be Alfie Bushell, then James Dunbar, Caitlin Seabrook and Harry Gilbert in 24th. 25th is going to be Harry Lamond from Stephanie Herbecker. Then it's going to be Gemma Heons, Jay Pearson, Mac McGilvery, and Sam Hilbrook. Rounding out the grid. And 31st there, as straight down to the first corner we go. On the inside, can Bishop keep it? Yes, he can. No struggles there for Macaulay Bishop. Will we see a repeat of what Harry Bartle was able to do and just drive away from the rest of the field, as he's already extended himself a little bit of a gap? Has Harry Bartle... Not Harry Bartle, sorry, that is Macaulay Bishop down the inside. There goes Kai Hunter. We knew he would be fighting his way through the field as he makes his way past Stephen Duncan. That'll be for around 9th position there. Keep an eye in behind there as we see all the drivers filing through. Alexander Cole keeping himself relevant within the battle as well. Still squabbling for position are these drivers. Macaulay Bishop out in front though. Already pulled himself around a 6/10 gap back to Archie Buttle in 2nd position. Gabe Fairbrother in 3rd. He's done a great job, has the triple one, to keep himself up at the front end of the field as going side by side. That's the number 16 in the background going for an overtake. Number 16 of Gemma Heons making an overtake in the background. There goes Kai Hunter making another beautiful move in the mid-pack as he makes his way now up into 5th position, I think. Tucked in behind Ewan Sharman, it looks like. The number 42 just in front of him. As we go down the home straight now. Down the inside. There was the move we were waiting for as he manages to get that done very nicely. As not Macaulay Bishop, sorry, that's Kai Hunter. Carving his way through the field past Ewan Sharman. The driver that was in 3rd position now dropped down into 4th. The next driver that will be at odds and falling into the clutches of Kai Hunter is going to be Archie Buttle in 2nd position. And then after that, the two titans may clash of Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter. Macaulay Bishop coming off the back of a great weekend out in Le Mans for the Rotax Max International Trophy. A great top 5 finish for him. As round the first corner we go, overtaking the background. That looks like that was Reese Bailey getting involved. Kai Hunter set the fastest lap of the race. Oh, and 2 drivers off in the background there. Yellow flags down at turn 1 and 2 drivers going off onto the grass. unfortunately, it looks like the carts were on top of each other, so that may be 2 retirements. Not quite sure who that was involved in the incident back there. But as we see, keeping an eye on Kai Hunter now, has already arrived onto the back of Archie Buttle. Fastest lap goes to Macaulay Bishop. That's snatched away there by Kai Hunter, going defensive on the inside there. Archie Buttle, he's learned to defend at the Kai Hunter corner, which we're now calling it. But it doesn't matter. Oh, up and over. There goes Kai Hunter. Tried to go down the inside. Buttle tried to close the door. And Kai Hunter now squabbling, trying to recover himself any time, which he's able to pull back. I have no idea how Kai Hunter has managed to keep that car in a straight line. A double pirouette there by Kai Hunter and gets the car pointing in a straight line again. And as if nothing had happened, he continues on with the race. Kai Hunter now has a lot of time to regain, but with a damaged car and a possibly bent axle, that car looks very unsettled through the corners. Will he be able to return to the top form that he was on? He's dropped all the way down into 8th position. Down the inside, there goes Stephen Duncan. He'll get the move on Alexander Cole. But an interesting incident there. It'll be interesting to see how the stewards see it from their point of view. Personally, it looked like a racing incident. Both the drivers trying to go for the same part of the track. Hunter on the inside. And just a close of the door there from the number 23. Didn't quite end out in the, sorry, the 22 didn't quite end out in the favour of Archie Buttle. He's dropped all the way down into 24th position. Heartbreak there for Buttle. Hunter somehow able to recover that car, but down the inside, there goes Stephen Duncan. He'll get himself into a podium position now. Duncan putting on the burners and really getting to work as he gets himself up into a podium position now. Round the final corner we go, and down the home straight. Checking over his shoulder there is Stephen Duncan after he's made that move on Gabe Fairbrother. Down the inside, Kai Hunter, unfazed by the incident which has just taken place. It's as if it didn't happen. He's now up into 6th position as he's made his way past Rhys Bailey and knocking on the door of the top 5 already. Kai Hunter, he's built of different material. Down the inside, you'll get 2 in 1, why don't you? Alexander Cole tried to make the move on Gabe Fairbrother. Both of them run wide, and Kai Hunter slips down the inside. 2 positions is better than 1, so he may as well snatch them up as he does so. Up into 4th position goes Kai Hunter. And that big setback which he had before has now been closed down already as he's looking for a podium position. Down the inside, there goes the 41 of Rhys Bailey. He'll get the move done on Gabe Fairbrother for 6th position. So much going on here in the Senior Rotax final, and we're only 6 minutes into the race. Alex Cole just trying to fend off Rhys Bailey right now after he's made that move on Gabe Fairbrother. Bailey on a barnstormer of a race. Great pace underneath that 41 machine. The 41 and the 14 now going at it. Cole's going to have a lot of work cut out for him if he wants to hold on to what is 5th position right now. Be a good haul of points to go towards his championship bid, but he's not able to defend there from Bailey. He's going to try the switchback, but the door wasn't quite open. He'll try the other way. He'll try now on the inside. Alexander Cole trying every possible way to get himself back past Rhys Bailey as they go 4 wide onto the back straight. Rhys Bailey, put sideways there by what looked like his teammate, the number 95 of John Brown. Those 2 drivers come together as there's so much going on, it's hard to keep track. Pierce of Balicata, he's now the one having to defend on the inside. John Brown makes his way past the 111 of Gabe Fairbrother, and Alexander Cole manages to recuperate and get himself back up into what was 7th position. Making the best of a bad situation, did Alexander Cole right there. Fairbrother hopping over the curbs and losing a lot of time as drivers swarm him out of the chicane. Onto the back straight we go. Keep an eye on Pearson Bullock Carter as he now has Rhys Bailey tucked in behind him. Alexander Cole, sorry, that's not Rhys Bailey anymore, that's John Brown, that's my mistake. A mechanical flag goes out to Archie Buttle. So Archie Buttle, the driver who had the incident earlier on with Kai Hunter, is now awarded a mechanical flag and will unfortunately have to pull into the pit lane to retire from this race. Down through the final midsection we go now. Just shy of 6 minutes remaining on this clock. On the inside, Cole goes over the rear bumper. John Brown tries to keep it on the circuit, but Cole was riding him through the corner. And onto the back of Ewan Charman. Kai Hunter has already disposed of Stephen Duncan. He's already in a podium position. Into Kai Hunter corner, down the inside. He'll do it once again. Hunter gets himself into second position. He loves making an overtake around that bend, does Kai Hunter. Obviously, for anyone watching at home, that is not actually called Kai Hunter corner. That is just the nickname that me and Kev have awarded it for this weekend, due to the amount of overtakes which Kai Hunter has been making around that bend. First corner is a second home for Kai Hunter. Obviously, the northeast of England is his first. But up into second position now. Hunter crosses the line and the positions update. But with 5.4 seconds out to the leader, Bishop, it's going to be very difficult to catch onto the back of him. Kai Hunter, he likes a challenge though, and I'm sure he'll give it his best shot to try and catch onto him. I'm unsure if he's going to manage to be able to do so in this situation though, as the odds are not currently looking in his favour for Kai Hunter, but a battle going on in the background. There's the number 25 trying to get up a position, as all squabbling it out. We're having a look at the 39 there of Ryan Ward. Number 39 of Ryan Ward currently finds himself in 6th position. That was Morgan Hudson Brown all over the rear bumper of him. Well, what was the rear bumper and is now the front bumper, as Morgan Hudson Brown has made that move stick into the first corner and made his way past Ryan Ward. But there's the triple one, arriving onto the back of this battle. Ryan Ward, he's already lost one position and he may lose another, as Gabe Fairbrother has arrived onto the back of this battle and wants to get himself involved. Keep an eye on Ewan Charman here. He has a lot of pressure from Stephen Duncan in behind, and Duncan is showing no mercy at all, showing every intention of getting himself into that third position, that final step of the podium. As they go back onto the back straight now, into the midsection we go. Ewan Charman with a lot of work to do if he wants to hold off the A plate here. As Macaulay Bishop still with a 5.3 second gap, and with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock, it's looking near impossible for Kai Hunter to pull down that gap. He's pulling down just a couple hundredths a lap, not much of a difference between the lap times of the two drivers. Maybe if Kai Hunter hadn't have had that incident earlier on in the race, he would have been able to fight up at the front end with Macaulay Bishop and battle it out for that lead. But unfortunately, due to the circumstance that he finds himself in now, doesn't look like it's going to be possible for Hunter to catch on to the back of Macaulay Bishop at this stage in the race. There's a lot of battling going on here. Keep an eye on this one. That was the number 62, just trying to fend his position. Keep an eye on Ewan Charman, as he's still got Stephen Duncan all over his rear bumper. It's not an easy position to be in, is Ewan Charman's. Stephen Duncan really picking up the pace right now. He's putting in great lap time after lap time. No easing off the pace here from Stephen Duncan, especially when a podium is at stake, as that is inevitably the position that they are battling for right now. Are Charman and Duncan. Duncan yet to make a bid for the lead, maybe waiting for a better opportunity to arise. To the outside he goes. It's going to be a difficult one to do. Well covered there by Charman on the inside line. Nothing Duncan could have done to get that move done on the inside. Just keeping his car in the right position right now is Ewan Charman, as Stephen Duncan looks left and right. Getting a little bit frustrated, getting a little bit impatient, trying to find his way through to third position. But it's not going to be such a simple job, especially with a caliber driver like Ewan Charman. 30 seconds left on the clock. 4.8 seconds is the lead that Macaulay Bishop has. The race win is pretty much sorted. Charman on the inside line, gets a little bit sideways, a small mistake from him. Stephen Duncan will be loving this. Charman under a world of pressure right now, to the inside line, tries to sell the dummy as if he was going to the outside line. Duncan weaving left and right, waiting for a gap to emerge, waiting for an opportunity to make his way past Ewan Charman. Charman, no stranger to these situations. Down the home straight, final lap. Bishop has pretty much got the victory under his belt. Side by side, down the home straight we go. Into the first bend, around the outside. What a move. Stephen Duncan gets himself up into third. Ewan Charman, can he undo the overtake now? He's got a few corners left. 7 corners. 6 corners is now remaining here for Ewan Charman, as he's still on the rear bumper of Stephen Duncan, but has he let it go a little bit too soon? Around the final bend and onto the home straight, Macaulay Bishop, a world of his own, takes home a wonderful victory. Kai Hunter, recovery drive of the century, and Stephen Duncan with a wonderful overtake on the final lap around the outside of turn 1. So difficult to do, carrying all that momentum to get the move done on Ewan Charman in 4th. Ewan Charman, hats off to him for eventually managing to come home in 4th position. He fought that one all the way to the end, but unfortunately wasn't able to come home with a podium position. Still brilliant driving there from Ewan Charman. Bullock Carter comes home in 5th, from Morgan Hudson-Brown in 6th, and Gabe Fairbrother, Ryan Ward, Ethan Critchley, then Aaron McKay rounding out the top 10. 11th is Rhys Bailey from Alex Duncan, Alexander Cole, then Alfie Bushell. 15th is going to be Rachel Robertson from Callum Kinder, Caitlin Seabrook, Stephanie Hebecca, Jay Pearson, and Harry Gilbert rounding out the top 20. Wow, what a race. Action-packed from start to finish. Senior Rotax, it never disappoints at all. And what a recovery drive from Kai Hunter. I have no clue how he was able to keep that car in a straight line after having that incident up there in the opening stages of the race. He already had a difficult enough race, starting just down at around 10th position, but he manages to finish in 2nd. Well, Kev's going to talk to him very shortly, as we're going to chuck down to Kev now, as he has the top 3 ready to have a word.
So here we are then, picking up the action in the post-race scrutineering area. On the weighing scales then, Kai Hunter, and just before him was Macaulay Bishop. A great weekend for Macaulay. A second, a first, and then finishing the super final with another first. And what about that man, Kai Hunter? What a drive back that was. And then in 3rd, Stephen Duncan just putting himself on the scales there. And it was a great result from him there, getting the overtake done on Ewan Charman in the closing stages. What a brilliant battle. We'll try and go in the order of 3, 2, 1. So I'll welcome Stephen Duncan up to the chat straight away. Straight out of the cart, and we'll get him on the spot. The man's still got the sweat on his brow from what was a brilliant race. And oh boy, Stephen, what about the closing stages in that one? Talk us through it.
Well, I just tried my best, and I knew he's one for going off at the end, and I thought, I tried it twice round outside, didn't work, so I thought, right, I'll go again, and made it work. So I don't know.
It was really brilliant. The closing stage of that, ahead of you had Kai Hunter. He'd got some clear air. Ahead of him, he had Macaulay Bishop. But then the battle was all about you and Charman. And it was at the end of that Conrod straight, across the start-finish line, looking into that corner. We saw you flick it out wide a couple of times, putting the pressure on him.
Yeah, well, I knew if I kept the pressure on him, he'd make a mistake. And if I counteract on that mistake, then I'll get third. So I boosted in the championship. So
brilliant, Stephen. Great weekend. Who's made it all possible? Who's been looking after you?
My dad, Kraft for some of the setup, and yeah, just thank you for everyone.
Great stuff. And are we going to see you at GYG and Rowrut?
Yep, you are.
Brilliant. It's game on in senior road tax for you. Well done, sir. Go and high-five the team. I'll just try and get out Kai Hunter and see if he's there. Just having a chat at the moment. We'll wait a moment or two, but perhaps if Macaulay's ready, our first place man, I'll see what's going on. It's a bit chaotic down here in Scrutineer at the moment. We've got Gary, the steward, Chief Scrutineer, working with Keith and the team. I'll see if I can get Kai up for a chat. Yeah, I can. Kai's ready for us now. Oh boy, where do we start with this weekend with you, Kai? I mean, the super. Well, first of all, take us back to Heat 2. That wasn't a great result for you, so you had to fight back in the Super Heat this morning.
Yeah, Super Heat went quite well after yesterday's mechanical issue. I blame the engine man me for that. So I think the comeback in the Super Heat was good from 15th to 3rd. Probably could have had second if I was a bit more patient, didn't overheat the tyres as much, and then that last one there, the final, had an unreal start, then went in down the hill, and the two people together in a small space created a crash. So I was already committed, so I couldn't back out of it at that point. I was absolutely unreal fast, so I think if I got into second at that point, I probably could have caught Macaulay, but obviously he drove a flawless race himself, so yeah, you can't do anything more than you've got on the plate, so yeah, it is what it is.
Mate, it was brilliant to watch you all weekend long, and at the end of that start-finish straight, the Conrod straight, our commentator Kai Bacchini and myself this morning, we were calling that the Kai Hunter corner. You were taking a place every time you came into that corner at the end of that back straight.
Yeah, the waft up the straight was pretty good this week. Coming onto the straight, I could pass anyone I want anywhere. So yeah, it was just perfect opportunity there. I feel that was the safest part to overtake on as well. Was definitely when you're coming from 15th, it's hard to overtake around here. So yeah, that's all I could have done.
Brilliant, excellent to watch, Kai. Really great driving, a masterclass, and especially like saying that last one, you had the incident, you went off, you've clawed it back to second. Who would you like to thank, as always? Who's made it possible?
Hunter Motorsport, Venator Racing Engines, Alfie my mechanic, and everyone else. Area 21 Design for doing all the social media stuff that helps us get a load of stuff out there. So all good, yeah.
And it's game on then now for the last two rounds as we look towards the end of the season. And this was a season where I think you told me at the end of last season you might not be coming back.
Yeah, I feel like it was game on no matter when. I feel like you've got some really good contenders in this class. So no matter what happens, obviously Macaulay's had a few bad rounds. Now I have. So yeah, it's all to play for, and yeah, getting stuck in is the best part.
Brilliant, well done, mate. Go and recover and relax, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's welcome up Macaulay Bishop. Let's get him on the spot here, because here's a man who's had a good weekend. He had a second, a first, and then you finished the weekend with the first, Macaulay, and that's why the smile is on your face. What about that super final there then? You had some clear air. It was plain sailing, wasn't it?
Yeah, obviously I started on pole. First corner, got a nice little start. Got a big gap, and then yeah, didn't really see anyone for the rest of the race. Just cruised round, and yeah, it's a pretty fun race to be honest.
Yeah, you were leading out in front there nicely and chatting to a lot of the drivers this weekend. If you're not in a group, if you're not getting a tow, it's very difficult to claw back time, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously once you broke the slipstream, I think there's not really any advantage unless you're pushing with someone else. I think the leader's always just going to break away and just stay that way.
Brilliant. Well done, Macaulay. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
All of DHR, Dad on the spanners, Dan Holland for setting out the car, and then all my family and friends for supporting me.
Well done. Go and give them all a high five. Congratulations and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
So there goes Macaulay Bishop, and we're going to move quickly now straight back to Kai Bacchini, because there's another super final coming up right after this. If my memory serves me correct, where are we going, Kai? Honda Cadets? TKM.
Jumped the gun a little bit there, Kev. I mean, TKM we've got first before the Honda Cadets. I mean, Kev clearly very excited for the Honda Cadets, but we do have TKM Extreme coming up first, and it will be a great one indeed. Chris Whitten starting from pole position with Leo Robinson alongside him. Johan Kalichern and Adam Sparrow on the second row of the grid from Spencer Lane and Jack Stewart. Kian Bennett and Jessica Fitch-Hall, Harrison Morrow will round out the 9 drivers here for the TKM Extreme on the 5th row of the grid. So one of the smaller grids here for TKM Extreme. Yeah, they still pack a punch. 9 drivers all battling it out for that top spot of the podium. And there's so many of them that are righteous and raring to get going and get ready for this one. TKM Extreme, a new class to the Ultimate Karting Championship this season, and it has been very, very close and competitive so far. We've had multiple winners, and one driver, our winner from last round, Kian Bennett, starting down in 7th position. Not the position he would have been hoping to start in, but he will still be fighting forward as far as possible. See what he's able to do in this one. All the drivers slow down nice and slow to what is, well, I would say a walking pace. You'd have to be a very fast walker to walk at that pace. But around the final bend we go. Do we go racing first time round? The question is posed to Chris Whitten on that inside line. Accelerate down the home straight, we do. Leo Robinson alongside. Do we go racing? Yes, we will. To the first corner. Can Robinson get around the outside? We've seen it done before, but no, he can't this time. He'll have to try and settle for second position. He's going to squabble, but no. He drops down into what is going to be 4th. As on the inside, never mind, that's 5th. The start that Robinson definitely wouldn't have been hoping for, but Chris Whitten, a start of dreams as he's broken away from the rest of the field already. In behind him, Adam Sparrow's managed to jump himself up into second position. A tap on the helmet there, back to Johan Kalichern. That's just Adam Sparrow saying, come on, let's work together, push forwards. We need to try and catch on to the back of Chris Whitten, because as we've seen in the last 2 races, if you let the leader break away, it's very easy for them to then just walk away with the race. With these 3 drivers here, Adam Sparrow, Johan Kalichern and Spencer Lane, clearly thinking the long game and being smart about this situation, working together for the time being to try and catch as much time onto the back of Chris Whitten, not letting him break away as early as he would have been hoping. Out in front, Chris Whitten still has a little bit of breathing room back to Adam Sparrow in second position. Chris Whitten, a past winner here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Adam Sparrow yet to take home a victory. Tucking his head down the home straight. Leo Robinson on the inside. We've seen it time and time again, and he'll get that one done. Easy move there for Leo Robinson, trying to gain back some of the time that he lost earlier on as he now gets himself up into 4th position. Spencer Lane is dropped down into 5th. Out in front, Chris Whitten, what was nearly a second of a gap, has very quickly been chopped down by the drivers behind him, working together. Very smart of them to work together to catch on to the back of Chris Whitten. Definitely the best idea that they've had so far. Down the home straight, Leo Robinson now just trying to catch onto the back of them and get himself involved in this battle as well. Out in front though, Chris Whitten just about holding on to the lead right now. Sparrow just breathing down his neck though. It's not going to make it easy in the Talco TKM cards. Down the back straight we go. Whitten still leading the pack. Had a look there at the number 11, that's Spencer Lane in behind Leo Robinson. Never mind, in behind Kian Bennett. Bennett's managed to make that move there for 5th position. Kian Bennett, currently the fastest man out on the circuit, and manages to make his way past Spencer Lane for 5th position. At the back of the pack there's Jessica Fitch-Hall. Jessica Fitch-Hall with Jack Stewart in behind her. Through the first bend we go. Now through the chicane. The pack a little bit stringed out now between them. Out in front though, Chris Whitten, he's going to have to keep his focus if he wants to hold on to this victory. It's not going to be easy runnings for him out in front. Not like the last two races, the leader's not going to break away this time. As Adam Sparrow, Yehan Kali-Churn both work together very well to catch onto the back of the 33. Now they just need to get the job done and get that overtake, as that's what they've been building up to. Spencer Lane with a lot of pressure from Bennett. Bennett has a look to the inside. Will he get it done into the first corner? We'll see in the background. Seen them go side by side. Has he got the move done though, Kian Bennett? Yes, he has. Great move there from Bennett, taking advantage of the pace that he has underneath his car right now. As Kian Bennett now gets himself up into 5th position. Great racing there from Kian Bennett to get himself up another spot up the Ordings. As we're keeping an eye on this pack out in front. Nothing changing just yet. Chris Whitten still out in front from the number 19 of Adam Sparrow. Adam Sparrow not yet to make a bid for the lead, not even showing his intentions just yet. Biding his time, waiting for Whitten to make a mistake maybe. Piling on the pressure onto the back of the 33. Waiting for a better opportunity to arise. But the question is, how long does he have to wait? These two drivers have been going at it all race. The 5 and the 11. Kian Bennett and Spencer Lane, they're still side by side. Bennett tried to fend off the number 11 of Spencer Lane, but great action between the two of them. And some lovely clean racing. And Spencer Lane is able to get himself up into 5th position. Jessica Fitch Hall is now arriving onto the back of this battle. She wants to get herself involved. Back down the inside, there's the response from Kian Bennett. He's not going to wait around any longer than he has to. On the inside line into the first corner, that'll be a very easy move there for the number 5. Down the back straight we go into the mid-section of the circuit. We'll have to see what is able to happen here with Kian Bennett under a lot of pressure still from Spencer Lane and Jessica Fitch all in behind, but out in front, Chris Whitten with absolutely no gap back to Adam Sparrow anymore. 0.08 of a second is what separates Chris Whitten and Adam Sparrow. Less than 100th. These 4 cars are glued nose to tail. Nothing separates these 4. Chris Whitten out in front though with Adam Sparrow in behind. Now I do wonder if Adam Sparrow is going to try and work together with Chris Whitten to try and break away from Yehan Kali-Churn and Leo Robinson in behind. But then again, if Yehan Kali-Churn and Leo Robinson both work together to keep on the back of those 2 drivers, then nothing is going to change between these 4. You can see a little bit of a gap starting to form there between Kali-Churn and Adam Sparrow. Down the inside, Robinson's going to be the first one to make a move. And actually doesn't lose any momentum or time at all, as he's still all over the back of Adam Sparrow. Great move there from Leo Robinson to time it so that he doesn't lose any time when making the move. And is able to take full advantage of the overtake as well, gaining himself a position to get onto that final step of the podium. 6 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on the clock right now, as time is still ticking down. Over half the race has now been completed. 14-minute race, nearly 8 minutes has been completed. Head down on the steering wheel. Chris Whitten still leading these 3. Yehan Kali-Churn starting to drop off the back of this pack a little bit now. If these 3 work together, they could break away from Kali-Churn, and there's nothing that the E-plate would be able to do about it. 3 karts is definitely going to be faster than 1. Unless Kali-Churn is able to respond and make a move for that 3rd position on Leo Robinson, I can't see anything changing or him keeping on the back of these 3 right now. That being said, all that Kalichurn needs is for one of these 3 drivers to make a move, and it will all kick off. Start a domino effect between these 3. They're currently all just sat very smart, all very well behaved. Pushing and working together right now are these 3 drivers. Chris Whitten, Adam Sparrow, and Leo Robinson. The fastest driver on the grid, though, is currently in 5th position. Five minutes has now been ticked down to on the gantry timer. So only 5 minutes is remaining in this race. Nearly 10 minutes has now been completed for these drivers. Around the final couple of bends. Jack Stewart has managed to get past Jessica Fitch-Hall there. That will be in the last lap. Jessica Fitch-Hall still very close to the rear bumper of Jack Stewart right now. Around the first corner we go. Through the chicane. Now down into the midsection. Down the hill onto the back straight we go. Keeping an eye on Jack Stewart and Jessica Fitch-Hall. These 2 drivers probably the closest on the grid right now. As now making their way through the midsection and down towards the final couple of bends before we see our leading drivers make their way up the home straight. Nothing has changed yet, but Chris Whitten not feeling as comfortable anymore. He pins that car on the inside white line, going defensive, middle of the circuit. This now puts Adam Sparrow at disadvantage as well, as he's now fallen into the grasps of Leo Robinson. He's Jehan Kalichurn, as I mentioned. All he needed was one driver to make a maneuver. All he needed was something to happen between these 3, and he would arrive onto the back of this battle. The E-plate is back in contention once again. Let's see what unfolds here. Chris Whitten still out in front, pinned to the inside white line, trying to go the long way round. Thought about it, then he realised Robinson was behind him. Adam Sparrow in a difficult situation here because he can't go a different line to Chris Whitten, or that would open the door to Leo Robinson. Pinned in between 2 carts right now is Adam Sparrow. A little pull to the inside line. Feels that the racing line is actually going to be optimal as Chris Whitten. Sparrow tries to respond, he looks to the inside. Chris Whitten very quickly responds and covers off that inside line. Through the midsection we go. Down towards the final couple of bends. Chris Whitten, it's all a chess game now. It's all about how he positions his car on the inside. There goes Leo Robinson. He's positioned it perfectly to not lose any time to Chris Whitten. He now slots himself into 2nd position, and he's going to have a go at the lead. Chris Whitten out in front. Surely starting to feel the pressure now from Leo Robinson in behind. He's had to deal with it for 90% of the race so far. Looking over his shoulder, he sees Sparrow. He opens up the inside line. Robinson tries to bite at the bait. Chris Whitten holds on to it. That opens the door for Sparrow. Sparrow gets up into 2nd position. Beautiful move there from Adam Sparrow to respond to the gap opening up. Here comes Kian Bennett on the inside of Jehan Kalichurn to take 4th position. Where has Kian Bennett came from, as he's now arrived onto the back of this battle in 4th position right now. He's just going to sit here waiting for any cookies to crumble, waiting for anything to happen of the drivers in front, and he will pick up the scraps. Sparrow had a think about the move there on Chris Whitten. Whitten dealing with this pressure beautifully. He is not falling for any of the traps from the drivers in behind, and keeping himself very nicely positioned out in front indeed. But Adam Sparrow in behind, trying to get into 2nd. Leo Robinson has a little dance on the inside line, shows his nose cone, just lets Adam Sparrow know that he's still here and fighting for 2nd. Whitten, he opens the inside door, oh, and going round, clipped round there by Leo Robinson into the tyre wall. I'm sure the stewards will have a look at that one, as sent pirouetting round. Leo Robinson clips the rear bumper of Adam Sparrow, sends him flying off into the tyre wall. That definitely wasn't the intentions of Leo Robinson there, but unfortunate circumstances sends Adam Sparrow barreling off into the tyre barrier. But with that being said, all focus is now put on the lead two. It's Leo Robinson and Chris Whitten will duel it out all the way to the end. Don't count out Kian Bennett. He's still in third position. To the inside, Robinson's going to try it. He doesn't quite have the slingshot which he would have needed to make the move into the first corner. On the inside, has another look. Robinson just letting his presence be known. Trying, looking left and right. Whitten, the pressure he is withstanding is unbelievable. Diamonds are made from pressure, but in this case, it's made Chris Whitten. As he makes his way round the final couple of corners to mark the final lap of the race. He'll round the final bend. He just has one more lap to go. Will he be able to hold on to the lead, or will it be Leo Robinson? Will it be Kian Bennett, or will it be Jehan Kalichern on the inside? He's left the door open, and Leo Robinson says, thank you very much. I'll slip down the inside if you don't mind. Going defensive now goes Robinson. He's the one who's going to have to deal with the pressure. Whitten, is his offensive as good as his defensive form? We'll have to find out. Into the midsection of the circuit. He's just got a couple corners left to go. Time is whittling out here. As head down, Chris Whitten is pushing everything he's got, trying to get this move done around the final bend, though it's not going to be enough. Leo Robinson, when the chance arose, he took it. Hands across the line. Leo Robinson, what a drive from him. Kept himself in contention the whole race and got himself into that race lead. Now the incident will be looked at between Leo Robinson and Adam Sparrow, as he was awarded a warning flag for that incident. So Leo Robinson provisionally wins the race from Chris Whitten in second position. It was so close to being a victory there for the number 33, but just a couple corners too short. Leo Robinson takes the provisional victory here from Chris Whitten in second position. Kian Bennett comes home in third from Jehan Kalichern, then Spencer Lane, Jack Stewart, Jessica Fitchhall, Harrison Morrow and Adam Sparrow. Unfortunately, an incident between him and Leo Robinson means that Adam Sparrow retires from the race. Such a shame there for Adam Sparrow. What could have been a brilliant result for him towards his championship standings ends in heartbreak and ends in the tyre wall. Nothing Adam Sparrow could have done about that one though. But Leo Robinson, Chris Whitten and Kian Bennett are our top three, and they will very shortly be talking to Kev down in Parc Ferme.
So here we are then in the post-race scrutineering as our top three wheel the carts in and onto the scales. It's the man who came home in second who's first on the scales, Chris Whitten there. Just behind him then, Kian Bennett finishing with a third, cart number 5, making up for what's been a pretty tricky weekend for him. But the first place man is at the back of this line of three, Leo Robinson. There he is, just getting out of his overalls in the background of the shot as it stands right now. Not without incident though. Adam Sparrow was in the mix, wasn't he? But then he went off, and that'll need a little bit of looking at after, I'm sure, but as it stands right now, we've just got these three drivers just as it stands, with Leo Robinson, Chris Whitten and then Kian Bennett as your top three. We'll get Kian on the chat as soon as he's off the scales. First and foremost, he was our third place man. Chris Whitten, then cart 33, came home in second, and we'll get a word with him in a moment. And then of course, just looking in the background there, it's cart number 36 that was Leo Robinson. We'll go and have a chat to him, but Kian Bennett, helmet still on, just legging it, just asking for his sponsor's cap, I think, off his mum. Ever the professional. So, yeah, looking good there, but well done to him. Let's get a word with him, because he's had a fourth, an eighth, and an eighth, and then he's ended up with a third. So, Kian, that's a great end to what's been a fairly testing weekend for you.
Yeah, it's been a really tough one. We've struggled a bit this weekend, but we've kept going, and we've got a podium in the end, which is good damage limitation, really. So, yeah, well happy.
Yeah, I bet you are. All going on in front of you as well. Leo's come out on top and Chris Whitten in second. But as always with TKM, at moments during the race, it looks like anyone could have took it.
Yeah, I was quite far back at one point as well. I just kept pushing, putting the laps in. I could see him getting closer. And if there was any opportunities, just about taking them. But, you know, Leo and Chris have done a great job all weekend, so well done to them.
And it's one of those circuits where you really need to work as a team and get a tow, don't you, to get the maximum top speeds out there, and you guys were doing that.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast one. I think, yeah, some of the fastest laps obviously come in the tow, but yeah, it's massive around here.
Brilliant. Who's been looking after you? Who would you like to thank?
My mum, as always. She brings me everywhere, every weekend, and always grateful to her. My family at home always supporting, and then obviously Robsall Racing, and, you know, work for giving me the day off as well. So, yeah, thank you to everyone.
Brilliant. And now the championship hopes are very much still alive as we go to GYG and then Rowra.
Yeah, still 2 more rounds to go. Don't want to get, you know, ahead of ourselves, but we'll keep pushing and see what we can do.
Brilliant. Well done, Kian. Thanks for talking to us as always. Go and high-five the team. Let's get a word now, if we can, with Chris Whitten. Let's just bring him up onto the spot, if we can, because he's been in the mix all weekend long. A first, a third, and now a second. So charging hard all weekend there, Chris, but just couldn't get it across the line first in the finish.
Yeah, not too bad weekend really, especially better than the weekend we had at Warden Law last time out. So pleased with the points we gained this weekend, to be honest.
Just talk us through that one there. Leo Robinson obviously comes out in first. He had a bit of an incident with Adam Sparrow there. Did you see what happened that one at all?
No, no. They were all sort of waiting for the last minute, to be honest, because whoever's in the lead can never get away around here because the tow's so big. So they all sort of had a little bit of a tangle behind, which I don't know whether it helped or not really, but I'll have to watch it back.
Yeah, obviously a circuit you like though. Like I said, good set of results. Won both your heats, third earlier on this morning in the Super Heat, and then second in the Super Final. You feel quite at home around here?
Yeah, it's a good track, to be fair. It suits the way I drive, suits the kart really well, so yeah, it's been good.
Brilliant. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Thank my mum and dad for everything they do, my mechanic Craig and Alan and Joe and Mark from Talco.
Brilliant. And we're going to see you again, final 2 rounds, GYG and Rowra?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Good stuff. There goes Chris Whitten. Congratulations to him. Kart number 33, taking second place on the end. In the background of the action down here at Scrutineering, we'll try and get a word with Leo if we can. Let's just welcome up Leo to the spot. And here he comes now, Leo Robinson. Let's get him on the spot. We'll have a chat, see what he's saying. So, Leo, congratulations, mate. First place. Were you expecting that one?
No. Halfway through the race, you know, I was down in fourth and wasn't really expecting it, with Chris doing some brilliant job defending, but I just managed to get past the final lap and take the win.
Yeah, really well done. But you know, don't discredit yourself. Fast this morning, came first in the Super Heat, so you're obviously doing some things right today.
Yeah.
Who's been making it all possible? Who's been looking after you this weekend?
Tim Wilson Motorsport, my dad, all my family, my mum for the amazing support, my grandparents for helping fund, and FF course, because they were giving me media training for this and work on the simulators and stuff like that.
Brilliant. Well done, mate. Excellent effort and well done for this. The training has worked. We've now got GYG and we've got Rowra. Please tell me you're going to be at both of those rounds.
Yeah, I will.
Excellent. Well done, sir. There goes Leo Robinson. Congratulations. Go and high-five your team and thanks for talking to us.
Cheers.
There he goes, Leo Robinson. Well done. First place on the day. Not without incident, though, so congratulations to him. Let's see what happens when we get the official results, but that's how they cross the line. Leo Robinson, Chris Whitten, and then Kian Bennett. Let's go back to Kai now, because we've got another one coming right up.
Well, it's the race that Kev was very excited for before. It's now Honda Cadets, which will take onto the circuit. It's going to be an interesting one indeed, and I am very excited sitting here in the commentary box. Riley Blakemore starts on pole position with Ryan White alongside him from Ralphie Branscombe in third. Marjorie Kovacic starts in fourth from Ashton Horspool and Theo Hamilton in sixth. Seventh is Archie Cannon, then Jackson Heath, Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Jack Fulbrick-Harmer round out the top 10 on the starting grid. Esme Rosie starts in 11th from Shane Hilton in 12th. 13th is going to be Toby Turner, and rounding out the 7th row of the grid will be Morgan Cooney. Then there's going to be Harry Pennington, J.M. Parakash, then there's going to be Adam Batt, rounding out the 17 drivers which are going to be competing here in the Honda GX200 final. The drivers will make their way off the grid now and into their first formation lap, which they will very shortly then pull up onto the starting grid, where obviously we're in Honda Cadets, we will have a standing start. Now, all of the races so far today have been 14 minutes for the younger drivers in these classes. So for the Honda Cadets, the Micromax, and the Mini Inters, we will have 12-minute finals plus obviously 1 lap once that timer strikes 0. Around the final bend these drivers come, and now onto the home straight. Little bit of last weaving there to warm up your tyres. Why not get as much heat in the tyres as possible as the drivers pull down the home straight and towards their grid boxes as well. Up at the front end, obviously the front drivers will have been sitting there for a little bit longer. A thumbs up there from pole position. Great to see the camaraderie between these drivers on the grid there. Marshall's just checking over the carts, making sure everyone is in the right starting positions and that everyone is within their grid boxes as well. So drivers have a couple seconds left to finish any preparations that they have, any communications. We can see a couple of drivers already planning out some action between the two of them, maybe working together to try and push forwards. We'll have to wait and see what actually happens in the race. Drivers, all eyes are on the lights though, as the lights are now on the gantry. Lights are out and we are racing. Great start there from Branscombe on the inside line as he's able to tuck in behind our leader of Riley Blakemore. Blakemore didn't get the best jump though. That's given the way of Ryan White. From the outside over the grid, he gets himself into the lead of the race. A great jump there from the number 1 from the outside lane to get himself into the lead of the race. Trying to attack in the background is Ricky Jr. McIntosh. The number 44 was trying to carve his way through. Ryan White, followed by what looks like the number 15 of Marjoris Kovachis. We'll have to see when the drivers come back into our shot. There it is, yep, Ryan White, followed by Kovachis, then Branscombe, and then we have the number 68 of Riley Blakemore. So we'll have to see how these drivers fare out over the course of this race. Obviously a lot longer than these drivers are used to racing. It was only 10-minute heat earlier on, 12 minutes now for these drivers. So an extra couple of laps for them to put under their belt. Down the inside, getting the work done early is Riley Blakemore. On the inside of Ralphie Branscombe, you'll get that one done, no problem, will the number 68. Gets the overtake done on the O-plate for 3rd position. As now filing through our picture once again, you can see the 68 there of Branscombe from, Blakemore from Branscombe, and then Ashton Horspool, the 153, keeping himself in contention as well, as he's all over the back of Ralphie Branscombe right now. As down the home straight now. You're having a look at Ricky Jr. McIntosh in the number 44 in behind Theo Hamilton. Hamilton doing all his best to try and fend off Ricky Jr. McIntosh right now. That's a move down the inside. That's Shea Hilton making the move on Jackson Heath. So Heath will lose out on a position. Theo Hamilton still tucked in behind Ashton Horspool. Ricky Jr. McIntosh applying pressure from in behind. Let's have a look back up at the front end of our grid though. Ryan White from Kovachis, and Blakemore has now caught onto the back of these leading 2 drivers. They have tried to work together to push away from the rest of the pack. Hasn't quite worked out for them just yet. Down the home straight we go once again. Ryan White still out in the lead. Little tuck of the helmet to the steering wheel there, trying to get the aerodynamical advantage over the drivers that are in behind him, which will be feeding off the toe of his kart. You're seeing a little look to the inside there from Riley Blakemore, just letting his presence be known to Kovachis. Kovachis will have to go a little bit defensive if he wants to hold off Blakemore. Blakemore doesn't even give him a chance to think about it. Down the inside, great move there by Blakemore to now get himself up into what is 2nd position. Great move there from Blakemore to get that move done on Marjoris Kovachis. As Ryan White out in front though, gets a little bit of breathing room as a result of that overtake. We'll see if he's able to take advantage of that and try and depart from the field. No, he isn't, because Riley Blakemore is hot on the gun and he's all over the back of Ryan White right now. White has not been given a chance to breathe at all. As Blakemore is fast, and he is came very hot and ready for that lead position if he's able to do so. In second position right now, all over the rear bumper of Ryan White. Ryan White is holding on to the lead right now. Blakemore tucked in behind the #1 plate. Down the inside. That was such a late move there by Riley Blakemore. I don't think any of us were expecting that. Never mind Ryan White. White just caught sleeping on the apex of the corner as Riley Blakemore slides down the inside. Not a care in the world with an effortless overtake on the inside. Made that look like it was a normal move to Riley Blakemore, and he gets it done with no worries. Now all his focus is to break away from the drivers in behind him and try and pull a little bit of an extension of a lead. Riley Blakemore still out in front right now with Ryan White tucked in behind. Marcus Kovachis has now arrived onto the back of this battle as well. Ralphie Branscombe wants a piece of the pie. Keep an eye on Ashton Horspool as well in behind all of this battling. Has now turned it from 2 carts to a 5-cart train for the lead. Ryan White still pinned to the rear bumper of Riley Blakemore though, so Ryan White not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's see how this one pans out for him. Down the hill we go, onto the back straight. Riley Blakemore doing a great job out in front to hold on to this position right now. In behind though, Ryan White, what is he able to do to respond to the move, to respond to the pace which Riley Blakemore has put down onto the circuit? It's going to be a tall order to get himself back into the lead, but I'm sure it's a challenge that he's up for taking. Around the final bend we go, onto the home straight once again. Ralphie Branscombe still tucked in behind Marjoris Kovachis. Kovachis just biding his time, waiting for something to happen within this top 2. Doesn't want to go for an overtake too early. Doesn't want to lose any momentum by trying to make the move on Ryan White in second. You can't blame him for it at all. This Three Sisters circuit, nearly 1.2 kilometers long, and it's all about momentum. It's all about keeping up that minimum speed and trying to carry as much pace as possible around the circuit. Or in the words of Kai Hunter when we heard him talking to Kev earlier, it's all about waft around this circuit. So we're keeping an eye here on the 24 and the 44. That's Archie Cannon and Ricky Jr. McIntosh. McIntosh tucked in behind Cannon. Down the home straight. Will he be able to look for a move into the first corner? We've seen plenty of overtakes into the first bend. A thumbs up there from the number 24 of Archie Cannon as they go into the first corner. Not quite sure what the thumbs up was for, but a good job nonetheless. Still very close between our top 5 right now. They're keeping an eye on Archie Cannon and Ricky Jr. McIntosh, seeing if a battle is going to evolve between the 2 of them. The number 42, Esme Rosie, has been awarded a warning flag. Esme Rosie currently circulating in 11th position. Awarded a warning flag for something that wasn't caught on the cameras. But what else wasn't caught on the camera was Ryan White making his way into the lead of the race. Riley Blakemore has now dropped back down into second position, and it is now crunch time in this race. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Not long left for these drivers. Just about 5 or 6 laps remaining for them circulating this circuit. We'll have to see who comes out on top, because I can't quite put a name to mouth yet, as there's plenty of drivers that could be battling for that position up at the front end. Plenty of drivers that are battling for the position up at the front end, but not quite sure who's going to walk away with it just yet. Ryan White, look over the shoulder there from Riley Blakemore as he's pushing Ryan White down the straight, maybe trying to break away from Marjoris Kovachis in behind. Ashton Horspool, currently in 5th position, sets the fastest lap of the race so far. So proving he has the pace to be in the position that he is right now. Fastest first sector there by Ryan White. Still not able to dispose of Riley Blakemore in behind though. Blakemore just still hanging on to the rear bumper for dear life of Ryan White. And Ryan White not able to shake him off at all. Down the home straight we go once again. Let's see if a move is going to be made this time round. Down the home straight. Looking to the inside, maybe not. He's still going to push with Ryan White down the home straight. Working together right now are the top two. So Riley Blakemore not wanting to take any chances, not wanting to give anything up that he doesn't have to. And Ryan White down the inside. There he goes. Caught me off guard there, did Riley Blakemore. As he gets the move on the inside, he'll get that one done on Ryan White. An unorthodox position to make an overtake. Ryan White was definitely not expecting that one to get the move done. Riley Blakemore on the inside line. Last of the late breakers to get himself into the lead of this race. Shy of 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Defensive on the inside line. Doesn't cover it off enough though. Ryan White slides through on the inside line. Mistake in the background. Who was that? That looks like that was Marjoris Kovic is making a mistake. He now falls into the clutches of Ralphie Branscombe as Branscombe now finds himself on the final step of the podium. Looking on the inside, banging wheels. These two drivers really pushing this battle to the limits now as Riley Blakemore is tentative to get himself into the lead of the race once again with such shy amount of times on the track. He is not afraid to go for a gap on the inside, maybe even the outside as well. We'll have to wait and see. Riley Blakemore pinned to that inside white line. So is Ryan White though. Pulls out to the middle of the circuit. Gets himself a little bit more of a racing line. Keep an eye out for Ralphie Branscombe. He's going to arrive onto the back of the top two in very short fashion. Down the hill we go. Onto the back straight. Ryan White, the commander of this battle right now. Through the midsection we go. Ralphie Branscombe still under a lot of pressure from Kovacic and Horspool in behind. 30 seconds remaining on this clock. And as Ryan White rounds the final bend, keeps the car under control and onto the home straight once again for the penultimate time of this race. He will cross the start-finish straight into the first corner. Blakemore doesn't think about it. Blakemore trying to get this move done on Ryan White, just waiting for the best opportunity possible, waiting for the chance to arise and for that gap to open up on the inside line. Thought about it there. You've seen the little bit of hesitation. Pulled to the inside line. Blakemore thought about it. Didn't commit to the overtake though. Clock has struck 0. No time remaining. Just 1 lap left of racing. We've seen the lead switch so many times on the last lap of the race. Will it change this time round? Checks over his shoulder. Down towards the first corner. Blakemore not able to do anything down into the first corner. Ryan White covers it off beautifully as they now make their way into the midsection. There is a back marker approaching. Will that throw a spanner in the works for Ryan White? We'll have to wait and see. Adam Batt, will he be able to get out of the way without causing any problems for the leaders, or will he even have to? Looking to the inside line, it's so close. Millimeters are separating these leading two drivers. Ryan White doing a great job putting his car beautifully in the perfect position to defend from Riley Blakemore in second position. Around the final bend though, Blakemore not able to do anything at all. Ryan White with a defensive masterclass. Blakemore's happy anyways, but Ryan White, the #1, finishes on the top step of the podium. Riley Blakemore comes home in second position from Ralphie Branscombe in third. Marjoris Kovacic, after making a small mistake, drops down into fourth. What could have been a podium for Kovacic, a small mistake is what cost him down into fourth position. Still a great result nonetheless. And Ashton Horspool finishes in fifth position with the fastest lap to his name as well. Archie Cannon, Theo Hamilton in seventh from Ricky Jr. McIntosh. Jackson Heath, Esme Rosie in 10th from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Harry Pennington will finish in 12th from Shea Hilton. Toby Turner in 14th, then Morgan Cooney, Jayan Prakash and Adam Batt. All 17 drivers finishing the race. Adam Batt just one lap down. So that's going to round it out there for the Honda GX200 Cadet Final. And that is going to be the end of the cadet races. Just 2 more races now to unfold in front of us. And I'm sure waiting tentatively down in the paddock. We will now throw down to Kev as he will have a word with the top 3.
Well, how about that then? That is a sight that we've seen before, but for the first time in 2024, Ryan White coming home in first place, putting this car on the scales. The smile will be back on that young man's face, that's for sure. Well done to him. And then we welcome onto the scales the man that's come home in second. There he is there. We got Riley Blakemore coming home in second, kart number 68, doing a great job of putting the cart on the scales there. He's going to be absolutely thrilled. We only saw him at round 2 when he came 19th, and here he is at round 4, getting the high five. I think that might be Dad there, just giving him the high five. No, it's not Dad, but a well-deserved hug as well. Brilliant stuff. Like I say, we saw him at round 2 when he got a 19th, and now he's back here at round 4 and he's got himself a second. And what a weekend he had. He had a first, a second and a first. He's absolutely buzzing. He's absolutely buzzing, giving us a thumbs up there. He can't quite believe his luck. There's Paul. That's Ryan's dad. Well done to him. He's going to realise or be thankful that once again his lad's done the business. He's worked very, very hard this year. Hasn't quite slotted in for him in UKC, but maybe this is the comeback. And then we've got Ralphie Branscombe in the background and Dad Joe there doing a great job. Third place for him this time. We have seen him do, you know, great things all season long, but he's had a third, and now he finishes in third. So a strong weekend from him. His championship hopes are still very much alive, but that's the way it falls sometimes. As we get high fives from Ryan there, and Riley and Ryan. It's all the R's, isn't it? We've got Ryan, Riley and Ralphie in the scrutineer in there. But look at this. You can see the excitement on these 2 youngsters' faces. In fact, let's get some excitement straight away. Let's get our second place man for a chat. Riley, come on up. Let's get Riley Blakemore on the spot for a chat. We'll do a quick little interview with him because he's absolutely beaming and buzzing from Ambition Motorsport, and we want to see what he's got to say for himself. Young man, fantastic racing for you this weekend. You've had a first, a second, a first, then you finish in second at the end of it. A great weekend for you.
Definitely. I just want to thank my dad, my mum and all my sponsors.
Brilliant, and lots of sponsors there are on those race overalls. They'll all be very, very proud of you. Am I right in saying the last time we saw you at the UKC was at round 2?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And you got a 19th?
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Tim Parrott is one of my bestest mechanics I've ever had. I can say that.
Well, you can say that. Tim will be absolutely thrilled, and I'm sure he'll be with you for the whole of the journey as you make it all the way through your motorsport career. Talk to me then about this weekend and that final race. You were duelling with Riley for most of it, or rather, you were duelling with Ryan, sorry.
So what happened, we made a big plan to kind of say if there's 1 minute left, we should just stick it, because if we try overtake each other, it's just, some people are going to get backed up and it's just going to go. But
I like that plan, but the plan worked out for you. But you've had friendly rivalry all weekend long, haven't you? You have been fighting against each other all weekend.
yeah, they definitely first, when I got here, was like, how did I do that?
Well, listen, well done. We're thrilled you did do that. Now, we've only seen you in round 2. This is round 4. We've got 2 more rounds of the UKC to go. We've got GYG and we've got Rowra. Will we see you again?
Maybe next year, because I'm heading off to South France.
Oh, well, très bien. Enjoy the south of France. It's been an absolute pleasure. Go and high five your mechanic and your team. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
There he goes. He's off to the south of France. Let's welcome up Ralphie. Let's have a chat with Ralphie, because he's not got quite the smile that he usually has, but I wonder if he's philosophical. Ralphie, third place on the weekend. You happy with that one?
Yeah, I'm quite happy, to be fair, because my engines ain't built for long tracks. We have
low bottom, so it just, well, low top and good bottom, so it's not really working here.
No, but you've been Mr. Consistent all weekend long. That's a good way of looking at it. You've been very philosophical. You had third places right across the board. You've been third in everything.
Yeah, it was, should have done better, but I kept the lead of the championship, so not going to complain.
Yeah, exactly that. And you're still on the podium. You still get to spray champagne.
Yeah, so hopefully that'll be so much fun.
Brilliant. And a quick word, your dad looking after you again this weekend?
Yeah, my dad's looking after me all weekend, like usual.
Brilliant. Well done to you and well done to him. Go and give him a high five, and we'll see you for that podium a little bit later on.
I will, thank you.
There he goes, Ralphie Branscombe, third place man on the weekend. But let's welcome up Ryan White, a man who I've spoken to many, many times before on the top step of the podium, and he's back in 2024. Here he is. Good to see you, my friend. Ryan White, first place, business as usual.
Yeah, we've had a tough first half of the year with Mojo tyres. We haven't been able to get set up right, and it's all worked this weekend, so.
It has all worked this weekend, and you've had friendly rivalry with Riley Blakemore. You and him have been duelling it out, haven't you?
Yeah, he's not in the championship, so I've just been pushing him around. He's been pushing me around, just coming first and second, championship points. That's all I need, so that's what I was doing.
Well done to you, sir. Well done. And I understand in that super final there, you had a little word with each other, and you're like, look, let's just see what happens. Keep it clean for the dying stages of the race.
Yeah, me and him have been first and second all day, and we just both wanted to come first and second. Whether it was him come first or me come first, it didn't really matter to us. First and second is all we needed, and that's what we got.
Brilliant, well done. Who's made it all possible? Who's looking after you as always?
My dad, my mum, my grandparents, and that's it.
That's it. So the Ryan White wagon rolls on, and we're going to see you hopefully at GYG and Rowra.
Yeah, yes you will.
Brilliant. Yes, yes, you will. Of course, the logo is on the side of the van now, so we can't miss it. Well done, sir. Enjoy the podiums a little bit later on.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go then. So that's Honda Cadet done and dusted. We now have Micromax and then Mini Inter. Really exciting stuff. Not sure if we've got time for some replays, but let's go straight back to Kai.
Well, we're not done just quite yet. Micromax final was up next for the penultimate race of the day, and what a day it has been. Austin Oman starts on pole position with Maximilian Eberhardt alongside him. From Dean Sint-Bahar in third, Ansel Murray will start in fourth. Max Jolly fifth with Jos Huschke alongside him. Maria Roberto starts on the fourth row of the grid, then from Harry Radcliffe alongside. And then we've got Alfie Garrett in 9th, 10th is Logan Stanley Jones, 11th is Sebastian Crawford, 12th Ralph Martin. 7th row of the grid, the 13th and final driver joining us on the Micromax grid is Harris Barber, who will start in 13th position. So 13 drivers here for the Micromax final. Once again, one of the smaller grids which we have here at the Ultimate Karting Championship Round 4 here at Three Sisters, but yet still a class which provides brilliant action and non-stop racing between all of them. It's going to be very interesting to see how the drivers will make their way through the order. A lot of drivers which have been having a great weekend so far. Eyes to keep an eye out. Having a look on the grid here, we can see Dean Sint-Bahar a little bit further down the order. He's had a great weekend so far. I mean, just in the superheat alone, put out a brilliant performance. One of the fastest drivers out there on the circuit. Will be interesting to see how Sint-Bahar is able to do here in the super final. The number 11 though, Austin Oman. You can't miss him because of his visor. The AO on the visor, very easy to spot there in the SPR X-Prix chassis. Austin Oman once again has been on top form as usual and has been fighting at the fair end of the field as usual. It was great to see how he's been performing over the course of the weekend. But with 13 drivers that could all take a victory here, as the drivers will now make their way off the grid and now onto their formation lap, ready to get racing. Austin Oman once again takes it away from pole position. Let's see if he's able to hold that place going into the first corner, as the drivers will have, once again, as usual, one lap to warm up their tyres and get themselves ready for the start of this race. Jos Huschke After a couple of issues earlier on in the superheat, he has plenty of time to try and redeem himself here in the super final. Maximilian Eberhardt was once again a great contender up at the front end. Can't forget about Ansel Murray, and joining him alongside is Dean Singh Bahal. There is the number 23 of Dean Singh Bahal as they go down the downhill circuit. The 99 of Ansel Murray, he's got 99 on the car, 96 on the helmet. There's all the SPR team and Sam Pollitt himself. You can spot Ted Bradbury as well standing on top, and Kieran Murphy, one of the mechanics there for the drivers out there on the circuit. Yellow flags are waved. All the drivers will get themselves into formation, ready for the start of this race. And which way is it going to go? Can Austin Oman do it once again, or will there be an upset on the circuit? Around the final bend and onto the home straight. Will we go racing first time round? We accelerate across the line. Yes, we will. We go racing. Austin Oman darting down towards the first corner. Cuts across Maximilian Eberhardt. Doesn't even want to give him a look of the inside line. Following him behind, Dean Singh Bahal gets himself up at a second position. Great start there from Singh Bahal. He's going to challenge as they go down the hill. He will hit the front. Great start there from the 23 of Singh Bahal as he now hits the front and gets himself into the lead of this race. Austin Oman drops down into second. How will he be able to respond to this situation? Keep an eye on Maximilian Eberhardt. The number 61, he's tucked in third position as well. And then in behind him, the number 14 of Max Jolly. A great jump off the line to get himself into fourth. So round the final bend and onto the home straight for the first time. And crossing the line for the first time of this race, Austin Oman, a beautiful start from him, but Dean Singh Bahal just got the better of him down the inside. Maximilian Eberhardt says he's here to play, up into second position. Great move there from Eberhardt to get himself up into second. And Austin Oman, the man that started on pole, is now dropped down into third position. Not the start the SPR driver would have been hoping for. But Dean Singh Bahal, a start from the gods, a brilliant start from him. Started third on the grid and now finds himself in the lead of the race. Down through the midsection we go and into the final couple of corners. Maximilian Eberhardt already applying pressure onto the back of Dean Singh Bahal. Singh Bahal just about holding on right now as they go down up into the first corner. A tap on the helmet there, saying to his teammate, come on, let's work together, let's push away, get away from Austin Oman in third position. And I think that's what Eberhardt and Singh Bahal are going to try and do. It looks like that plan is already working wonders as they've pulled a little bit of breathing room over Austin Oman in third position. Max Jolly is actually arriving onto the back of the 11 right now as we speak. Keep an eye on Jos Huschka, the number 55 in the mid-pack. Maria Roberto just in front of him. Down the final couple of corners we go. Jos Huschka trying to apply pressure onto the back of Maria Roberto. There's the number 16 of Sebastian Crawford. Crawford all over the back of the 32. Ralph Martin currently sitting in 10th position right now. Let's see if Crawford is able to break into the top 10. Keep an eye on the front of the field here. Still Singh Bahal. Oh, cut across there from Jos Huschka as he collides with one of the drivers around him. Just jumping up in the air there. I'm not quite sure who it was. It may have been Alfie Garrett, but not 100% sure who that was that had contact with Jos Huschka down the straight. Singh Bahal still leading the way from Eberhardt in second. As they go round the final bend, Max Jolly ever so closer onto the back of Austin Oman's kart. And these two drivers out in front doing a brilliant job of working together as they have broken away from Austin Oman in third. Singh Bahal picks up the fastest lap of the race, just for good measure as well. Down into what is going to be the back straight now. Austin Oman just about fending off Max Jolly for the time being. Max Jolly, though, very fast and raring to get himself onto that final step of the podium. The number 14 will leave nothing on the circuit, no stone unturned indeed. So we'll have to see what happens here. Keep an eye on the 99 of Ansel Murray. Ansel Murray just waiting for something to happen between these two drivers in front of him, and he will pick up the scraps of that battle. Jos Huschke checks over his shoulder. You'll see in behind Ralph Martin in 10th. Alfie Garrett just managed to get past Jos Huschke on that previous tour of the circuit. Garrett is now all over the back of Mario Roberto, as you see on your camera. Roberto goes defensive on the inside line. Austin Oman still sitting quite nicely in 3rd, in behind Max Jolly, still trying to get that move done. Roberto going very defensive for how early on in the stages of this race we are. Jos Huschke still trying to apply a little bit of pressure onto the back of Alfie Garrett, push him forwards past Roberto. There's the move. Alfie Garrett made the move on Maria Roberto though. Jos Huschke tried to follow through, but was a little bit too far back off the rear bumper of the 47. Now his helmet to the steering wheel and down the straight, having a think about it. Ansel Murray thought about trying to go for the move on Max Jolly. Jolly wasn't having any of it though, and very firmly shuts the door in the 99's face. Austin Oman and Max Jolly still very tight between these two drivers. So I'm actually surprised here that Max Jolly hasn't gone for an overtake just yet. Number 11, Austin Oman, still putting down great lap times on the circuit and still able to fend for his own in terms of the pace that he's got out there on the track. And there's the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe. He's now arriving onto the back of this battle. He clearly feels that these drivers are taking a little bit too long. He puts the fastest lap under his belt and down the inside. There's the move we've been waiting for. Max Jolly gets a move done on Austin Oman for the final step on the podium for 3rd position. Watch him behind. Ansel Murray has Harry Radcliffe all over the back of him. Radcliffe looking for a move to open up, waiting for an opportunity to arise. Through the midsection we go, and now down towards the final couple of corners. Harry Radcliffe tucked in behind the number 99. These 4 drivers, not much separating them right now. Radcliffe definitely the closest of the 4. Down the home straight we go. 99 of Ansel Murray very close to the rear bumper of Austin Oman. Oman goes from normal racing line. Thought about it, did Murray. Wasn't quite close enough to get that car positioned on the inside line though. We'll have to see what unfolds here as Dian Singh Pahal still out in front working together with his teammate of Maximilian Eberhardt. Those two have completely checked out from the rest of the field. Nearly 2 seconds is the gap that they've managed to pull out. Keep an eye here though on Jos Huschke as he has a lot of pressure in behind from the 32 of Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin trying to get that move done with a little bit of haste as they go down through what is the final couple of corners and onto the home straight now. Up to the first corner. Oman just about fending off from Jolly. Oman has managed to get the move done on Jolly again though. Sorry, we missed that there on the cameras. But the number 11 of Austin Oman now finds himself back in 3rd position as Max Jolly has dropped down into 4th. Check over the shoulder. All you'll see is the reflective visor of Ansel Murray. Yellow flags out there in the midsection as one driver's went off the circuit. That's Logan Stanley Jones. There you can see the 73 of. That's such a shame, especially in the closing stages of this race. A retirement off the circuit. Hate to see that there for Logan Stanley Jones. But down the home straight we go. Singh Pahal and Eberhardt separated by nothing, but down the inside, Oman didn't have it for long as Jolly goes down the inside and following through. Ansel Murray has no problem in taking that 4th position. A little fist pump to the air. Let's go, let's push forward. Austin Oman has dropped down into 5th. Max Jolly very happy with the move that he's been able to make there as he gets himself into the final step of the podium. For the time being, though, remember there's still 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock, so still plenty of time for other drivers to get themselves involved in the battle and challenge for that final step on the podium. Max Jolly, he's got most of the work done already, but it's not quite finished yet. The race is not over till the checkered flag flies, as down the inside, he's found that out the harsh way, as 2, no, maybe even 3 carts go down the inside. Max Jolly, what was 3rd position, drops down into 6th now, as Harry Radcliffe manages to sneak through, as well as Ansel Murray and Austin Oman. That's a great move there on the inside. Dian Singh Bahal, keep an eye on them. As watching through we go. A tap on the shoulder. Ansel Murray taps his helmet. Says, come on, let's push forwards. Let's work together. Try and get away from the drivers in behind. Austin Oman, does he like the sound of that idea? We'll have to wait and see. He is tucked in behind, and that is for the 3rd step on the podium. The top 2 have completely disappeared, as Dian Singh Bahal is nowhere to be seen. Neither is Maximilian Eberhardt, as those 2 drivers are they're quite happy just driving away from the rest of the field. It's been a great race from these 2, and it's great to see the camaraderie and the racecraft between the 2 teammates as they've been able to break away from the rest of the field. Talking about the rest of the field, that's where the action's going to be at, though, as Ansel Murray has a lot of work cut out for him if he wants to hold on to this final step at the podium. Austin Oman is breathing down his neck, not making this race easy for him at all. Keep an eye on Harry Radcliffe and Max Jolly as well, though. I'm sure they will be in a lovely position waiting to try and pick up the pieces of a battle. 1 minute and 5 seconds now remaining on the clock. So not long left for these drivers, just 3 laps remaining for circulation. Onto the back straight we go. Dian Singh Bahal and Max Eberhardt. And the question is, will these 2 drivers go to battle? They have a 3-second gap back to Ansel Murray and behind, so they could battle and they wouldn't have to worry about Murray catching onto the back of them as well. I think Murray has bigger fish to fry and more worries on his table as well, as he still has a lot of pressure in behind. Sorry, we haven't caught that on the cameras, but Ansel Murray is not in 3rd position anymore. While we were focused on Singh Bahal and Eberhardt, Oman and Radcliffe have managed to make their way through Ansel Murray. And to answer your question, yes, they will battle. Singh Bahal goes defensive. Eberhardt is now on the attack. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. But the question is, who will walk away from this one victorious? Down the inside, he tries it, but Singh Bahal covers well. Eberhardt had a look to that inside line and wasn't able to get there in time. Check over his shoulder. Singh Bahal just sees how much breathing room he has back to Maximilian Eberhardt in behind in 2nd position. They go down the home straight. Slipstream is going to be a huge advantage here for the 61 of Eberhardt. Can he get a slingshot on the inside? Can he get a slingshot on the outside? He'll have to go the long way round, and yes, he will. What a move around the outside. Maximilian Eberhardt on the final lap of the race. Checks over his shoulder. Can't quite believe his eyes. It's Dian Singh Bahal in behind now. He's the one who's going to have to make the move for the lead. He's done all the hard work this race. Maximilian Eberhardt goes defensive on the inside. You don't want to give it up now, lads. You don't want to crash. The #1 unwritten rule in motorsport, don't crash with your teammate. Dian Singh Bahal on the attack now, on the outside. They go side by side. He forces his way through. What a move from Singh Bahal. Just about a car's whip between the 2 of them. Maximilian Eberhardt is not happy with the move at all. He clearly feels it was unjust, but across the line, it's Dian Singh Bahal who takes home the victory here at the Three Sisters circuit. Maximilian Eberhardt, after a long-fought battle between the 2 of them, very hard and very close between the 2 of them. It will be down to the stewards on who is victorious in the end. But Dian Singh Bahal He's seen the gap and he went for it. In the words of Ayrton Senna, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. And Dian Singh Pahal took that one to heart. Dian Singh Pahal walks away victorious there for the Micromax final. Maximilian Eberhardt comes home in second, as it's a 1-2 for the two teammates. Austin Oman manages to hang on to third position from Harry Radcliffe in fourth. Fifth was Ansel Murray, then it was Alfie Garrett, Max Jolly, Jos Huschka, Maria Roberto, Sebastian Crawford, Ralph Martin, and unfortunately the one retirement from the race was Logan Stanley Jones in 12th position. So that's going to be it. That's going to be the race called there for the Micromax final, and only one more final to go after that. It's going to be the Mini Inter final coming up very shortly. But before that, I'm sure you know the order by now. We're going to go down to Kev down in Parc Fermé, who's with our top three.
Wow, wow, wow. The closing stages of that one were really quite something, but good to see down here in the post-race scrutiny and on the weighing scales, the two RCE drivers there of Dian Singh Pahal and Max Eberhardt high-fiving each other in the end. Good team spirit, hard, robust racing between the pair of them, and Austin Oman, the man who finishes home or in third place after a fairly strong weekend for him, a first, a fifth, a second, and then finishing up in a third. We'll get a chat with him first, as in the background we can see Max and Dian there just having a little chat, having a little word. Strong racing from all these youngsters. They'll have learnt a lot off that one. Great to see Dian there as well, just giving the fist bump to Austin as we find ourselves in a situation not dissimilar to the Formula One, is it? Look at this. As soon as the helmets go off, they'll just sit around, have a little chat, they have a little bit of a debrief. The emotions run high, but hopefully when they all get home and look at it a bit later on, they think, yeah, it was fair. I did my best, I tried my hardest, and that was the result that I got on the day, and hopefully that's the way it works out. Austin just having a word with his dad there. Sam Pollitt Racing been doing a great job for Austin over the last few rounds, and another great weekend from him. I'll welcome him up as soon as he's had a word from his dad, and we'll see what goes on. RCE drivers in the background. Here we go. Dian and Max, look at this, and the dad's fist bumping as well. Got to be a lot of happy souls here in that team, surely. I think when it's all said and done, when we watch it back, like I say, robust racing but fair racing. We've seen a lot of it this weekend, and Austin just trying to work out what's gone on with his weekend with his dad there as well. And we'll welcome Austin up to have a chat with us as soon as he's ready. We'll go in the order of third, second, and first. So it'll be Austin to come and have a chat to me first. I'll see if I can catch his attention. Picking up the very well branded helmet. Here he comes. Not the usual big smiles that we see from Austin, but let's see what he's got to say. Well, Austin, listen, third place on the weekend. We're used to seeing you at the top step of the podium, but talk me through how that one played out for you.
Start, I thought it was going to go pretty good, but Dian went through, and then I was there for 2 or 3 laps, and Max went straight through, and I just couldn't keep up with them.
Listen, well done to you. Don't beat yourself up. You're always there or thereabouts. You're on the podium. It's the third place, and you've had a tough run of it recently, haven't you? You've been working hard. You've been over in Le Mans. You had a race there as well. You're here, so you're trying your best. You're working hard, and I think, as always, Sam Pollitt Racing, your team's been doing a great job for you, haven't they?
Yeah. We've always been top 3 with one of us, so yeah.
I think, listen, it's the way it sometimes falls for you. You're not always going to win by a country mile. On the podium, championship points, it's game on, my friend. We still have 2 rounds to go. We've got GYG and we've got Raura, and you're going to come back flying for that, aren't you?
Yeah, we're close. It's close on the points. Everyone's all bunched up, so it's close.
It is close, and we've enjoyed watching it, and thank you for entertaining us. Great racecraft, you've learned a lot. Who would you like to thank? Who makes it all possible for you?
Sam Pollitt Racing, Nigel Horner, and my mum, my dad, my nan and my papa, and my sister.
Brilliant. Austin, well done. Go and give your team a high five and we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. It's always a pleasure, sir. There he goes. Austin Oman of Sam Pollitt Racing. Let's welcome up our second place man now. Then here he is, Max Abrahart, just giving Austin a little high five there. This man's got a smile on his face. So here we are then, Maximilian Abrahart. Max Abrahart, well done to you, sir. You were battling with your teammate through all of that one, but you've got a smile on your face in the end. Good result for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Talk me through the closing stages. You were wheel to wheel with Dean, weren't you? But in the end, he just nicked you on the last lap.
Yeah, it was a bit annoying, but I'll take a second.
Yeah, you should, because you've been strong all weekend and we've enjoyed watching you. 6th in your first heat, 3rd in your second heat, 3rd in the super final and 2nd in the super final this afternoon. So not a bad weekend.
No, it wasn't. We were very quick all weekend.
Who would you like to thank? Who makes it possible?
I'd like to thank SNA, the pallet company, Dave from RC Force, my dad, my mum, my sister, and all my sponsors.
Well, listen, well done to you and well done to all of them. It's game on as we head to GYG and Rara. Championship's still very much alive.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Brilliant. Keep that smile going and we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. There he goes. Right, and let's welcome up our first place man. Where's Dean gone? Come on, Dean. Come and have a chat to me. Because this man is the winner on the day. And the last 3 rounds, folks, if you didn't realise, at round 2, he got 3rd. At round 3, he got 2nd. And now at round 4, he's gone one better. He gets 1st.
I've had a great weekend. Don't really want to speak about the first race, but uno, dos, tres, I forgot the rest. I got the win, so it's amazing. Hard race. It was just about race management. Last few laps was a bit like some good racecraft in it. It was hard the whole weekend. I'd thank Jordan at Force, JT included, Dave, Reese, his son, everyone. Hello, Reese, having a bit of a party down there. Well done to Max and Austin, both at the top of the championship. Close, very close. Thank you to all my sponsors, all my family, everyone, everyone who supported me.
I don't need to say any more because you've said it all. Well done to you, Dean. Huge congratulations. And as I said, a 3rd, a 2nd, and now a 1st in rounds 2, round 3, and round 4. What are you going to do in round 5? You coming back with another 1st?
I guess I'll win it or nothing.
Win it or nothing. Well done, sir. Go and give your team a high five. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes. How about that then? So where are we up to now? Is that the end or we got one more? We got one more, haven't we? We got Mini Inter still to go. Kai, I am loving it down here at the post-race interviews. What's it looking like with you?
I don't blame you for 1 second, Kev. I'm loving it up here indeed. But it's such a shame that we're now on to the final race of the day. It's going to be the Mini Inter final, which are going to be the next drivers onto the circuit. And what a way it's going to be to round out an amazing day of action. Hansing Khan starts on pole position with Miles Burton alongside him. Emerson McAndrew-Urin will kick off the second row of the grid with Louis Radcliffe alongside him. Alex Goodson is 5th, with Joshua Griffin starting in 6th. Starting 7th on the 4th row of the grid is Daniel Minto from Zach Starbuck, JJ Lowe, Thomas Potter, Riley Muro and Ollie Thompson rounding out the 6th row of the grid. 7th row then consists of Blair Smith, Drew Davidson. In row 8 is Thomas Jackson and Lomond Willix. Then it is going to be Zach Jennings and David Hjorns rounding out the 18th position. 19th is going to be Charlie Stapleton. Hakeem Bat rounds out the 10th row. And the 11th and 21st driver on the grid. Rounding out the grid is going to be Mohammed, starting in 21st. So, Mini Inter final to round out the day. 12 minutes plus 1 lap of pure ultimate karting championship action. What more could you ask for? It's definitely going to be close up at the front end. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, our championship leader, has a lot to prove and a lot on the line right now. I'm sure he will be looking for another final victory to put under his belt. But the question is he going to be able to do it starting from third position on the grid? He's going to have a lot of challenge around him. He's not going to have the work cut out for him too easily. And I'm sure he would definitely like it in better circumstances. But he has to deal with the cards that he's been dealt. We'll have to see what he's able to do over the course of this final. Obviously starting third is still a brilliant position to be starting. Just 2 cards in front of him, which he has to dispose of to get himself into the race lead. And what he would be hoping for is a victory. As the drivers are now just sat on the grid, waiting for the go-ahead from the marshals. It is now 3:29. This race is planned to get underway at 3:30. As the clock now strikes 3:30, we have the hand up there from the marshal and the green flag is waved. To start off the final race of the day, Mini Inter Final is about to get underway. The drivers make their way off the holding grid and now onto their formation lap, getting themselves ready for the start of this race. If you're watching along from home on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, make sure to put a message in chat, say hello, tell us who you're supporting and who you are cheering on going into this final race of the day. A lot of drivers in this one that could walk home with that top step of the podium. It's been very close over the course of the weekend between the Mini Inter drivers. Hansen Khan obviously being the driver which managed to get the jump onto pole position. Miles Burton starting in second. Miles Burton has quite a bit of support in the chat here from Mandy Gibbons. Shout out to Mandy Gibbons cheering on Miles Burton from home. He'll be starting in second position on the front row of the grid, alongside Hansen Khan on that treacherous outside line though. Will he be able to get the jump into the first corner? It's only been done once today. Nothing saying that he can't do it twice though in that KO Motorsport machine. And they round the final corner and onto the home straight for the final time today. The revs rise. Accelerating down the home straight. Do we go racing? Yes, we do. Green flag is flown and we go racing to the first corner on the inside. Great start there from Hansen Khan. Nothing that Burton could have done to try and respond to that. Burton on the outside row actually drops all the way down into fourth, maybe even fifth, having a look at the drivers making their way through right now. But a textbook start there from Hansen Khan on the inside line. Couldn't have asked for anything more there from the number 7. Squeeze to the inside line there as the number 22 of Riley Muro just about hanging on to the edges of the track. Manages to keep the car in a straight line, manages to keep it on the rubber as well, up into second position. What a start that has been there from the number 26 of Alex Goodson. Started all the way down in 6th position, now finds himself in 2nd. On the inside, onto the home straight. Will he be able to get the move done into the first corner though? We'll have to wait and see. Drew Davidson trying to make his way past Lomond Wilcox. As we go through the chicane for the first time in this race, Hansen Khan is leading from Emerson McAndrew-Urin, Alex Goodson, Louis Radcliffe, Miles Burton, Joshua Griffin, Zach Starbuck, Daniel Minto, Riley Muro and Thomas Potter rounding out the top 10. In the mix though, down the inside, there's a move there from the 26 of Alex Goodson. Louis Radcliffe got that 3rd position momentarily. Great response there from Goodson to get himself back up into 3rd though. No problems at all as they go on to the home straight once again. And up into the first bend. Down the inside, goes a little bit sideways, but no problem at all. Louis Radcliffe goes down the inside and following through is Joshua Griffin on Alex Goodson. So Radcliffe up into 3rd, Griffin up into 4th, and that means Goodson all the way down into 5th. Drivers make their way through the midsection of the circuit right now. Emerson McAndrew, you're in there, you see at the front of your shot, currently in 2nd position. Hansen Khan pulling a little bit of a gap already, about a 2nd is what he has back to Emerson McAndrew, you're in 2nd. But the question is, these two drivers, Louis Radcliffe and Joshua Griffin, will they work together? No, they won't. Down the inside, there goes Joshua Griffin. Gets himself up into third position. But will they work with Emerson McAndrew Urin to try and catch on to the back of Hansing Khan? Or will all hell be let loose? And will there be a battle endeavoured on the circuit? McAndrew Urin has been caught by Joshua Griffin now. Griffin in the Team UK colours, representing on the suit. His green flag is flown from a yellow flag, which was put out earlier in the section. Round the final bend we go, and onto the home straight now. Up the inside, no time wasted there by Joshua Griffin. Fastest lap as well, just to make sure he gets the move done. Down the inside, gets the move done on Emerson McAndrew Urin. No worries at all there from Joshua Griffin. And with the fastest lap under his belt and with the pace that he's putting down on circuit, 0.2 of a lap faster than the competitors around him. Will he be able to get that move done on Hansing Khan when he catches onto the back of it? It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when will Joshua Griffin catch on to Hansing Khan, unless Hansing Khan is able to pick up the pace a little bit. Keeping an eye on this battle though, led by Lauren Wilcox. David Hjorn's in behind. Keep an eye on Jennings in the number 69, sorry. Into the first bend we go. Keeping an eye on Joshua Griffin. There's Hansing Khan out in front. 2.4 tenths faster a lap was Joshua Griffin that last tour of the circuit. So very quickly and rapidly catching on to the back of Hansing Khan, who's in the lead of the race so far. Khan has had no trouble so far this race. But he may have some troubles that are coming his way. Burton just trying to deal with the pressure which he has in behind. A quick check over the shoulder from the number 43 of Burton. You'll see that Alex Goodson is there for company. Through the first couple of bends we go. And now onto the back straight. Hansing Khan, that gap has been completely brought down now by Joshua Griffin. Griffin all over the rear bumper of Hansing Khan now. What was a quite comfortable lead that he had by about a second over the other drivers has now been torn down, and the pace is currently in the favour of Joshua Griffin. Will Hansing Khan be able to defend though and hold on to that lead position? Head to the steering wheel. I don't think it's going to make a difference though. Joshua Griffin is going to opt in to work with Hansing Khan. Maybe try and pull a little bit of a gap over Emerson McAndrew Urin in third. These two drivers work together and pull a little bit of a gap over Hansing Khan, like we've seen in the Micromax race just previously. If these two drivers work together, manage to pull a little bit of a gap, then they are free to battle in the closing stages of the race. Just be a question of if Joshua Griffin has the patience to work with Hansing Khan, and if he sees it being beneficial for his own race. Obviously these two drivers not being teammates this time round, so it's every man for himself. No team orders are being played here. Check over the shoulder there from Emerson McAndrew Urin. Louis Radcliffe is in pursuit. 5 minutes and 35 seconds is now remaining on the clock. So over half the race has now been completed here for these Mini-Inter drivers. Going down onto the back straight now. You can see there, that's the number 22 of Riley Muro. A lot of pressure being applied from JJ Lowe in behind in the number 48 car. As just in behind them, that is going to be, what is the 74? Or is that the 70 there of Drew Davidson and Thomas Potter? Joshua Griffin, though, still hasn't went for a move just yet. Commentator's curse strikes once again. Here's the move which we're going to see on the inside. Hansing Khan tries to put up a fight, but nothing he could do to stop Joshua Griffin on the inside. A tap of the helmet, a point forwards. That is Joshua Griffin saying to Hansing Khan, let's work together, let's push forwards and try and get in front of these two drivers. And a look on the inside. He had me fooled, Hansing Khan. had the idea to go on the inside line, had the idea to go for the overtake. Wasn't quite in his favour though, actually lost a little bit of time. Showing his front bumper on the inside line there, as loses quite a chunk of momentum. Hansen Khan though dropped down into second position now, as Joshua Griffin, fastest lap of the race, as he has now hit the front. Joshua Griffin, the question about him now is, will he be able to break away from the drivers in behind? Hansen Khan still has a little bit of breathing room back to Emerson McAndrew-Urin in third. Louis Radcliffe just tucked in behind Emerson McAndrew-Urin right now, as down through the midsection of the circuit we find ourselves into the final couple of corners once again. The number 82 all over the back of Emerson McAndrew-Urin right now is Louis Radcliffe, rocking the SPR colours. In behind the DHR cart of Emerson McAndrew-Urin. McAndrew-Urin, our championship leader coming into this round, no stranger of being up at the front end of the field and no stranger to being on the podium. The question is, will he be able to keep himself in that position, or will he be able to be overthrown by Louis Radcliffe in behind? 3 minutes remaining on the clock now, as Joshua Griffin is still in the lead of this race. Hansen Khan in behind though, around 4/10 is what separates those two drivers, so a little bit of breathing room for the number 5. We'll have to see if he's able to maintain that gap, or will Hansen Khan be able to use the slipstream to his advantage to catch right onto the back of Joshua Griffin once again and ignite a battle. Feeding fuel to a flame, he manages to pull down a little bit of a gap to Joshua Griffin. Brings down about a 1/10 of a second between Joshua Griffin and Hansen Khan. Griffin's pace just dropping off a little bit now, about 2/10 a lap slower than what we have been seeing from Joshua Griffin previously around this circuit. But Hansen Khan keeping consistent with his lap times and keeping the pace up to a T. As we round the final couple of corners now, onto the home straight. Emerson McAndrew-Urin dealing with the pressure well from Louis Radcliffe in behind. McAndrew-Urin seemingly unfazed by the number 82 all over his rear bumper, especially when the number 82 of Louis Radcliffe is setting the fastest lap of the race. A 46.02 was the best time on that previous lap. Joshua Griffin was very close in behind as well, so was McAndrew-Urin doing a 46.09 and a .11. 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock. Not long left now for these drivers to figure out their final finishing order. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, he's now in with a chance of fighting talk, as he's in third right now. Can he challenge for second though? He has brought down the gap to Hansen Khan in second position. Checks over his shoulder, you'll see he has a little bit of breathing room and a cushion to fall back on of Louis Radcliffe in behind. As they go through the first corner, 1 minute left, we're going to go sub 1 minute. Down the hill we go. It's all about carrying momentum around this circuit, and McAndrew-Urin is doing that beautifully to bring down the gap to Hansen Khan, as he is very close to arriving on the rear bumper of the number 7 there. Into the final couple of corners we make ourselves now. There's the number 7, that's Hansen Khan. In a bit of a sticky situation here. Not quite close enough to catch onto the back of Joshua Griffin and to be able to challenge for a move. Joshua Griffin, he has a bit of breathing room, doesn't quite have to worry about Hansen Khan in behind. But Emerson McAndrew-Urin picks up the fastest lap of that race on the previous tour of the circuit. The only driver to be setting 45 lap times. And what a time to be picking up the pace, but is it a little too late? We'll have to find out as the clock is about to strike 0 now. Emerson McAndrew-Urin has one more lap to do it if he wants to get into second. Griffin looks safe, but don't count your chickens just yet. The race isn't over till the checkered flag flies. Around the final bend we go, and onto the home straight. The last lap board will be awarded to Joshua Griffin, but will it be the checkered flag awarded his way as well? through the first bend we go. McAndrew Urin all over the rear bumper of Hansing Khan now. This is his best opportunity to make a move for second position. There's no more working together. There's no more team orders, as it's every man for himself on this final lap of the circuit. On the inside, he's gonna try it, but can he get there? No, he can't. Well defended there by Hansing Khan. I don't know how Hansing Khan has kept that car in a straight line, as he was tagged sideways there by Emerson McAndrew Urin. McAndrew Urin slowing down there. A little mistake there between the battle. McAndrew Urin slows down. Radcliffe sweeps through to pick up the final step of the podium. Emerson McAndrew Urin, what could have been second position, all fell apart on that final lap of the circuit. Joshua Griffin, though, after an opportunistic race, got himself into the lead a little bit earlier on, and it was cool runnings from there as he walks away with a victory under his belt. Hansing Khan, well defended from McAndrew Urin there to hold off for second position. Radcliffe, though, capitalizes on the mistake there made by McAndrew Urin and sweeps up the final step at the podium in third. McAndrew Urin will come home in fourth, from Miles Burton in fifth, Alex Goodson in sixth, Daniel Minto comes home in seventh, and it's JJ Lowe, Drew Davidson and Riley Muro rounding out the top 10. Best of the rest was Zach Starbuck from Thomas Potter, Thomas Jackson, Ollie Thompson, then it was David Hjorns, Loman Wilcox, then it was Zach Jennings, Blair Smith, Hakeem Batt, Charlie Stapleton and Mohammed Hassan Munir. Unfortunately, Charlie Stapleton and Mohammed Hassan Munir retired from the race, and only 19 of the 21 karts finished on that tour of the circuit. But unfortunately, that's going to be it there here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been a wonderful day of action. The mini inter-final was definitely one to round off the day, with Joshua Griffin taking home a victory. And what a round it's been. This round 4 of the Three Sisters circuit here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. And we will very shortly be going down to Kev Harris in the Parc Ferme area there. So that's going to be it for me on the commentary. I've been Kai Bacini, bringing you along the action here from the Ultimate Karting Championship. As very shortly we will be going down to Kev Harris in the Parc Ferme, where he will catch up with our top 3. The next round here for the Ultimate Karting Championship, we will be making our way down into Wales to GYG, a very technical circuit in comparison to the Three Sisters circuit here. So the drivers will have their work cut out for them when they make their way down there. Talking about making their way down there, we're going to head down into Parc Ferme now, where Kev Harris will round out the show.
Scrutineering area. Looking at the finishes I have it, I got Josh Griffin 5th, kart number 5 rather, coming home in first. Then Hasnain Khan, kart number 7, coming home in second. Then it's Louis Radcliffe, kart 82, that I've got in third. That's what it's looking like. But I've also got Emerson McAndrew Urin in fourth, who's down here in post-race scrutiny and having a chat with Alex Goodson. Obviously, something went on in the closing stages of that one that I haven't quite seen. But one thing's for sure is the man that came home in first is right there, Joshua Griffin, kart number 5. So we'll get a chat with him first and foremost and see what he's got to say for himself. Put your feet on the spot there, sir. There we go. Come have a chat to me. So Josh Griffin, talk to me about that super final result for you there then, first place.
Yeah, it was very good. We came from 6th to 1st, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, really, because when we look back at your results over the weekend, 12th in Heat 1, a 2nd in Heat 2, 7th this morning in the Super Heat, and then a first here in the Super Final. That's quite a mixed bag of results for a weekend.
Yeah, we've not had the best luck this weekend, but we've made it all work with the new team, so...
Yeah, talk to me about that new team. How you been getting on? What's been going on?
Yeah, the KR's been very good to me this weekend. It's my first race weekend with them.
Who's been looking after you and what sort of things they've been telling you?
Toby from KR has been looking after me this weekend, and yeah.
He's obviously been saying the right things, and it's a circuit you like. Just talk me through the closing stages of that super final there. Did you think you were going to take the win? When did you start to realise in that one that you thought, I've got this?
About 4 laps to go, I started counting down the laps.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. Well, listen, well done. Who else would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
Toby, KR, Lee Taylor, my dad makes his stag do.
Brilliant. Well, listen, are we going to see it in the next couple of rounds? We've got GYG and we've also got Rowra coming up. You going to join us for those?
Yeah, I think so.
Brilliant. Well, we would love to see you. You were fourth in the championship coming into this weekend. So I think now you've moved up a little bit because with Alex Goodson, you might have moved up to second. I'm looking here, it's Alex Goodson and Riley Murrow ahead of you, and they've not featured on the podium this weekend. So there's a strong chance that you might have nudged up a little bit. That's good news, eh?
Yeah, I know on drop rounds we're in second and we're closing the gap on first, so.
Well, there you go then. Well done to you. Huge congratulations, sir. There he goes. There's our winner. Go and high-five your team.
Thank you.
There he goes, Joshua Griffin there, first place on the day. Let's welcome up Hasnain Khan, because Hasnain's the man that's on the timing sheet is coming home in second, and it's the first time that you've not taken a first place result on the weekend, Hasnain. Talk me through the super final from your point of view there.
A bit disappointing, but it was fun. We didn't have the pace really. Tyres came on too late, yeah. But it was still a good weekend overall.
A really strong weekend. I mean, it is hard. It's a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it, when you've won everything to come to the super final and get a second, but, you know, damage limitation, you're still on the podium, still strong points.
Yeah, it is what it is. Come back next round.
Absolutely. Who's been looking after you this weekend? Who's made it all possible?
The whole of Hunter Motorsport, Reese and Kai, Josh for the driver coaching and Venator Racing Engines, and my dad for mechanicking.
Listen, well done. It has been a really, really strong weekend for you. It doesn't always, the cards don't always fall for you in kart racing as well, you know. But look, first place in everything up till that point. So 3 firsts and a second. You've got to somehow try and pick yourself up from this one and go again, haven't you? And take the positives.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well done, sir. Hasnain Khan of Hunter Motorsport. There he goes. Let's just send him on his way. As we look then now for Mr. Radcliffe. Here he is. Louis Radcliffe. Come onto the spot, sir. Put your feet either side of there. There you go. Listen, third place in the end there. Were you expecting that one?
No. It was like really close between me and McAndrew Irwin as he got on the marbles and slid all the way out. I went around the outside, which is probably not the smartest, but because he couldn't get on the parboil because he was on the marbles. I thought I lost it in the end when I came down here. But it was so close.
It was really close, but that's kart racing. Sometimes it falls for you, sometimes it doesn't, and on this occasion it fell for you. But as we look at your results, you've had a 4th, a 7th and a 2nd this morning, so you were in the mix all weekend long.
Yeah, qualifying wasn't the best because I mixed up with the start and finish lines because there's 2, because I'm stupid. And coming into this heats, I was thinking like I can't catch the super fast heat. I couldn't catch him because he was really quick. It was like identical, and yeah.
But listen, well done to you. So who would you like to thank? Who's been looking after you at Sam Pollitt Racing?
Well, the team, Riley Morrow, Miles, they've always been supportive to me and they've all helped me this weekend. I want to thank my mum and dad coming from here all this way, half an hour. And Harry, my younger brother, he's got a girlfriend, he came here to watch me.
Brilliant, well done. Huge congratulations to you and to all of them. Are we going to see you at GYG and Rowra? 2 more rounds to go in the UKC?
Yeah.
Brilliant, great stuff. We look forward to seeing you there. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
There he goes, Louis Radcliffe, 3rd place of the day. And just to say, support from his teammate Riley Murrow just behind our camera there, giving us a high five right now. So well done to all of the Sam Pollitt Racing drivers this weekend, and indeed all of the drivers who's had a great, hopefully had a great weekend here at round 4 of the UKC. We're going to come back with round 5 and round 6 then. GYG is the next one, North Wales in mid-August, 16th, 17th and 18th of August, and we'd love it if you could join us there. And then after that, we finish the season in September at Rowra in Cumbria. Thanks ever so much for your company then. I've been Kev Harris. Big shout out to Kai Bacchini, who's been calling the commentary or calling the races in the commentary box all weekend long. And of course, you can watch it all back on YouTube for forever and a day. Do follow us on the social media as well at Ultimate Karting Championship or at UKC there or thereabouts. Thanks for your company, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.